Chapter 721. It was already deep into the night. A jade plate hung high in the firmament. In the distance, the black ocean was rising and falling. The island was covered in a layer of white and hazy mist. On the Pill Cliff were strange rocks, and the old medicine faced the moon and exhaled multicolored clouds. In Tang Valley, the 6 Zhang golden Fusang undying god tree shone resplendently, illuminating the night sky. Under the tree, there was a green-clothed elder standing alone. He was filled with perplexity and didn't reply to Yifan. In front of him, there was an ancient stone coffin. It was filled with a strange aura, and everything on the island became strange because of it. Above the golden Fusang tree sat a group of ancient palaces. They were faintly discernible, towering, grand, and imposing. The green-clothed old man seemed to have lost his soul. His entire person was muddle-headed, and there was not the slightest fluctuation of psyche power. He stood there like a piece of wood. "Senior." Yifan raised his voice. Facing the single-armed old man, he took a few more steps forward. In front of the Fusang divine tree, raging flames surged. Sun Saint force circulated and the stone coffin was terrifying. Not a single cultivator could approach it. It was unknown how many people had designs on the undying tree, but they could only stop. In particular, the Golden Crow race had approached several times, but they had been forced back by the aura of the one-armed old man and the stone coffin. It was like a dormant giant beast that could attack at any time, so no one dared to act rashly. "What nonsense are you talking about?" some people said coldly. They saw Yifan walk forward, getting closer to the green-clothed elder. They were all afraid that he would really obtain something. "We don't care about anything else. This Fusang divine tree belongs to the Golden Crow race. No one can have any ideas about it," said an old golden crow. Meanwhile, on the side, the 8 crown princes of the Golden Crow race all revealed killing intent. They surrounded Yifan, wanting to trap him within and immediately kill him. Li Tian and Yan Ishi flew over on the goddess furnace. They sneered in the air and looked down on them. Luya and the 2 old golden crows descended with the black-winged flowing gold hoe in their hands. The divine son of Taiyin and Daoist Sankei also flew over with ancient sacred weapons to help. The people of the Moon Palace surrounded Jianghu to celebrate her return and did not take any action. As for the other major forces, such as the Human King Hall and the Ziwei God Dynasty, they watched coldly from the sidelines and temporarily did not express their stance. The atmosphere at the scene was tense. The battle had lasted for a long time just now. It was only because of Jianghu's escape that the situation became less tense. Now, the flames of war were going to rise to the sky again. Of course, there were always battles going on in the ancient palace. Most of the experts were gathered there, and they were still fighting. Everyone wanted to obtain the human race ancient emperor's inheritance. Now, the flames of war had finally reached the bottom of the tree of immortality. A golden crow silently took action, turning into a streak of golden light and attacking Yifan. "The Golden Crow race's princes have taken action." Someone cried out in alarm. This clan had 10 princes, all of them sect master-level figures, flourishing to the extreme, shocking past and present. There wasn't a single great powers master who could have this type of terrifying heirs. The Golden Crow race's 8th prince took action. This was a 20-something-year-old youth, his cultivation deep and immeasurable. A streak of Li flame flew out, burning the heavens, covering Yifan below. However, what people didn't expect was that Yifan didn't dodge at all. He allowed the flames to touch his body and bathed in them. He wasn't injured in the slightest. He operated the ancient sun scripture and walked forward with large steps, approaching the green-clothed elder step by step. Not even the true sun flame that seeped out from the divine tree could injure him temporarily. The Golden Crow race is nothing more than this. Someone sneered in the dark. This was clearly instigating, wanting them to deal with Yifan with all of their strength, not letting him advance smoothly. It was because no one knew what kind of relationship he had with the single-armed elder. The Golden Crow race is known to be the descendants of immortals, but in my opinion, this isn't the case. The ninth prince was killed by someone, and now, the great enemy is right in front of us, yet, Qi La. A streak of sun flame essence flew out, interrupting the hidden person's words. What replaced it was a miserable cry. That instigator was immediately burned into ashes. The Golden Crow race's second prince only revealed a cold smile. Everything he did was insignificant to him, but it startled everyone. Heavens, this is a strand of sun flame essence produced when the Sun Saint force is operated to the extreme. He actually refined this type of thing. Not only did he find the location of a powerful figure, but he also burned it to ashes with just a raise of his hand. This Golden Crow race's second prince is too terrifying. Everyone said that the Golden Crow race's 10 princes were all powerful, and Luya was the strongest among them. However, after seeing the second prince summon the sun flame essence, many people became extremely doubtful. This kind of sun flame essence was enough to burn a peerless sect master to death, and ordinary powerful figures would find it difficult to resist. Just how terrifying was such a person? Many people stared at the second prince, but he remained calm. The fact that the crown prince was the leader of the crowd made them all the more fearful. Everyone, step back. We must kill this person today. He dared to kill a direct descendant of the Golden Crow race. Not even the resurrection of the ancient Sun Emperor can save him. A Golden Crow prince said. They spread out and surrounded the Fusang Golden Tree and Yifan in the center. Your Golden Crow race's appetite is too big. You clearly want to take this immortal tree for yourself. Someone in the dark sneered. This tree is the dwelling place of our Golden Crow race's ancestor. Is there any doubt about this? A Golden Crow prince asked. What proof do you have that this is your ancestor's divine tree? The person in the dark sneered. That's the proof. Luya said in the sky. He pointed at the lush golden leaves where a crow's nest could be vaguely seen. It's useless to say these things. The fact that a golden crow once built a nest on it doesn't prove anything. Everyone knows that the Fusang divine tree accompanied the ancient Sun Emperor to prove his Tao. It belongs to the human race, a living fossil from the human King Hall said. The human King Hall was one of the most ancient inheritances of the human race. Their statement at this time caused the atmosphere to change. The 10th prince of the Golden Crow race stood out. He was the youngest and could be said to be full of youthful vigor. He bluntly said, in all kinds of myths and legends, Fusang and the Golden Crow are inseparable. My race even suspects that the ancient Sun Emperor is the ancestor of our Golden Crow race. Ha! Li Tian laughed and looked down with the goddess furnace in his hand. Why don't you say that the founder of the human King Hall, the founder of the Moon Palace, the ancestor of the Ziwei divine dynasty, and the old man of the 8 Visions Palace are all incarnations of your ancestor? Who exactly was the owner of the Fusang divine tree? This caused everyone here to be on their guard. All the major powers wanted to snatch it. But everyone knew that no single race would be able to monopolize it. Everyone could only divide it among themselves. In the end, it was only a matter of how much they could obtain. They were acting tough now so that they could obtain more in the future. I think we can talk about this later. The Crown Prince of the Golden Crow race spoke. He was very calm and was over 50 years old. His golden hair draped over his shoulders. He was an old Daoist priest. That's right. Now, everyone, please watch from the sidelines. Let us deal with the greatest enemy of our race first. The second prince of the Golden Crow race nodded as he stared at Yifan. If you guys want to kill me, walk over here first. Yifan turned his head and spoke. At this moment, he had already arrived before the green-robed old man. Everyone was greatly shocked. The stone coffin laid there horizontally. Some people tried to use their holy weapons to attack but were all blocked. Yifan was fearless. Naturally, it was because of the rusted copper. The 2 ancient swords seemed to have sensed the abnormality of this place and didn't fly into his sea of reincarnation. The stone coffin was terrifying. Every strand of energy seeping out was enough to destroy a peerless character. It was quietly displayed just like that, incomparably mysterious. Everyone, it's time to attack," someone from the Golden Crow race shouted. They had a bad feeling about this. Yi Fan had actually approached the green-robed old man without fear of the terrifying pressure. This was not a good sign. The others were also astonished. Yi Fan arrived before the tree and allowed the essence of the sun to pour over him. He was unharmed at all since the 2 pieces of bronze had helped him block the attack. "Lay down the formation patterns and kill him here," the Crown Prince shouted. Although he was over 50 years old, he still possessed an incomparable sharpness. His Daoist robes fluttered in the wind while his golden hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were extremely cold. Boom! Apart from Luya, the other 8 princes all stood in specific positions. Mysterious patterns extended out from under their feet, shaking the heaven and earth. What? This is the ancient divine formation of the Golden Crow race. Each of the 8 Golden Crows held an ancient formation flag. It was the work of a saint. They wanted to kill him without giving Yi Fan any chance. At the same time, they were planning and taking action to seize the divine tree. They actually laid down these divine runes. This is an archaic killing formation. Even a supreme divine monarch would have a grievance after being trapped inside. Everyone was frightened. This was the Golden Crow race's sect-guarding formation. It had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Who would have thought that it would be laid down for Yi Fan? Boom! An ocean-like power surged violently. Black clouds roiled and demonic clouds filled the sky, drowning this place in an instant. The 8 banners were as black as ink. They were like 8 archaic demonic gods. They were incomparably terrifying as they towered there with a might capable of traversing 3,000 worlds. In the blink of an eye, this archaic killing formation emitted a terrifying radiance. A golden figure appeared and stood proudly in the sky devouring black clouds. He was incomparably tall and towered above the demonic clouds. His eyes shot out several dozen li of golden light as he blinked. That's the Golden Crow race's great sage. This archaic killing formation is too terrifying. It actually summoned the Golden Crow race's great sage's avatar. A terrifying aura was released, causing many people in Tang Valley to collapse on the spot. They couldn't stand it all. That kind of wild and untamed might, as if he was the only supreme existence in the world, made everyone tremble in fear. Only the great powers with holy weapons could maintain their calm and not go limp. The others couldn't move. What is the Golden Crow race trying to do? Everyone was extremely shocked. Was it to deal with a single Yi Fan? This was truly making a big fuss over a minor issue. This was the Golden Crow race's sect-guarding divine formation. It was enough to kill a supreme divine monarch. This wasn't some imitated ancient banner, but the true archaic killing formation's original banner. It was actually laid down here today. The Golden Crow race wants to swallow the propping mulberry divine tree alone. Someone shouted. Li Tian and Yan Ishi expressed their stance with their actions. They were the first to take action, taking out their goddess furnace and blasting it forward. Everyone, I can assure you that this is only to kill Yi Fan. Please wait and see. Luya spoke at the right time. He took out the Blackwing Golden Centipede, and the 2 old Golden Crows behind him also helped to resist the goddess furnace. Originally, the others wanted to take action, but now they stopped. Boom! In the sky, dark clouds rolled and demonic mist filled the sky. The world was pitch black as if it was the archaic era. A golden figure stood in the clouds with terrifying eyes that were even more dazzling than the sun. He had already taken action. He took a step forward and wanted to suppress Yi Fan to death. The world-defying might he released shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Yi Fan wasn't surprised. He stood calmly in front of the one-armed old man without a trace of fear. He secretly transmitted his voice to Yi Qinggu. If I return the moon tower to you, can you cooperate with the goddess furnace to kill the Golden Crow race's 10th prince and elder in one attack? That's impossible. The Blackwing Golden Centipede is a divine weapon. That archaic killing formation is even more terrifying. Yi Qinggu was like a fairy under the divine moon. Then forget it, Yi Fan said. Who am I, who am I? The one-armed old man asked himself. His eyes became brighter and brighter. He suddenly raised his head and hugged the stone coffin. The golden crow war god in the sky was covered in flowing light. He stood in the dark clouds and suppressed the 9 heavens. However, when facing the divine consciousness and the stone coffin, he became incomparably solemn and didn't move forward. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I am the sole ruler. I sweep through the 3,000 worlds and reverse the 6 paths of reincarnation. I am the Sun Saint Emperor. The one-armed old man said slowly while hugging the stone coffin. At this moment, it was as if the 3 worlds and 6 paths of reincarnation were shaken. The vast black North Sea's waves struck the sky and all the clouds collapsed. Chapter 722. The one-armed old man's green robes fluttered in the wind. Although he was neither heroic nor vigorous, at this time, there was a kind of matchless elegance that could suppress 3,000 worlds and transcend the ages. In Tang Valley, divine radiance rushed into the heavens. Once the seal was lifted, the entire island seemed to have come back to life. Its aura surged like a bull, causing the stars to move and the 10,000 worlds to shake. The green-clothed old man stood under the divine tree. The ancient Fusang tree rustled as if it was crying for him. The tree swayed with golden light that fell on his body. If it was anyone else, they would have turned into ashes, but the old man was bathed in it, appearing even more divine. The ancient Sun Emperor. An unexpected identity, a title that could crush the ancient heavens, a great emperor of the human race. Many people were trembling involuntarily. They kowtowed in worship, unable to control themselves at all. This was a fear that came from the soul. Thump, thump, on the island, the sound of people kneeling rose and fell as they trembled. The ancient emperor was too far away from the future, yet he could still reappear in the world. This was a miracle. Yi Fan was already mentally prepared, but he still couldn't help but be surprised. He met this person on another ancient star, and it really was a great emperor of the human race. After death, his will didn't disappear and wanted to return to his homeland. The Golden Crow race's ancient killing formation was originally targeted at Yi Fan, but it also trapped the ancient Sun Emperor inside. Dark clouds rolled and black mist overflowed into the sky. A golden great sage appeared there. The green-clothed old man's divine might was awe-inspiring. His eyes shot out 2 beams of golden light that cut open the sky in an instant. It was incomparably gorgeous and terrifying, as if it could cut down the stars in outer space. Clang, clang, 8 sounds shook the world. His gaze cut down the 8 banners from the hands of the Golden Crow race's great sage. The banners fluttered and fell into the dust. This method shocked the world. A ray of light destroyed the Golden Crow race's sect-guarding divine formation. It could be said that it was unprecedented and incomparable. Everyone was stunned. All of this was too unreal. How could a person be so powerful? He didn't make a move, but a ray of light swept across the ages. It really is the Sun Saint Emperor. Everyone in the Tang Valley was trembling. Only an ancient emperor could have such a divine ability, even if he was only left with a strand of his divine sense. The hearts of the people of the Golden Crow clan were almost shattered. That was a formation flag made by the great sage, a priceless divine object. Just like the divine weapon, the black-winged flowing gold centipede, it was the most precious treasure of the Golden Crow clan. Their hearts ached to death. The faces of the Golden Crow race's 8 crown princes were snow-white, and they even felt like dying. This was equivalent to destroying their foundation. He was without a doubt an ancient emperor of the human race. Throughout the ages, only a handful of people could do this. The green-robed old man did not continue attacking. As he bathed in the golden light from the propping mulberry tree, he became absent-minded. He looked at the sky and the ground, his eyes filled with boundless vicissitudes. No one spoke. The Tang Valley was very quiet. Only the sound of the golden leaves fluttering in the wind and the undulating sound of the distant black ocean could be heard. Suddenly, the green-clothed old man's body shook. Ripples spread out from his body, turning into a black light that revolved around him like a black sun. This was a strange transformation. It wasn't the legendary Sun Saint force, but rather a pitch-black darkness. He had turned into a black sun. Be careful, this is the will of a deity. Someone was very calm. He secretly transmitted his voice, reminding everyone. These words made many people's hair stand on end. This thing was too evil. According to the legends, it was terrifying to the extreme and could even restrain the saints of the human race. The will of a deity was said to be formed from the evil will of a dead deity. Just how powerful was the ancient Sun Emperor? He also produced this kind of thing that was comparable to a deity. In the past, the Sun Saint Emperor looked down on the ages, brave and benevolent. The more he was like this, the more evil his divine will was. Someone warned loudly. Everyone's hair stood on end. This creature was formed from a strand of evil will. It was far from being comparable to the great ancient emperors, but it was still comparable to saints. Boom! Luya rushed forward with the black-winged golden centipede in hand. Daoist Sankei followed up with the longevity halberd. Taiyin deity and a few other experts also pressed down with their sacred weapons. Below, the 8 crown princes of the Golden Crow race felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. They picked up the 8 broken banners and quickly retreated. The people from the Human King Hall, Ziwei Divine Dynasty, and the other great powers also retreated, staying far away from the Fusang Divine Tree. No one dared to surround it again. The few people with sacred weapons also hurriedly retreated. They didn't want to attack the divine will, but only wanted to support their own people as they retreated. Under the Fusang Divine Tree, the green-clothed old man was surrounded by a black halo. It was filled with a demonic power that overlooked the common people. It was as if his roar could shatter the ages. He hugged the stone coffin. Only Yi Fan stood in front of him. The others all retreated far away, trembling with fear, not even daring to breathe loudly. This wasn't the ancient Sun Emperor. This was the awakening of his evil will. In an instant, the entire Black Sea trembled and extended towards the continent. A completely opposite power. It was originally a golden sun, but now it has turned into a black sun. Everyone's hearts pounded. No one dared to act recklessly and they were all watching nervously. Suddenly, in the center of this black sun, the eyes of the one-armed old man shot out 2 beams of black light. It was as if he was startled by something. He turned around abruptly and stared at Yi Fan. To be more precise, he stared at the 2 pieces of old bronze that were mottled with rust on Yi Fan's shoulders. The black light in his eyes didn't blink at all. It's broken. He seemed to be very shocked and almost petrified. He stood there motionlessly for a very long time like a clay sculpture. The green-clothed old man stood there silently for a long time. The black sun around his body slowly dimmed, and the black halo gradually disappeared. His eyes also became clear. I'm not the Sun Saint Emperor. I'm just a wisp of his evil will, not even 1/10,000th of his power. He lowered his head and muttered to himself. He understood his past and present life, and he knew the past. The Fusang Divine Tree sprinkled down divine light, baptizing his evil body and gradually making him brighter. A golden halo circled around his body. It was very different from before, and there was finally a trace of the human ancient emperor's aura. His mind gradually became clear, and the evil would no longer be evil. The deity's eyes became clear as he stared at the 2 pieces of green bronze. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, and he didn't say anything. Finally, he stood in front of Fusang and placed the stone coffin on the ground. He slowly pushed the coffin open and looked inside. Boom! The ancient emperor's aura rushed out, causing the entire ocean to surge and scatter all the clouds in the sky. This was an indescribable aura. Strands of it pierced through the past, present, and future, suppressing the 3,000 worlds and reversing the 6 paths of reincarnation. Everyone knelt down. Even though Yi Fan had old bronze's protection, he couldn't help but feel suffocated. His heart palpitated and he almost fell backward. The Saint Emperor has passed away, and his corpse has disappeared. Who touched him? The deity muttered in shock. At this moment, only Yi Fan had the chance to look into the stone coffin. The others were trembling and prostrating on the ground. There was no corpse of the human ancient emperor in the coffin. There was only a piece of human skin that emitted a dazzling golden light like the sun. All the terrifying fluctuations originated from it. There were a few drops of golden blood on it as if it had just been peeled off not long ago. Where did the human Saint Emperor's corpse go? Why was there only a piece of skin left? Yi Fan was shaken. He immediately thought of the undying heavenly emperor. When he opened his coffin, he only saw a piece of skin. The undying heavenly emperor and the sun Saint Emperor were supreme beings of the ancient era. They surpassed the gods and only they had the will of a deity. Why was it like this? Why were their remains like this after they passed away? They were too similar, and they almost walked the same path. The green-robed old man kowtowed to the coffin with incomparable sincerity. After a long time, he stood up and closed the coffin. He turned to Yi Fan and said, I could have given you the Fusang divine tree, but now I can't. I can only give you a divine branch that is 10 feet long. Clang! The Fusang divine tree dropped a golden branch that was over 10 feet long. It was covered in golden leaves that were so dazzling that it was impossible to look straight at it. In the distance, the eyes of many people turned red. Their blood vessels surged and they were incomparably moved. They wanted nothing more than to rush over, but no one dared to act recklessly. Yi Fan sacrificed the cauldron and collected the golden branch. This was the most foundational item. It contained the essence of extreme yang flames and was an unmatched divine object. It was hard to obtain even a single leaf with millions and millions of gold. The green-robed old man's body became faint. Before disappearing, he arrived in front of Yi Fan and extended a finger to carve characters on the space between his brows. Each stroke was extremely slow. No more, no less. A total of 9 ancient characters were engraved on his immortal platform. Every single one of them was sparkling and translucent, eternal and undying. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He was incomparably moved. These were emperor's characters, characters that only ancient great emperors understood. There were also 9 ancient characters in the Tao scriptures. He had studied them for more than 10 years but still hadn't completely understood them. Senior, please carve a few more characters. I will help you carry them forward and illuminate the 3,000 worlds. Yi Fan's skin was extremely thick as he spoke. 9 characters are enough. The Tao needs to be walked by oneself. The green-robed old man was as calm as an ancient well. In the end, he hugged the stone coffin and sat cross-legged under the Fusang tree. Prove the Tao here, bury your bones here. Fate rises and falls, everything is gone. The green-robed old man began to transform into the Tao. His body slowly became faint and gradually disappeared. Everyone knew that the last strand of evil left behind by the human race's sacred emperor was about to disappear. Only the undying Fusang tree remained in this world. This made people sigh. The great Tao was emotionless. Even the ancient great emperors were merely dust in history. Boom! A violent tremor rang out. The entire island began to sink as the black ocean surged over. The Tang Valley is about to disappear. People cried out in alarm as they flew into the sky. There were also some who rushed towards the undying tree. However, the ancient coffin lay in disarray and they couldn't approach it at all. Moreover, the golden divine tree was also surging with terrifying saint energy. Yi Fan discovered that he was stuck in front of the divine tree. He sank together with the ancient coffin and disappeared into the depths of the northern sea. The eye of the sea, it's the eye of the northern sea. Many people were alarmed. A huge black hole appeared in the sea and swallowed the Tang Valley, sinking it into eternal darkness. Even the golden Fusang tree could only emit a weak light from within. No one dared to follow. Legend had it that the eye of the northern sea could devour heaven and earth and refine gods and devils. It was a place where the ancient great emperor suppressed those who had committed great crimes. Bastard Yi, why aren't you running? Li Tian shouted. I want to run, but I can't move. Yi Fan smiled helplessly in the darkness. If anything happened to Yi Fan, Jianghu would also be implicated. She frowned slightly as the red mole between her brows glowed with multicolored light. She was like a divine moon, incomparably pure and holy. I won't die. Be a good goddess and wait for my return, Yi Fan said. Boom! With a final sound, the Tang Valley completely sank into the eye of the sea and disappeared from this world. In the darkness, a golden divine tree took root on the stone coffin and flowed with a holy light. Not far away, Yi Fan sat cross-legged and silently cultivated. He comprehended what he had learned and refined that golden branch. Is this the eye of the Northern Sea? The place where the ancient great emperor suppressed those who had committed great crimes. Chapter 723. In the darkness, only the echoes of Yi Fan's footsteps could be heard. Stepping on the cold and hard ground, the sound of his footsteps traveling far and wide. There was nothing else. There was no life, no light. This was a spacious land of death. Not even a blade of grass grew, and all life was extinguished. There was only darkness and coldness. The forbidden land where the great ancient emperors banished the great evils was filled with the unknown and strange. This was the eye of the sea, as deep as a great abyss. There was no water, nor was there a black ocean flowing backwards. There was only a deathly silence. This place was very cold and dry. Yi Fan walked for dozens of miles, but he still couldn't reach the end. Along the way, he finally saw something special, a few pieces of bones. The bones of saints. The world had changed a long time ago. In the present age, it was almost impossible for ancient saints to appear. Even if there were, there would only be one or two. Their bones, blood, skin, and flesh were all immortal divine objects that could be refined into holy weapons. However, although the bones on the ground were incomparably hard and indestructible, there was no fluctuation of holy power. They had long since lost the divine nature they should have. Has it been too long? Before long, he saw a piece of human skin. It was wrinkled and had no luster. The few drops of blood on it were no different from ordinary blood. Yes, legend has it that this place can devour the heaven and earth and refine gods. That is why the great ancient emperors chose to use it to banish criminals. Even the blood essence of saints can be exhausted. Yi Fan walked for more than 100 miles and discovered a terrifying fact. After being locked in, it seemed that it would be very difficult to get out. More than 10 saints seemed to have self-detonated in an attempt to open a path, but none of them succeeded. The will of the human race's Saint Emperor gave me a fortune, but in the end, he locked me in the land of exile. He was uncertain. Could he still get out? This place had a circumference of less than 200 miles. Yi Fan had already walked to the end. There was only primal chaos lingering all around, and he couldn't get any closer. Yi Fan finally found a few undamaged bones. 2 belonged to the human race, and the other 5 belonged to the alien race. He had never seen or heard of them before. Great Sage, it's actually 7 Great Sage Fellows. Those are matchless figures at the peak of endless time, yet they were actually exiled here. If the shattered bones he saw earlier were added, there were at least 30 saints that had been exiled in this place. It was indeed astonishing. If news of this got out, it would be enough to shake this ancient star domain. This was a cage that could suppress a saint and could not be broken through the ages. Yi Fan searched for a long time but still couldn't find a way out. Instead, he felt as if all the essence qi in his body was about to evaporate and leak out rapidly. As expected, the eye of the North Sea can refine gods and devils and devour heaven and earth. These saints have all been exhausted to death here. He thought of his own fate. If this continued, it would be difficult for him to escape. There were wisps of mist everywhere. It was an expanse of primal chaos with no way out. This spacious land of darkness was like the inside of a pot, and its shape was more or less the same. Yi Fan retraced his steps. The Fusang divine tree was like a bright lamp in the center. The golden light from the tree was like a sun. Only by returning to this place could his essence chi stop flowing away. Everything was because the immortal divine tree had taken root here. However, Yi Fan couldn't approach because the stone coffins were lying in disarray and the aura was terrifying. At this time, the 2 pieces of old bronze had returned to his sea of reincarnation. There was no other way but to continue cultivating. Yi Fan held the 3-meter-long divine tree branch in his hand and sat cross-legged on the ground, cultivating in silence. In the center of his brows, 9 ancient characters appeared one by one and each blossomed with a divine halo. The 9 halos revolved around him like the god of the central everlasting land. Yi Fan believed that the divine will of the human saint emperor wouldn't really want to exile him here. He should be able to find some clues by studying the 9 ancient characters left behind. Time passed very quickly. Yi Fan cultivated in silence. His entire body was submerged in golden light and the branch in his hand had become somewhat shorter. Some of the leaves had disappeared. 7 months later, he welcomed his first heavenly tribulation. The scene was extremely shocking. He didn't avoid it because he fell into the eye of the northern sea. The human-shaped lightning, heavenly palace lightning, and ancient watchtower all descended at the same time. The heavenly punishment vanished and everything became silent. Only Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the divine halo and shone with the Fusang divine tree not far away. His entire body seemed to be carved out of jade. Comprehending the Tao. Cultivating. His heart was free of distracting thoughts and he forgot about everything else. Only by wandering and advancing in the Tao realm could he understand his own existence and silently comprehend it. This was the only thing he could do at the moment. Just like that, time flowed slowly like water. Yi Fan was like a boulder that didn't move at all. The divine tree branch in his hand grew dimmer and dimmer. All the golden leaves on the tree were about to fall off. Strand after strand of the origin saint energy of the sun was absorbed into his body. This divine tree branch was almost completely absorbed by him. During these 4 years, the golden divine tree branch shrunk in size and finally vanished from his hand. His body was like divine gold, shining resplendently. And during this process, Yi Fan experienced many heavenly tribulations. He climbed the 9 minor steps of the 2nd level immortal foundation step by step. One couldn't help but say that he was extremely talented in the path of cultivation. It was hard for him to break through bottlenecks. During these 2 years, he cultivated the saint energy of the sun and also the essence of extreme yin, harmonizing them with the great Tao of Taiji. Although he encountered many calamities, he passed through them safely. Great yin and great yang, whichever was stronger, yin and yang were the same. From ancient times until now, there were some great sage who cultivated like this. But eventually, they all walked on the path of no return, dying, leaving behind only hatred. Yi Fan was at the 2nd level of immortal foundation and naturally couldn't be compared to those great sage. Right now, he could cultivate both, but it didn't mean that he could continue on his path of cultivation. Right now, he was using the great Tao of Taiji to merge with the great Tao. During these 4 years, Yi Fan had been researching the 8 forbidden domains, comprehending the Tao with great difficulty. Occasionally, he would have a novel experience, breaking through to the 8th boundary. However, during these 4 years, he only experienced it 8 times. That feeling was too marvelous. He could use the secret word, all, to increase his combat prowess by 10 times, surpassing the 8th boundary. In an instant, he felt as though he was ascending. All the pores on his body opened up as though he was receiving a baptism from a divinity. But every time, he would return to the mortal realm, unable to maintain this state for long. It said that only by entering the 8 forbidden domains would one have a chance to experience the boundless mysteries of the forbidden domain of myriad ancient gods. However, one would never be able to step into it. He recalled the words of Jianghu. That was a divine forbidden domain. As long as one was human, they would never be able to come into contact with it. Only those who entered the 8 forbidden domains would have a chance to experience it. Yin Tianda once had a similar feeling. When he was lonely, he would cultivate. When he was free, he would recite Tao scriptures. This was the life of Yi Fan. He was trapped alone in the land where the sages exiled him. Loneliness was his companion, darkness was his friend. There was no joy, anger, sorrow, or joy, there was no love or death. He could only cultivate alone, forgetting everything in the world. There was nothing else he could do. Heavenly talent, are you referring to me? Yi Fan once again awoke from his state of Tao comprehension. He spoke to himself like this. It wasn't because he was narcissistic or arrogant. Rather, he was calmly stating the truth. During these 4 years, he climbed up step by step from the first minor step of the second-level heavenly foundation all the way to the 8th minor step. Everything was so natural. Every time a shackle appeared, his will would be like his 6 paths reincarnation fist intent, pressing forward with an indomitable will, shattering it with a single strike. Immortals slay the Tao 3 times. Is this saying true? Yi Fan asked himself. He thought back to the laments of some saint lords, as well as the bitter experiences of many living fossils. Some outstanding geniuses from the second-level heavenly foundation were stuck at the 8th minor step. A small portion of them were stuck at the 9th minor step. And just like that, they were trapped for 2,000 years. In the current era, regardless of the Northern Dipper star region or the Ziwei ancient starfield, there was no lack of second-level Immortal Foundation sect leaders. However, third-level Immortal Foundation characters were rarely seen. This was the Immortals slaying the Tao 3 times. If not, why would there be old saint lords who entered the 7 forbidden grounds to search for undying divine medicines to prolong their lives? This was because they were too unwilling to accept this. They had cultivated for their entire lives and had reached the peak of the second-level Immortal Foundation when they were young. Yet, they were trapped here for 3,000 years. Clearly, they had already taken a step forward, yet they had no way to reach the ground. Not being able to enter the 3rd level was the greatest regret of their lives. When one was lonely, they would read the Southern Splendor. When they were free, they would recite the Yellow Court. After cultivating for 4 years, Yi Fan started to change. He tried his best to recall the ancient records on the other side of the starry space, using them to pass the time. I climbed step by step and finally reached the 8th minor step of the second-level Immortal Foundation. Sadly, I can't extricate myself from this. Yi Fan didn't give up. He believed that the will of the Sacred Emperor wouldn't allow him to die here. Hence, he spent his days studying the 9 ancient characters. BZZ. And today, Yi Fan imprinted the 9 ancient characters on his body. After that, he inscribed them in the air, and as he did so, a crack actually appeared in the void. Yi Fan's heart stirred. He inscribed the 9 ancient characters again and again, splitting them into different combinations. From afar, the undying tree seemed to have sensed something. It shone with a golden divine light as the golden leaves on the tree rustled. At the same time, the stone coffin also emanated an indescribable aura. The eye of the North Sea was no longer stable and started to tremble violently. Huge waves rose up into the sky, and some of the patrolling greater demons were instantly knocked over. As expected, the 9 ancient characters left behind by the sacred Sun Emperor can break the restriction. Yi Fan guarded his Tao heart, concentrating his energy and spirit. He was incomparably focused, using his heart to inscribe the 9 ancient characters, forming a mysterious Tao mark. Boom! The eye of the North Sea opened wide, and at this moment, Yi Fan moved. With no hesitation, he soared up into the sky. The bottomless abyss below was getting further and further away. He instantly dove into the Black Sea, using the Ro incantation to break through the waves and escape. Yi Fan was like a golden bolt of lightning, soaring up into the sky. He stood between the clouds with extreme speed. Some of the greater demons below were bewildered. The black waves of the North Sea towered up into the sky, as though a world-shocking primordial beast had awakened, churning and churning. However, it soon calmed down and the sea returned to normal. Did you guys see it? I think I just saw the eye of the North Sea appear. Impossible, the eye of the North Sea is a place where the ancient emperors banish criminals. How can someone open it? I must have seen wrongly. There's no mistake. I just saw a golden bolt of lightning rushing out. Do you guys think it's that person who disappeared with the Valley of Tang 4 years ago? This was a group of demons with very powerful cultivation. There were great demons of the sea, and there were also those on land. The Valley of Tang's appearance and disappearance had shaken this star field, and all the major powers had left people here to guard it. If it's really that person who rushed out, there will most likely be great waves. That's a ruthless fellow. That's not necessarily true. The master of the 8 Visions Temple is unparalleled in the world. Now, who can rival him? Goddess Jianghu is peerless in her generation. She has improved by leaps and bounds in these 4 years, and even broke through to the 8 restrictions. Who can rival her? The 9 princes of the Golden Crow race are all extremely valiant. Now, not many can rival Luya. Daoist Sanke and the Taiyin Godchild are both geniuses. It's said that the Longevity Temple and the Human King Hall are exchanging immortal scriptures. Chapter 724. For years was not a long time, but many things had happened during that time. Yi Fan walked in the sea, met many demon and human cultivators, and learned a lot of things from their mouths. In fact, these 4 years could be said to be a stormy sea, among which there were immortal inheritances destroyed in the present age. The Sun God sect, ever since the ancient scriptures were lost, has finally come to an end. In the past, the most powerful cultivation divine dynasty of the human race was gone just like that. I heard that their destruction had the shadow of the Golden Crow clan. Yi Fan was shocked. Hearing this news on the sea was really a bit dazed. The ancient Sun God sect, the oldest sect of the human race, one of the origins of cultivation, declined day by day, and finally ended today. This could be said to be a kind of irony. In the era of the Sun Saint Emperor's reappearance and the return of the corpses, this dying ancient sect suddenly collapsed. In the past, the number 1 holy land that all the ancient people worshipped disappeared just like that. It was said that the bloodline of the ancient Sun Emperor was only left with a child, and after the fall of the sect, his whereabouts were unknown. Is what you said true? Yi Fan stepped forward and asked. Of course, it's a pity that the ancient Sun God sect was destroyed just like that. Back then, the ancient Saint Emperor created all kinds of strange treasures and passed them on to the human race, but he didn't want his descendants to be unable to protect them. What a pity. If the ancient emperor knew, he would also be speechless and face it in silence. How disappointing. This was definitely done by the Golden Crow race, but not a single human race great sect went to protect them. They are truly sweeping away the snow in front of their own door. The ancient Sun God sect disappeared, and the shadow of the Golden Crow clan was among them. Almost everyone knew that it was them who led all of this. Why did the Golden Crow clan do this? Yi Fan asked. For years ago, they suffered a great loss in the Tang Valley, and I don't know where they got the news that the ancient Sun God scripture was not lost, so they massacred this declining ancient sect. In the Battle of the Tang Valley, the formation flags left by the great sage of the Golden Crow clan were all broken, which made the clan almost go crazy. That was their foundation. They thought of every possible way to increase their strength and make up for their shortcomings. The immemorial ancient scripture naturally became one of their choices. For them who were born with fire bodies, it was a holy book. I'm guessing that the Golden Crow clan is also doing this for revenge. After all, it was the Saint Emperor of the human clan who destroyed their saint treasure, so they're venting their anger on his descendants. What a pity. After the death of the Saint Emperor, his descendants ended up like this. When Yi Fan heard this, he was moved and also very angry. The descendant of the human race's first-generation holy emperor couldn't even protect the last bloodline? If there was a great evil that was wiped out, then that was one thing. However, they were bullied and humiliated to this extent, rising up for the sake of seizing their ancient scriptures. It might even be revenge. This was truly a type of sorrow. All of this also proved that there was no such thing as an immortal divine dynasty, and there was no such thing as an everlasting legacy. Everything would come to an end one day. Even the ancient emperors themselves couldn't achieve this, not to mention everything they left behind. It's a pity for that child. I don't know if he can escape. It is said that he is the only person left in the ancient Sun sect, and also the only bloodline of the Saint Emperor in this world. It is said that he has gone out to sea, maybe he's in this sea region. When Yi Fan heard this, his heart was very heavy. After asking carefully, he disappeared into the sea. Look, doesn't that person look a little familiar? Why do I feel that he is a little similar to the person who caused such an uproar 4 years ago? You mean, he is the person who killed the Golden Crow 9th Prince and the younger brother of the 8 Visions Temple Master 4 years ago? He really looks like him. Didn't they say that he and the Valley of Tang fell into the eye of the North Sea forever? That is the place where the ancient emperors banished people who have committed great crimes. No one has ever escaped from it. Could it be that he can reappear in the world? It can't be wrong. Wasn't there news half a month ago that there was a strange movement in the eye of the North Sea, and a golden lightning rushed out? It's hard to say that it's not him. Heavens, he escaped from the cage of the ancient saints. This is too unbelievable. If it's true, then there will be a big storm. The North Sea was really too vast. It was countless times vaster than the boundless continent. If Yi Fan wanted to escape, he didn't know how many years it would take him to fly. Fortunately, he remembered the paths from 4 years ago. Back then, when he was searching for the Valley of Tang, people entered the ocean through the realm gate. Along the way, there were some ancient islands engraved with formation runes and sacrificial altars. Half a month later, Yi Fan still appeared in the Black Ocean. He used the formation runes left on the ancient islands to cross the wrong path, but in the end, he still came to the continent. During this period, he constantly inquired and obtained inaccurate information. The only surviving bloodline of the ancient Sun sect was protected by an old servant and escaped into the sea. The North Sea was not peaceful these days. Many experts appeared, rushing to the eye of the sea to find out the truth. The Golden Crow tribe. In the Black Ocean, a divine light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He saw a dozen golden crows flying over the surface of the sea. He walked on the waves. The Black Ocean was very calm, vast and boundless. He looked up at the sky and said, "People of the Golden Crow tribe, what are you looking for?" At this time, the wind and waves were calm. His voice was like thunder, spreading far and wide in the vast Black Ocean, causing the waves to beat the clouds. Why does this person look so familiar? Where have I seen him before? He's that person from 4 years ago. How is this possible? He escaped from the eye of the North Sea. That's right, it's him. Back then, he killed the 9th prince. In the sky, thousands of golden divine feathers shot down. These people all had a cold glint in their eyes. There were even a few golden crows that wanted to escape and report. Yi Fan stood on the sea with his hands clasped behind his back. He let out a loud roar. Immediately, it was as if the world was going to be destroyed. The rolling sound waves pierced the vast sky for thousands of miles. This vast ocean was about to be overturned. Pft, pft, in the sky, more than 10 experts of the Golden Crow tribe collapsed one after another. Under the roar of Yi Fan, their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. Not even a broken bone was left. He only left one person behind to explore his sea of consciousness. He learned that the child from the ancient Sun sect had really gone out to sea and was brought out by an old servant. The Golden Crow tribe sent out a large number of experts. 6 or 7 of the 9 princes came, and even some elders personally came out to chase after him. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He felt that something was wrong. He was only a child from a declining ancient sect. How could he attract so many people from the Golden Crow tribe? There was definitely something strange. He received the favor of the green-clothed old man, obtained the 9 words of the ancient Sun Emperor, and also refined the Fusang branch. How could he not care about all of this? Even if he disregarded these, the last bit of the bloodline of the human race's Saint Emperor should not be extinguished like this. This was because he was not evil, and his ancestors had immeasurable merits for the human race. According to the information he obtained, Yi Fan chased in one direction at an extremely fast speed. He was afraid that if he was late, he would regret it. 2 days later, Yi Fan met another 9 experts of the Golden Crow tribe. Among them, there was an old golden crow who was actually a terrifying powerhouse. He was a figure of the elder level. It's him. It's the one called Yi Fan from 4 years ago, someone shouted. That old golden crow learned of this. He opened his mouth and spat out an ancient golden mirror. He flipped it over and shone it towards Yi Fan. Boom! This was a strand of sun essence fire. It drew the essence energy from all directions and triggered the scorching sun in the sky. All of it was focused on the ancient mirror and turned into a divine light that shone towards Yi Fan. You guys really can't forget about me. Yi Fan ascended to the sky. He was fearless in the face of this divine light and blasted out a fist. Crack! The ancient golden mirror shattered into a dozen pieces and fell from the sky. The elder of the Golden Crow tribe was quite ruthless. With a shake of his body, he turned into a golden sun and flew over, colliding with Chu Feng. Yi Fan was unmoved. He didn't fear the Sun Saint force at all. He faced the sun essence fire head-on and made his move at the crucial moment. With a pop sound, he barehandedly tore apart that golden sun. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. This powerful golden crow was torn apart. An elder was killed by Yi Fan just like that. Not long after, Yi Fan left this sea region. This time, he clearly knew where the last of the Sun Saint Emperor's bloodline had escaped to. He quickly chased after it. Fortunately, there was a loyal old servant protecting me. Otherwise, the last of the human Saint Emperor's bloodline would have disappeared. For days later, Yi Fan finally saw that child in a Black Sea region, as well as the old servant who was covered in blood. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to survive for much longer. In addition, there were also over 100 experts of the Golden Crow tribe, including a few princes and elders. This was a haggard and weak child. His young body was almost smashed to pieces by an expert of the Golden Crow tribe, and in these 2 years, he almost died from this illness. The clothes on his body were tattered, and his little face was dirty. However, his eyes were clear. In addition, it was as if there was a sun within his body, making his thin and weak body shine. Yi Fan finally knew why the Golden Crow tribe had to chase after this child. After receiving such a heavy injury, even a supreme expert would have died, yet this child survived. This child's constitution was special. He was like the reincarnation of a golden sun, and every inch of his flesh was emitting divine light. He was very similar to the Sun Saint Emperor from the archaic era. The Golden Crow tribe was scared. If this child's body was nurtured well, and he really had the ancient sun scripture on him, then even if he didn't become the second Saint Emperor, he would still become an immeasurable Tao fruit. Moreover, the Golden Crow tribe believed that the appearance of the ancient sun scripture was closely related to this child. This was what they urgently wanted to obtain, and in order to eliminate the roots and obtain the ancient scripture, they didn't hesitate to send out a large number of experts. On the side, the old servant was already at his last gasp. All of the bones in his body were broken, and he weakly leaned against a reef. Bloody foam gushed out from his mouth, and his pair of old eyes became more and more turbid. This child cried out in grief and hugged the old servant tightly. With a tender voice, he cried, "Uncle Jiang, don't leave me. Tong Tong doesn't have any relatives, only you." Cough. The old servant coughed out blood and lovingly rubbed the head of this weak child. His old eyes became dimmer and more turbid as he said, "You are the descendant of the Saint Emperor, the last bloodline. I really can't accept this, I can't protect you." As he spoke, he spat out bloody foam from his mouth. He almost couldn't speak, and his words were unclear. "Uncle Jiang, don't die, we can only rely on each other." The child cried in grief and tightly hugged the old servant's broken arm. "I'm too useless, I can't even protect the last bit of the Saint Emperor's bloodline." The old servant hugged the child with his broken body and lamented towards the sky. His eyes lost their luster, and his life had reached its end. Turbid old tears rolled down his wrinkled face. Hand over the ancient sun scripture. The 8th prince of the Golden Crow tribe stood out. His figure was majestic like a golden demonic god. "Hand over your sister." Yi Fan's hair stood up in anger. He descended from the sky and smashed down with a fist. Ah! The 8th prince of the Golden Crow tribe let out a miserable scream. His body broke into pieces, and the fragments flew towards the other clansmen. Chapter 725. Yifan descended from the sky and smashed the 8th prince with one punch. His body split into pieces and flew in all directions. Blood splashed onto everyone present. The 8th prince's primordial spirit rushed out and screamed mournfully. The little golden crow that had always been dazzling rushed up to the sky in an attempt to escape this fatal calamity. Pluff. However, Yifan didn't give him a trace of a chance at all. He was like a demonic god, looking down on the world. A large golden hand reached out, grabbing the primordial spirit on the cloud, crushing it into powder. From now on, the 8th prince's name would forever be erased from this world. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everything happened too fast. The Rho formula was peerless in this world. Yifan descended from the sky and instantly killed the future successor of the Golden Crow tribe. It was as easy and swift as pulling out grass. The 8th crown prince of the Golden Crow race had already killed a supreme being 3 years ago. This was a powerful fiend race outstanding individual, stunning the world. However, it was precisely this demon prodigy who was comparable to a sect master that was crushed like a tile. He was killed in one breath's time. It was truly shocking. Old 8. The people of the Golden Crow clan roared. Beams of golden light pierced through the clouds, connecting the sky and the ground. They surrounded Yifan. The death of a Golden Crow prince was of great importance. It was related to their face and inheritance, yet he was killed by a single punch. This was a great enmity that would anger the entire tribe. At the center of the battlefield, Yifan was majestic and had no intention of running away. His purple robe fluttered in the wind. His eyes were as bright as the stars while his thick black hair danced in the wind. He stood alone in the center of the battlefield and faced everyone. Do you all feel the same anger? Did you experience it when you killed a heavenly king's descendant? Was it not enough to destroy the ancient Sun King's inheritance? You won't even let go of the last bit of his bloodline? Yifan faced the experts of the Golden Crow tribe alone like a demonic god. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back without a trace of nervousness. You're truly heaven-defying for killing our divine son. This world can no longer tolerate you. A commander from the Golden Crow tribe shouted with a stern expression while holding the demonic jade saber in his hand. Clang. Yifan didn't move. He just stood there with his hands behind his back. However, he circulated the Bing character formula. A terrifying saber hum resounded through the sky. Pooh! The devil's jade blood saber was flipped upside down, and blood spurted several meters into the air. A head flew into the air, its face full of shock and fear, unable to believe what had just happened. Everyone was stunned. The demonic blade turned around and cut open the commander's neck, cutting off his own head. The jade-green saber light dyed the sky and the sea green. It was extremely horrifying. The saber turned into a streak of green light and shot out, nailing the Yuan Shen to death. This place was dead silent. Many people felt their bodies go cold, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on their bodies. This was just too strange and terrifying. At the center of the battlefield, only Yifan stood alone. His eyes were clear, his hair light and sparkling. He faced everyone and said, "Even a little commander dares to humiliate me? It's him." He actually escaped from the eye of the ocean and reappeared in this world. Finally, someone shouted, recognizing Yifan's identity. How can this be possible? Once one falls into that prison, they wouldn't be able to come out for eternity. Why did he appear here again? There had never been anyone who could escape from the eye of the North Sea. That was the place where the ancient saints were suppressed. How did he do it? The people of the Golden Crow race were all astonished. Compared to Yifan's strength, they were more shocked that he could escape from the eye of the sea and reappear in this world. A beam of golden light arced through the sky, flying towards the reef ahead. There was a supreme expert acting, wanting to capture the only child of the ancient Sun sect. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen because of Yifan's appearance. The blue sky was like water, and the black ocean undulated. Yi Fan stood alone in this world. With a single finger, a golden beam of light slashed down, cutting off the path ahead. That person was greatly shocked and hurriedly evaded. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden bridge. This divine bridge connected the void and reached the reef that was about to sink into the water. Other than that, the others also acted to assist him. Right now, the most important thing was to prevent any unforeseen events from happening. They had to seize the last bloodline of the sacred Sun sect first. Ho! All of a sudden, Yi Fan roared, emitting a majestic heavenly voice. It was like the beginning of the universe, the origin of everything. He was imitating the word, Ho, in the 6-syllable mantra of Buddhism. Under the control of the battle saint art, it actually contained a heaven-rending Tao energy. Back then, when the 9 secrets clashed against the Buddhist mantra, this divine voice almost caused him to die of hatred. To him, this memory was extremely deep. During these 4 years, he had tried to cultivate all the arts in the CI and naturally, he had also imitated it with the battle saint art. At this moment, Yi Fan roared, his voice was like the rumbling of the universe. Behind him, a gigantic divine statue appeared. However, this statue wasn't that of a Buddha. Instead, it was the figure of a young man. His eyes were deep yet filled with sharpness, like a god or devil standing there. This was none other than him. This wasn't him being narcissistic. Rather, it was because he could learn from nature, but he definitely couldn't worship a single person in his cultivation. This was what he understood during these 4 years. If not, he wouldn't be able to verify his Tao. The legendary 6-syllable ancient voice had the power to split heaven and earth. It was boundlessly profound and supreme. It contained the great power, wisdom, and compassion of the universe. Back then, that Ku Tuchuo had only mastered half a syllable, so the heavenly voice he roared out wasn't complete. Now, Yi Fan's imitation wasn't a pure Buddhist chant either. However, this heavenly voice was truly too grand. The entire universe was resonating with it. Yi Fan had used the battle saint art to endow it with a brand new divine ability. Behind him, that god and devil stood alone and chanted along with him. It was incomparably terrifying, and one could clearly see the golden sound waves sweeping out in all directions. The heaven and earth trembled, the sea surged into the sky, and the universe cracked. The 20 or so people who rushed toward the submerged reef all cracked under this mysterious ancient voice. They instantly turned into dust and no longer existed. As for that almighty golden crow, his golden bridge collapsed at the first moment. His physical body couldn't escape either. Under the heavenly voice derived from the battle saint art, a section of his body was destroyed. Only his upper body was left, and the people behind him worked together to save him. Buddhism's 6-syllable mantra, Ma, Ni, Pad, Mi, Hum, was the supreme sacred art. Those who cultivated it to the highest level could subdue all the deities in the heavens. However, just like the 9 secrets of Taoism, it had long been lost. Only a few of the most ancient sacred temples had each mastered one word. Even if they were combined, it would be difficult to gather them all together. In the distance, all the members of the Golden Crow race were livid. Yi Fan was too powerful. With a soft shout, the majestic heavenly voice could even shatter a mighty figure's body in half. It was truly terrifying. In the present age, there weren't many who dared to oppose the Golden Crow race. Even powerful lineages like the Human King Hall and the Moon Palace didn't want to clash with them. But now, there was someone who dared to do so, and it was only one person at that. Woo-woo. The young child's sorrowful cries rang out. It was exceptionally mournful. On the reef, this very young child was wearing tattered clothes. During his life as a fugitive, his body had almost been broken. He looked haggard and weak. His big eyes were filled with tears as he hugged the old servant's broken arm. He shook it forcefully and cried, "Uncle Jiang, don't abandon me. Tong Tong wants to live with you. Don't go. I can't see you grow up." Cough. The old servant coughed up blood. His mouth was full of bloody foam, and even his white hair was dyed red. All the bones in his body were broken, and there was no longer any light in his eyes. He could no longer see anything. He stretched out his long deformed arm and caressed the child's little face with his coarse hand. It was as if he couldn't feel at ease. He refused to move his hand away and forced himself not to swallow his last breath. Yi Fan stared at all the people of the Golden Crow race. No one dared to approach. He descended and sent a stream of divine power to the old servant. He wanted to feed him some divine spring water, but he found that he was already powerless. This old servant's physical body and vitality had long been destroyed. There was only one reason why he could survive until now, and that was because he couldn't feel at ease with this child. The Holy Emperor has immeasurable merit to the human race. He has made so many contributions, but even his descendant has been treated like this. I can't accept this. I don't have the ability to protect him. This is the last bit of the Holy Emperor's bloodline. The old servant panted and trembled. 2 streams of turbid old tears rolled down his face. Then, he began to cough out large mouthfuls of blood. His entire body was torn apart. You can leave in peace. With me here, no one can harm him. Yi Fan said seriously. His voice wasn't loud at first, but it slowly began to reverberate like divine thunder. It rushed into the 9 heavens and descended into the 9 hells. It roiled, shaking the heavens. The entire northern sea was roaring. In the distance, the expressions of everyone from the Golden Crow race changed. Yi Fan's voice was filled with intimidating killing intent. For the sake of this child, he was clearly going to fight to the death. He wanted to unleash a great slaughter. Is this true? The old servant couldn't see anything. He couldn't even speak. He could only lightly move his lips and produce weak gasps for breath. It's true. As long as I am still alive, no one can harm him. Yi Fan replied with the most concise voice and strength, telling him to feel at ease. This was the best explanation he could give to the old servant. Thank you, you have to protect him, preserve, the last bit of the Holy Emperor's bloodline. The past Holy Emperor had immeasurable kindness towards the human race. You cannot be disappointed. In the end, the old servant's lips became ice cold. Even his indistinct breathing stopped. His primordial spirit shattered and was about to scatter. Uncle Jiang. The child cried loudly. He threw himself into the old servant's ice-cold embrace and cried out sorrowfully. Tears blurred his large bright eyes. Tong Tong misses you. I won't let you leave. I don't have any relatives left. I only want you, he sobbed and continuously shook the old servant's corpse. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single trace of life left. Accumulating yang to form divinity, there is form within the divinity. Form is born from the sun is born from the moon. Accumulating yin to form, there is spirit within form. Yi Fan chanted. This was the Daoist scripture of salvation. It formed a mysterious force between heaven and earth. Yi Fan discovered with astonishment that there seemed to be a wisp of light flying out from the old servant's shattered primordial spirit. Under the protection of the scripture of salvation, it tore through the air and disappeared. Is there really such a thing as reincarnation? Yi Fan didn't know. He had never seen such a thing since ancient times. A cultivator's primordial spirit could temporarily seize a flesh shell for its own use, but it would still have its original lifespan. Once it was exhausted, it would still die. It was a completely different matter from reincarnation. Reincarnation was a new beginning. Everything in the past would be erased and a new life would begin. There were legends about it since ancient times, but no one had ever seen it. There was no proof. Uncle Jiang. The child cried out in grief. Tears rolled down continuously. His frail little body trembled as he lay in the ice-cold embrace of the corpse. It was truly unbearable to watch. You killed our divine son and repeatedly violated our Tao. The hatred of our entire clan cannot be resolved. We will kill you all under the heavens. An elder of the Golden Crow race roared. His voice became louder and louder, shaking the vast sky until it collapsed. In the end, the entire northern sea surged with raging waves and was about to drown the heavens and earth. There were over 100 experts of the Golden Crow race here, including several princes. At this moment, they pressed forward together with the elder to kill Yi Fan. "Uncle, don't go, Tong Tong misses you." Amidst the roars of the crowd, a child's voice was so helpless and weak as he wept sadly. Yi Fan faced the hundreds of Golden Crow race experts alone. His entire body was filled with murderous intent as he said in a cold voice, "The hatred of the entire clan. Then who should the descendant of the ancient Sun Emperor complain to? You want to destroy even the last bloodline of the human race's Saint Emperor. This is truly intolerable and intolerable. This hatred, indeed, cannot be resolved, and there is no need to resolve it. Just kill all of you." A murderous atmosphere swept across the northern sea like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. It was incomparably cold and bleak. Chapter 726. 4 years ago, you killed our Golden Crow race's 9th prince and used the goddess Furnace to kill our elders. Now, you are declaring war against us. Do you think you alone can stop our entire race? An old Golden Crow stood out with a gloomy expression. This was a Daoist in his 50s. His golden hair draped over his shoulders, and his appearance was lean. His golden eyes were demonic and frightening. He was tall and slender, and he held a golden wooden staff in his hand. It was obvious that his status was very high, and he held an important position in the Golden Crow race. Many people were very respectful to him as he stood at the very front. You see your own pain but not the death of others. When your Golden Crow race annihilated the human race's Saint Emperor's descendant, did you ever think in your shoes? Yi Fan's body emitted a golden mist that rose into the air. It surged like roiling clouds and was accompanied by waves of thunder. He shouted, "Not to mention your race, even if 10 more races come, I will still kill them all." Is that so? This humble Daoist Xian Yi wants to see how powerful you are to dare to speak so arrogantly. The old Daoist walked forward with a golden wooden staff in his hand. He wore a golden crown on his head and a bagua robe on his body. He looked neither happy nor worried, but there was a dangerous aura being emitted from him. His golden hair was scattered behind him as he walked forward step by step in a very steady manner. The Golden Crow race was very special. Their names were very strange, and they were all named according to their preferences. There were even some who obtained some ancient Dao inheritances and wore Daoist robes. Yi Fan was very calm and didn't say much as he walked forward step by step. This was definitely a powerful opponent. After being trapped by the 3 slashes of the immortal Dao, his entire being was like a golden abyss. Clang! A black iron mountain appeared above this Daoist named Xian Yi's head. It was as majestic as Kunlun, and the word Xian was engraved on it. A mist rose and curled around him. He walked forward with a golden wooden staff in his hand. His steps were steady as he stood in the air and whipped downwards. Boom! The black ocean was struck to the bottom in an instant, and a 10,000 zhang wide hole appeared. All of the waves splashed up into the sky and scattered the clouds. The golden wooden staff in Xian Yi's hand was like a mountain ridge. It became longer and thicker as it swept downwards with great force. Clang! The sound of a saber resonated through heaven and earth. Yi Fan operated the army formula and pulled the devil's emerald blood saber that had fallen into the sea up. He held it horizontally towards the sky and clashed with the wooden staff. Pa! With a flick of his wrist, Daoist Xian slid the golden wooden staff down along the blade and struck towards Yi Fan's hand. At the same time, a golden flame burst out from the staff. This was the extreme yang flame essence that he had refined after cultivating for more than 2,000 years. It could incinerate everything, and even sect master level figures would be turned into ashes if they came into contact with it. However, Yi Fan didn't seem to care about this at all. His immortal foundation flashed as a crack appeared in the center of his brows, drawing in the golden fire essence and refining it cleanly. Ancient Sun Scripture. He has cultivated the ancient Sun Scripture. Many people from the Golden Crow race cried out. They couldn't forget about this Zongtian art, so they naturally knew all of its characteristics. They all revealed expressions of shock. Boom! The dark iron mountain above Daoist Xian's head was as black as ink. It stood majestically as tens of thousands of beams of black light cascaded down, sweeping over. This was a powerful tearing force. The black light was like waves of water, drowning the saber in Yifan's hand. Clang! The devil's saber wailed as it trembled, on the verge of shattering. How strong was Yifan? His physique was unparalleled, and it was impossible for others to snatch the weapon from his hand. Dang! The jade-green saber broke into two. One half remained in Yifan's hand, while the other half was swept away by the black light and refined into essence gold, sinking into the dark iron mountain. Mystic Magnet Mountain! Yifan exclaimed. This was an extremely rare material for weaponsmithing. Just a small piece of it was as heavy as a soybean, and it contained an immortal magnetic force that could naturally subdue weapons made of essence gold. The Golden Crow race had always been extremely prosperous. They had annihilated many human orthodoxies and obtained many inheritances. This was a secret treasure of an ancient sect that had an ancient cultivation art attached to it. Xian Wan was an expert who had lived for 2,800 years and had long been stuck at the 9th minor step of the second layer of Immortal Foundation for over 2,000 years. His strength was extremely shocking. Pa! Yifan formed a mountain-embracing imprint and blasted it up into the air, colliding violently with the Mystic Magnet Mountain, breaking apart the divine magnetic light and causing it to be flung through the air tens of thousands of meters away. Truly terrifying. Xian Wan's expression turned heavy. He had studied the ancient Dao arts of the human race and his strength was unfathomably deep. Because of the 3 slashes of immortals, he had been trapped here for over 2,000 years. Although his cultivation base didn't improve, he was still researching ways to break through and had even come into contact with the domain of the 7 Forbidden. A living fossil like him, in addition to the domain of the 7 Forbidden, would definitely be able to sweep unhindered through the world. But now, he was actually suppressed by Yifan. One could say that his strength was incomparably powerful and was one of the top characters in the Golden Crow race. Few would dare to offend him and he was an extremely influential elder. Swish! All of a sudden, Yifan vanished from the air. This caused everyone to be taken aback. This was simply too bizarre. In the air, a golden bolt of lightning flashed through the air. Yifan used the Great Void art and rapidly closed in, slamming down with a giant void palm imprint. This was a gigantic golden palm that resembled a golden cloud. It rumbled downwards, towering over Daoist Xian and his Mystic Magnet Mountain. This was a terrifying pressure, like the 9 heavens crashing down, pressing down on Xian Wan, causing his hair to stand on end as his disheveled golden hair fluttered in the wind. Rise! With a light shout, he used the Mystic Magnet Mountain to block the golden palm imprint. The 10,000 beams of divine magnetic light were incomparably terrifying, penetrating through the sky. Yifan was astonished. This precious material was indeed heaven-defying. It was simply an unpolished jade. With careful refinement, it would definitely shock the world. His palm turned into a claw and slashed down, still covering the sky. With a bang, he grabbed the Mystic Magnet Mountain and held it firmly in his hand. With a forceful swipe, all the primordial spirits on it were destroyed. From then on, the mountain had changed owners. Then, like a celestial emperor descending to the world, his golden palm grabbed the towering Mystic Magnet Mountain as if he was holding the seal of a celestial emperor and forcefully slammed it down. Daoist Xian's heart trembled. His methods were heaven-defying, and his strength was peerless. He could sweep through the world, but at this moment, he was in such a passive position. His body felt cold and was about to collapse. With a light whistle, he turned into a huge golden crow and flapped his wings, wanting to escape. However, he was still one step too late. In the sky, the golden palm that was like a celestial emperor's seal came crashing down and smashed one of his divine wings. Blood dyed the old golden crow red. With a light cry, he fell down and once again turned into a Daoist. His entire left arm was gone, dripping with blood. Everyone was shocked. Daoist Xian's cultivation had reached the Seven Forbidden Realm and was trapped by the Dao severing technique. In the present world, there were very few who could kill him. Everyone rushed forward. Knowing that Xian Yi was no match for him, they came to support him and wanted to kill Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan was even faster. He didn't want to end this battle and wanted to finish off this old golden crow once and for all. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Daoist Xian with the black iron mountain in his hand, covering the sky. Daoist Xian retreated while holding the wooden staff in his right hand. Golden light surged like a great river, forming a galactic tempest. Pfft! The mystic magnet mountain fell and smashed the wooden staff into pieces, turning it into golden powder that filled the sky. Moreover, the black mountain was so huge that even Daoist Xian Yi was pressed under it. Blood splattered everywhere. The bones of this golden crow tribe's elder were broken. The moment his Yuanshan rushed out, it was slashed into ashes by a golden sword that flew out from between Yi Fan's brows. Kill! Avenge old ancestor Xian Yi. The golden crow tribe was furious. They attacked together towards the central area, all kinds of magical treasures flying in the sky. Clang, clang, Yi Fan activated the black iron mountain that he had seized. Tens of thousands of divine magnetic rays rushed out and destroyed more than half of the golden treasures in the sky. At the same time, he fixed his eyes on a powerful expert. He turned into a blazing lightning and flew over. The Xing symbol art allowed him to enter an unstoppable state. He raised his fist and attacked. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. After 4 years of enlightenment, he had a deeper understanding of this supreme fist intent. He pressed forward with an unstoppable force. That powerful expert screamed as he was crushed by a single punch. Set up the Golden Crow formation. One of the elders shouted. All the experts of the Golden Crow tribe retreated. Banners fluttered in the sky as flames surged and divine clouds rolled. More than 100 experts from the Golden Crow tribe had come. 3 of them had died, so there were only 2 terrifying elders and 4 powerful princes left. Refine him for me. The princes gritted their teeth. Yi Fan had killed 2 of their brothers, so this was naturally an irreconcilable knot. Sacrificial altars appeared in the sky one after another. This was an ancient killing formation. They wanted to trap Yi Fan and refine him. Clang, 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 tens of thousands of swords cried out in unison as the golden crows filled the sky. Each ancient altar shot out tens of thousands of sword rays towards Yi Fan at the center. This was an ancient killing formation with many golden crows formed from essence energy. They swooped down, blotting out the sun and covering the sky. Yi Fan was like a deity in this ancient formation. His body was shrouded in a golden taiji circle as he quickly moved with the row incantation. He first landed on the reef and took away the restrictive formation laid by the 9 pieces of God Source. He picked up the child who was about to faint from crying and placed him on his shoulder. He said, "Don't cry anymore. Send your Uncle Jiang on his way." The old servant's body was buried in the Black Sea. The child cried himself hoarse, his voice hoarse. He powerlessly reached out his little hand and grabbed at the sea. Crying won't solve the problem. Your Uncle Jiang wants you to grow up. Now, let me teach you your first lesson. Yi Fan put the child on his shoulder and soared into the sky. He stood at the center of the formation and said, "Do you really think a divine formation can trap me?" The 4th prince coldly said, "Wait until you escape first. Activate the ancient formation and grind his bones to ashes. He will never be able to reincarnate." The 5th prince coldly ordered. The ancient killing formation swallowed the essence energy of the world. Dark winds howled and dark clouds filled the sky, drowning the entire area. "Uncle Jiang, don't go. Tong Tong misses you. I have no family, only you." The pitiful child sobbed. Yi Fan brought him, going against the heavens. He held the 1,000 Slayers' bow in his hand and said, "Only by growing, only by becoming strong can your Uncle Jiang be happy. Watch well." Buzz. With a light tremble, the bowstring loosened, and a streak of golden light several dozen li shot into the sky. This arrow contained all of his power and was given life by him. It was imbued with his comprehension of the great Tao. The moment it appeared, the world hummed and the great Tao rumbled. Auspicious lights descended from the sky. Pluff! A stream of blood splashed out as the fourth prince screamed. His forehead was pierced by an arrow, and a divine beam of light extended for dozens of miles. He was crushed in the void. What? Fourth prince. The members of the Golden Crow tribe cried out in fear. Again. Yi Fan shouted and drew the bow again. He circulated his divine power and the essence energy in his body boiled. It was as if he was made of gold. Pluff! A divine beam of light pierced through the sky and nailed the fifth prince's forehead. The corpse was sent flying hundreds of miles away and turned into a mist of blood. Again. Yi Fan shouted again. This type of voice was like a curse from the underworld, making everyone in the Golden Crow clan tremble in fear. They couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 727. Again. This voice was like a curse that caused the members of the Golden Crow tribe to shiver. Woo! The third arrow was finally fired. It was still dozens of miles long and pierced through the clouds, creating an ear-piercing whistling sound. Runes appeared one after another on the body of the arrow, resonating with the heaven and earth. Yi Fan had imbued this arrow with his Tao imprint. This was the embodiment of his will. This arrow flew towards the third prince and streaked over 100 miles. Auspicious lights rose from the sky as the sky rumbled like thunder. The scene was quite frightening. The third prince of the Golden Crow race was an extremely powerful and handsome youth. He activated the Golden Crow movement technique and turned into a golden cloud, dodging this sure-kill attack. The others heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the third prince was not killed. Otherwise, it would have been too frightening. You want to use the same arrow technique again and again? Melt him for me. Burn all the altars at all costs. The third prince's eyes were sinister as he gave the order with a loud voice full of murderous intent. Woo! The demonic sound returned, and the dozens of kilometers-long beams shot back at an even faster speed, shocking the world. Watch out! No! Third prince. The two elders of the Golden Crow tribe cried out. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets as their hair stood on end. However, it was already too late. Pluff! The dozens of miles-long divine arrow flew back and pierced through the back of the third prince's head. It carried his corpse for more than 100 miles before exploding. Rocks and broken bones flew in all directions. This arrow not only contained all of Yi Fan's divine power, but it was also imprinted with his indestructible will and his enlightenment divine will. It would not stop until it killed the enemy. When the divine arrow returned, it devoured essence energy from all directions. It was even more terrifying than when it had just left the wand-slaying bow. This was Yi Fan's will controlling everything. Another prince of the Golden Crow tribe was killed without any suspense. It was so clean and efficient that everyone from the Golden Crow tribe felt a chill down their spine. Boom! All of the sacrificial altars started to burn. The Golden Crow tribe's eyes turned red because of the stimulation. They didn't care about the price. They wanted to destroy all of the ancient sacrificial altars and bury Yi Fan together with them. On Yi Fan's shoulder, the child was sobbing softly. His big bright eyes were filled with tears, and he looked pitiful. His little hands reached down. Although he was thousands of feet away from the surface of the sea, he still wanted to catch something. He sobbed and cried sadly, "Uncle Jiang." Yi Fan did not put the child into the cauldron. Instead, he wanted to let him experience the so-called great battle. His path was destined to be uneven, and he could not be raised like a flower in a greenhouse. Grow up and become strong. This is the best tribute and remembrance you can give to Uncle Jiang. Yi Fan patted his head and said. Then, his eyes turned cold again. Like before, he knocked an arrow and aimed at his last target, the seventh crown prince of the Golden Crow kind. This time, 5 of the 10 princes had come. He wanted to kill them one by one, not giving them the slightest chance. Quick, ignite the ancient divine formation and stop him. The Golden Crow race's elders shouted loudly. Meanwhile, the seventh prince had already rushed into the sky and fled for his life, staying far away from this ancient formation. It's useless. You can't escape today. Yi Fan's voice was extremely cold. It resounded above the ink sea, making the entire ocean's angry waves beat against the clouds, striking high into the sky. He passed through layer after layer of restrictions with the travel symbol art. He stood alone high up in the sky and knocked an arrow. His entire being was as resplendent as a sun, drawing upon the essence energy of the 9 heavens. Chi! The final arrow was released. The 7th crown prince had already turned into a giant golden divine bird and flew more than 100 li away. However, he still couldn't escape the great calamity. Pooh! His skull was pierced by an arrow. He released a miserable scream as golden feathers danced about in the sky. Golden blood blossomed like a multicolored haze, dyeing the vast sky red. The giant golden bird's corpse was like a collapsed mountain. It split into pieces and fell into the depths of the Black Sea, raising great waves one after another. Ah, the 2 elders of the Golden Crow race cried out. Their anger shot through the 9 heavens. This was a great hatred, a great enmity that made the entire race furious. Today, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 7th, and 8th princes were all killed. Their fall in one day was bound to shake the world. The 10 princes of the Golden Crow school all possessed monstrous magical power and looked down on the world. They were praised as a sign of the Golden Crow race's golden age. However, all of this was destroyed today. 5 princes were killed by one person in one day. This was a great humiliation to the world. At the same time, one didn't even need to think to know that this would become the youth surnamed Ye's supreme fame. Shooting a golden crow with a bow and falling for 5 days in a single day, this would become a legend. Stepping on the corpses of the Golden Crow tribe to enter, he would become the focus of the entire world. Everyone's attention was focused on him. This kind of result was already predictable. The elders of the Golden Crow tribe wanted to go crazy. The youth surnamed Yi used the corpses of the Golden Crow tribe's geniuses to establish his own fame. Just thinking about it made them go crazy and bleed. We can't let him escape. Even if we have to die here, we have to get rid of him. The 2 gold crows were determined. Rumble. Dozens of altars burned and turned into a sky-piercing flame. Inside was a supreme murderous intent. Tens of thousands of golden crows were fighting and flashing with golden radiance as they flapped their wings towards the sky. The ancient killing formation revealed its most terrifying aspect. Tens of thousands of crows spread their wings in the sky and spat out a murderous aura. This place became a golden ocean. Are we going to fight to the death? Yi Fan ascended step by step with an incomparably calm expression. He looked at the pitiful child who was still crying on his shoulder and said, "Take a good rest." Next, he was going to engage in a bloody battle. He didn't want to let the child watch because it had to be done in moderation. It was already enough for him to watch the previous battle. There was too much blood and the terrifying scene of blood flowing like a river. It really wasn't suitable for such a young child. It wasn't good for his growth. Yi Fan gently brushed past this pitiful child, and he fell asleep. He was still calling out to the old servant in his dreams. 2 lines of sparkling tears hung on his little face. Yi Fan poured a few mouthfuls of divine spring into his mouth to help him down. Then, he put him into the holy jade bottle and began to prepare for a bloody battle. You killed my Golden Crow tribe's member and killed my clan's crown prince. How are we going to repay this kind of humiliation? An elder Golden Crow roared to raise the morale. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. My Golden Crow tribe will be punished by 36,000 golden feather blades. We will be slaughtered for 3 years and 6 months. Our primordial spirits will be crushed by millstones and we will be imprisoned in purgatory forever. Over 100 Golden Crow experts roared. They were all close to going berserk. The great formation sealed the sky here. Swords cried out and ghosts wept and deities howled. Kill. Kill his soul and cut down his body. Wash away my Golden Crow tribe's humiliation. Everyone from the Golden Crow race went crazy. Everyone roared together, their voices shaking heaven and earth. The entire northern sea was about to erupt. In the distance, there were cultivators who could vaguely hear this. Their expressions all changed. They saw ghosts and deities weeping and gloomy clouds appear. It was as if the heavens themselves were descending. They all fled. When Yifan saw this type of high morale, he didn't say anything else. He used the travel formula to break through the restrictions and directly rushed into the sky. The 6 Dao reincarnations fist moved, immediately producing a dusk of fallen deities. Deities wailed and all types of irregular scenes appeared. Hong. The might of this fist contained all of Yifan's essence energy. It was the embodiment of his Dao force's sublimation, advancing courageously. This was the result of his 4 years of Dao. The might of this fist was released. More than 10 burning ancient altars were shattered. The berserk and tyrannical aura was like raging waves beating against the shore. Rubble flew everywhere, covering the sky and earth. Yifan charged through this ancient killing formation, slaughtering out a sky that was dyed in blood. The might of this fist caused more than 40 experts of the Golden Crow race to fall. They were all shattered in the void and decayed along with their altars. Yifan used the 6 Dao reincarnations fist to shatter the Golden Crow race's confidence and destroy their morale. The remaining 70 to 80 people all shut their mouths, not a single one of them clamoring. When you all killed the descendants of the human race's Saint Emperor, did you ever have a similar feeling? What a debt of blood must be paid in blood. It's really moving. I'm standing right here. All of you, come at me together. Yifan stood there calmly. His body was stained with specks of blood, but not a single drop belonged to him. It was all left behind by his enemies. Kill. We can't let him leave alive. One day, he shot 5 of our race's princes with a bow. This is a great humiliation for our entire race. The 2 old golden crows shouted themselves hoarse. Their golden hair was disheveled as they roared towards the sky. Once this news was spread out, the Golden Crow race wouldn't be able to lift their heads anymore. Their so-called reputation would plummet, and Yifan, a young man who had stepped on the corpses of the Golden Crows to advance, would be famous in the world. Okay, then let's kill. Yifan's voice was calm, but there was a bloody smell coming from it. It was extremely chilling. Clang, clang, in the sky, sword lights clanged as countless divine swords shot out. Thousands of golden crows flapped their wings and turned into beams of golden light that shot towards Yifan. This was the burning altar of the ancient killing formation, releasing the most terrifying energy. If it was any other Saint Lord, he or she would have died here. However, Yifan had the Xing word formula. Although this formation posed a great threat to him, it couldn't kill him at this moment. Seeing the crazy old man's secret technique, he had touched the domain of time. Yifan himself had spent more than 4 years in the eye of the North Sea. It could be said that he had reached a profound level, and not many ancient formations could kill him. Boom! Yifan didn't hold back at all. With a sky-flipping seal, more than 10 experts of the Golden Crow race in front of him were turned into meat paste, including 6 half-step experts. The so-called killing formation couldn't stop him. Summon the Golden Crow ancient great sage. The 2 elders roared. Their bodies became faint and merged with the tens of thousands of golden crows in the formation. They turned into 2 even more terrifying ancestral crows that illuminated the world. The 2 ancestral crows shone brightly as they moved unhindered between the heaven and earth. They used their power to fight until the North Sea was about to dry up. Ghosts wept and deities howled here. All of the Golden Crow race's experts rushed over, fighting a great battle against Yifan. The skies were dyed red with blood. No one knew how long the battle had lasted. All the ancient altars had collapsed, and countless golden feathers danced in the air. The sky was covered in blood, and even the sea was red. Corpses fell down one after another. The Golden Crow race was almost completely dead, and blood dyed the sky red. In this battle, Yi Fan fought against more than 100 experts of the Golden Crow race alone. There was no lack of great experts, elders, and future inheritors of the Golden Crow race. He killed them all. This was a world of blood. Yi Fan's body was covered in blood as he went on a killing spree. This battle shook the North Sea. One could imagine how terrifying the consequences of this battle would be. The storm that would spread soon could be predicted. Yin Tianda, goddess I Qinggu, Luya, and all the other experts in the world would be shaken. Chapter 728. Above the sea, golden feathers fluttered about, all of them stained with blood. The dismembered corpses sank into the sea, dyeing the surface of the water red. This was a scene dyed in blood. After the battle, this place was very quiet. Even the demonic beasts in the sea didn't dare to come up and eat these delicacies that contained the heavenly monster's bloodline. That was because there was a person standing on the surface of the sea. Many of the monsters in the sea had witnessed everything just now, and they were extremely terrified of this youth who was covered in blood, and even his hair was stained with blood. Yi Fan stood alone in the void, overlooking the black ocean and gazing into the distant sky. His eyes were deep and his thick black hair scattered about. He was extremely calm. Not long after, he soared into the sky and disappeared into the black ocean in the blink of an eye. After that, this place became a feast for the sea monsters. The blood and broken corpses of the Golden Crow race became their great nourishment, and many sea monsters flocked over. Some experts of the human clan and some demons from the land also rushed over after hearing the news. They wanted to find out what was going on. It was because not long ago, chilly winds roared angrily, ghosts wept and deities wept, gloomy clouds covered this place. Corpses filled the air and blood dyed the sky red. It was like the dusk of deities, no one daring to approach. That day, the North Sea was shaken. All the powerful warriors of the Gold Crow clan who went out to hunt down the descendants of the human Holy Emperor were killed and buried in the sea. No one survived. The sea region here was dyed red with blood, becoming a feast for the sea demons. The Golden Crow race experts that went out to sea were completely annihilated. When this news came out, it shocked the entire Black Ocean. All the cultivators, be it the humans or the monsters, were shocked. Among the hundreds of experts, there was a living fossil like Xian Yi, a Golden Crow tribe grand elder, a terrifying expert, and even the 5 crown princes of their tribe. Not a single one of them survived. All of them were annihilated by the Black Ocean. Most importantly, it was done by a single person. When news of what had happened spread, the clamorous North Sea fell silent. A single person had fought against over 100 experts and killed them all, dyeing the surface of the sea red. Just the thought of it was frightening. Through the descriptions of some sea demons, people were able to reconstruct the course of the battle. They also learned of that person's appearance, shocking countless people in the North Sea. It's him, the person who fell into the eye of North Sea 4 years ago. How is this possible? That is the ancient saint's cage. No one has ever been able to escape from it. How did he reappear in this world? This was a huge uproar. Yi Fan appeared again, facing over 100 experts from the Golden Crow race alone, wiping them all out in one battle. It left everyone horrified. This news spread throughout the North Sea, and all the cultivators that came and went were shocked speechless. A person who shouldn't have appeared in this world actually came back alive. This was a miracle, a living legend that shocked everyone. It really is him. Not long ago, someone saw a strange movement in the eye of the North Sea. A golden bolt of lightning rushed out. Who would have thought that it was him who broke free? Not even the ancient saints could come out alive, all of them turned into corpses, passing away in meditation. How could he be so heaven-defying? Protecting the human race's holy emperor's descendant, and in a fit of rage, he killed more than 100 golden crows. This kind of cultivation is too terrifying. In the North Sea, while the people were shocked, there were also all sorts of discussions. Some people clapped their hands in joy, believing that Yi Fan had done a righteous deed. The ancient Sun Emperor had passed away countless years ago, and the last bit of his bloodline should not be extinguished. Of course, There were also many people who were hostile to Yi Fan, and those close to the Golden Crow race cursed him viciously. The Battle of the North Sea shocked the world, and as the cultivators in the sea returned, the news spread to the continent. The Golden Crow race didn't believe it at first, but after the iron-like facts and shocking evidence appeared, they went crazy. This was an unbearable weight. The death of so many experts was a heavy blow even for the powerful Golden Crow race. The damage to their reputation, and spirit was even greater than the loss of their combat power. This was a humiliation of being trampled down from the 9 heavens into hell. In the North Sea, an elegant youth shot down the sun with a bow and killed 5 Golden Crow crown princes in a day. This story spread throughout the world. This was a supreme glory, a battle record of someone looking down on the world with disdain. Everyone's gazes were focused on him, and he was enveloped by a divine halo. In the present age, how many people dared to provoke the Golden Crow race? After all, they still had a living king in their race with great achievements and power. However, someone dared to do so. The youth surnamed Yi shot down the Golden Crows with a bow and killed 5 Golden Crows in a day. What kind of magnificent feat was this? Each Golden Crow crown prince was a stunning prodigy. They were said to be stronger than the next and could kill sect masters, but they were all killed by him. Stepping on the corpses of the Golden Crow race's inheritors, endless blood paved a path for the strong. Under the flowers and the halos were blood and bones. The youth surnamed Yi is undefeatable. In the current younger generation, other than Yin Tianda, Yi Qinggu, Luya, Daoist Sankei, and the Taiyin Godchild, who else can compete with him? Not to mention the younger generation, even among the older generation, how many people can fight him to the death? I think the only people who can suppress him are those legendary characters who have stepped into the 3rd layer of immortal foundation. But how many cultivators like them can we find in this world? Yi Fan was far away in the North Sea and had yet to return to land, but he had already caused a heated discussion. Everyone was talking about him. Yi Qingwu had stunned the world in the past 4 years and was known as a goddess. Many people were willing to worship at her feet. Now, she was the embodiment of beauty and holiness. When she heard all this, she was very surprised. She didn't think that Yi Fan would really escape from the eye of the sea and reappear in this world. Moreover, he had shaken Ziwei with one battle. When Li Tian heard the news, he was first dumbfounded, and then he laughed heartily, feeling incomparably carefree. Yan Ishi was also very surprised. This news was too impactful and shocking. Lu Yo was furious. He flew out with the Golden Crow winged hoe and the 9 Golden Crows on his back. He roared at the sky with hatred. When the Taiyin Godchild heard the news, he only sneered and looked in the direction of the sea. His body was covered in black mist, and only a pair of terrifying eyes could be seen. Daoist Sankei stood on the nether ridge in front of the ancient longevity temple. He took 9 steps and studied the half-page of the ancient divine scripture in his hand with a frown. The Human King Hall, the Moon Palace, the Ziwei Divine Dynasty, the Longevity Temple, and all the other major powers were paying attention. The world was stirred. When the world was talking about Yi Fan, he was in the North Sea and had yet to return. One could imagine how great the commotion would be when he appeared. On an island filled with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds, the last remaining bloodline of the human race's Saint Emperor, that 5-year-old child, stood in a pine forest and was talking to a Komatsu mouse on a tree. I miss my father, I miss my mother, I miss my brother, I miss my sister, but they are all gone. Do you miss your family? How could the Komatsu mouse understand his words? It hugged a pine cone and ran away. The only remaining descendant of the human emperor, this young child, walked to the next place and spoke to a little bird on the tree. How far is forever? Father said that he will always protect me silently. When will the future be? Sister said that he will appear in the future and come to see me. As he spoke, the young child's eyes turned red. He lowered his head and said, I know, they won't appear. Just like Uncle Jiang, they are doing this to protect me. The little bird on the tree also flew away. This pitiful child walked into the depths of the pine forest. When he saw a wounded butterfly on a wildflower, he said softly, why are you injured?" "I miss Uncle Jiang." Yi Fan stood outside the pine forest and watched all this quietly. He was not in a hurry to leave the North Sea. Instead, he brought this child to the various islands to relax, wanting to let him adjust as soon as possible. During these days, this child was very depressed and silent. He would only speak when there was no one around and talk to those small animals. Every time, he would come back with red eyes. "Your parents, your sister, they want you to be happy. Your Uncle Jiang, on the other hand, hopes that you can grow up safely and then release the brilliance that a descendant of the human race's divine emperor should have. But I miss them." This child lowered his head and spoke to Yi Fan for the first time. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He couldn't take away a child's emotions. Just think about it, he couldn't avoid it. He couldn't forcefully cut off an unbearable memory like an adult. This was a child's most pure and untainted state of mind. "I know what to do. I will slowly get better and stop crying," Tong Tong said with red eyes. 6 days later, this child took the initiative to ask Yi Fan to teach him cultivation. Although he would talk to the small animals with red eyes in a place where there was no one around, he no longer cried. Yi Fan examined his body. This child had once suffered a very serious injury. The Golden Crow clan had almost smashed his body into pieces, but he had stubbornly survived. His old illness still existed. In his body, it was as if there was a sun, incomparably resplendent. Every time his flesh, blood, and bones shone, there would be light flowing out at night. Sun body. Yi Fan was already certain that this was definitely the legendary mysterious physique. It was extremely rare to have a body with a divine sun. Since ancient times, there were not many people who would die young due to various reasons. It was said that only the Sun Saint Emperor of the ancient times survived and looked down upon the past and present. Although Tong Tong contained a divine sun, he was once seriously injured by the Golden Crow clan. His condition was very bad now. Yi Fan took out a few drops of true dragon divine medicine and spent a month to help him recuperate, and finally stabilized his yuan qi. The sun body, the first choice, is naturally the ancient sun scripture. Unfortunately, I only got the last 2 scrolls, and did not have the Sea of Reincarnation scroll to start the foundation building. Yi Fan felt regretful. For a physique like Tong Tong, only the ancient sun scripture was the perfect choice. He carefully thought about it, and engraved the 9 ancient characters gifted by the ancient sun emperor stroke by stroke onto Tong Tong's glabella, penetrating into his immortal platform, just like when the green-clothed old man passed it to him that day. This was where the foundation lay, the essence of the ancient sun scripture. Yi Fan wanted to imprint these 9 characters into his sea of consciousness, so that they would accompany him for life and comprehend them from a young age. This child had such a physique, and perhaps one day he would comprehend things that others could not. However, after Yi Fan engraved the 9 ancient characters on Tong Tong's immortal platform, there was suddenly a wonderful change. The child's body was like a divine sun in the sky, shining with boundless light. This little guy directly fainted, and Yi Fan hurriedly came to his aid, suppressing it with supreme Dao power, and finally covered up the light. "What's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable? What happened?" When he woke up, Yi Fan asked with concern, for fear that there was something wrong with him. "I don't feel uncomfortable." The little guy blinked his big eyes and said, "It's just that a little golden person suddenly appeared in my body, and he taught me to open up the Sea of Reincarnation." "What?" Yi Fan was taken aback, and finally knew why the Golden Crow race went to war and refused to let this child go. He really might have the ancient sun scripture on him. From this day onwards, every time after this child fell asleep, there would be a very special half an hour, and his whole body would shine with boundless golden light, like a rising and falling sun. When he woke up the next day, Tong Tong would clearly remember what the little golden person taught him, and how to let him cultivate. Yi Fan asked carefully, and found that it was an ancient and unfathomable mental cultivation method, and he was almost certain that it was the ancient sun scripture. There are many secrets hidden in this little guy's body. Yi Fan searched many times, but did not find anything strange. The little golden person seemed to have come from the depths of his primordial spirit. Let's go, we should return to land. Half a month later, Yi Fan decided to leave the North Sea with this child. Why go back? That place is full of bad people. Tong Tong's big eyes were very clear, and he said with incomparable seriousness. Yi Fan rubbed his head and said, there are still some good people in this world. I'll bring you to meet good people, and at the same time, see if we can steal an ancient sacred weapon from the bad people. At that time, kill one bad person if they come, and kill two if they come. The North Sea was pitch black and deep. Compared to the other oceans, its watercolor was very special, as if it had been dyed with ink. It was vast and boundless, many times larger than the land. It would be difficult for a person to cross to the end even if they spent their entire life. Fortunately, there were many ancient islands in the sea, and there were ancient transportation formations carved by the ancient sages, turning the natural moat into a passageway. In such a boundless sea, who knew how many powerful creatures were born in the water, and there was no lack of archaic beasts and world-shaking great demons. People even suspected that there were existences comparable to ancient saints in the sea. Because it was really too big, no one could explore to the end, and naturally, no one knew how terrifying the experts were. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many human cultivators went out to sea in search of immortal realms, ancient saints, and traces of great emperors. Although the North Sea was not like the Eastern Sea, which had endless legends like the immortal island Ponlay and was the preferred destination of the human race's ancient saints in their later years, there were also many ancient caves and inheritances. Yi Fan brought Tong Tong forward in the North Sea. Suddenly, he saw auspicious qi pervading the air ahead, and faintly discernible waves of celestial music were transmitted over. His expression changed, and he walked forward on the waves, disappearing with each step. His speed was very fast. In the distance, he saw an immortal island with 5 colors soaring into the sky. Multicolored light lingered around it, and it was a scene of peace. Someone had opened an ancient cave and was welcoming guests. When he arrived, he could see streams of light. It was a powerful cultivator riding on a magic treasure, and they all landed on the ancient island in front of him. Among them, there were human experts, as well as heroic heroes of the demonic race. There were all kinds of people, men and women, and the common characteristic was that they were all very powerful. Yi Fan saw a flood dragon patrolling the sea. It was a very powerful big demon, and he went forward and asked, "What's going on up ahead?" The old man of the North Sea, esteemed Xuangui's 3600th birthday is approaching, and he has invited friends from all over the world. He has opened his cave and invited guests. After the flood dragon answered, it continued to patrol the sea. Apparently, it was a commander guarding the island, and it rode the wind and waves to call out to the small demons everywhere. Yi Fan was really shocked, and he muttered, 3,600 years old. He really lives up to his race. Yi Fan held Tong Tong's hand and they landed on the island. There were strange rocks on the island, and the fragrance of old medicine wafted in the air, and there were bursts of auspicious signs. The Lord of the Human King Hall has sent a congratulatory gift, and the Deputy Hall Master has arrived. The Black Dragon King of the North Sea has arrived. The Protector of the Longevity Temple has arrived. The Moon Palace. As soon as he arrived on the ancient island, Yi Fan heard these voices, and he was surprised. The esteemed Xianghui really had great supernatural power, and there were so many great forces coming to congratulate him. Come, report your name. Those who enter the island are the masters of each religion, or the direct descendants. You are not allowed to bring children into the island, a big demon shouted. Beside him, an old demon quickly went forward and pulled the big demon away, and said in a low voice, "You don't want to live anymore, don't you know who he is?" "Who is he?" "Today, he is probably more eye-catching than the old man of the esteemed Xianghui." Chapter 729. In the distance, the North Sea rose and fell. It was as dark as a boundless abyss. This place, on the other hand, was auspicious with rosy clouds and dancing cranes. The fragrance of ancient medicines permeated the air. The cave was very magnificent. Many great characters from all over the world had come. There were great sects from the continent as well as vagrant cultivators from the ocean. All of them were extremely prominent and intimidating. Yi Fan came while holding the hand of a 5-year-old child. This was very eye-catching. Many people glanced over with strange expressions. Not far away, the young commander who had been dragged away by the old demon was drenched in cold sweat. He said, "He's the one who escaped from the sea and killed 5 golden crow princes with a bow in one day?" This was definitely a murderous star. During this time, all the demonic cultivators in the North Sea had been very cautious out of fear of touching this murderous star. Yi Fan held the child's hand and walked inside. Many people were surprised because not everyone knew him. This place was made up of jade steps. Beautiful women carried jade trays to deliver delicacies and wine. Who is this person? He doesn't know the rules at all. Bringing a child to a banquet? What a scandal. Doesn't he know that everyone here is famous? A discordant voice came from not far away. It was an embroidered young master with a folding fan. There were many people coming in and out of the island. The mist flowed under their feet and immortal music rang out. Everyone in this area immediately looked over. Did esteemed Master Xianxia say not to bring children? Yi Fan asked the young commander next to him. He was the protector of this island. This was a shark demon. Just now, he had heard an old demon say that no one should stop or disrespect this master. Otherwise, there would be a great calamity. This was the rumored murderous star. After hearing Yi Fan's question, he immediately trembled and stuttered, "No, esteemed master, didn't say anything." Yi Fan nodded and said, "In that case, I'll go in to congratulate him. Otherwise, I'll leave right now and won't disturb master." The young commander nodded like a chick pecking rice. He ordered people to lead the way with great respect. On the other side, the young master was very unhappy. He hadn't expected that Yi Fan wouldn't even respond to him. He simply said a few words to a demon race leader. Not just anyone can enter an occasion like this. After all, it's very formal. If it's not a grandmaster, then it's the direct descendants of the various sections. This is an unwritten rule. Bringing a child who stinks of his mother's milk here is really too unruly. When Yi Fan heard such ambiguous words, he stopped and looked ahead, saying, "The owner of this place said it's nothing, so what are you? Why are there so many rules? If you want to put on airs, go back to your own cave abode." Pa. The man in brocade clothes closed his folding fan and walked over step by step. He said, "I'm doing this to show my respect to esteemed mysterious turtle. I think you should learn the rules of the demonic race." He didn't say anything more but stood on the jade stairs, blocking the way with a hint of mockery and provocation. There was a faint smile on Yi Fan's face as he led little Tong forward. With every step he took, a mark of the Tao would appear. Auspicious light descended from the jade steps as if the great Tao was resonating with it. The color of the man in brocade clothes suddenly changed. As the heir of an ancient cave abode in the North Sea, he had dominated the boundless sea and dominated the world, but he couldn't do this. Every step of Yi Fan was very gentle, but every time it fell, it was amazing. There were sounds of Tao resonating, auspicious air lingering, and the jade stairs were pulsating. Who is he, could it be? At this moment, the man in brocade clothes felt a chill in his heart. He could see the whole leopard from one spot. He was far inferior to this kind of terrible Tao technique. The traces of Tao on the jade stairs appeared one after another, as all sorts of runes flashed. In the eyes of others, it was only pulsating, but in the eyes of the man in brocade clothes, it was like the heavens and earth were collapsing. He felt as though there was a giant walking towards him. That kind of footsteps was like a devil's curse that hammered on his heart. Step by step, he felt as though his body was about to explode. At this moment, his blood vessels were about to rupture. His veins bulged out, resembling numerous horned dragons, malevolent and incomparably terrifying. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. He wanted to persist, but he had no way to resist. Just like that, he could only remain rooted on the jade stairs. Boom! When Yi Fan's final step landed, the man in brocade clothes screamed as he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His entire person was flung through the air like a blade of grass, landing on the ground. Everyone was dumbstruck. Yi Fan was holding the hand of a 5-year-old child, and his steps were very gentle. He only took 5 steps, yet a second-level immortal foundation genius was flung through the air, coughing out blood. This was simply too terrifying. This was the embodiment of the Tao, merging one's body with nature. Even the sound of his footsteps contained the divine melody of the great Tao, making it hard for others to resist. Young Master Jin Bei. After Yi Fan walked over, only then did someone dare to step forward and help him up, stopping the bleeding and feeding him a medicinal pill. You bullied me too much, if I don't take revenge for this. This young demon lord named Jin Bei gritted his teeth. Silence. Someone hurriedly stopped him and transmitted his voice. Although you are a demon lord, do you know who he is? He's the one who escaped from the sea. Recently, the entire North Sea is filled with his legend. What? It's really him. Jin Bei's face turned pale, he was stunned on the spot. Over 100 experts of the Golden Crow race were killed by a single person. This entire sea region was dyed red by the blood of the Golden Crows. The rumor of a young man killing 5 crown princes of the Golden Crow race with a bow shook the entire world. Right now, many cultivators of the North Sea were filled with trepidation. They were afraid of having an unnecessary conflict with this killing star. Yi Fan led a 5-year-old child forward and walked up the stairs. It was as if he was ascending to the heavens. 5-colored jade stones sparkled and mist rose. He was very eye-catching. Esteemed Xianxia was 3,600 years old. This was a peerless old demon with great achievements. Not only was he famous in the North Sea, but even the sects on the land knew of him. Behind the jade tables, the people sitting cross-legged were all famous figures. When Yi Fan arrived, many people were surprised because they already knew his identity. An old man with a hunched back stood up from the 9-colored divine jade chair and said, "Sure enough, heroes come from the young. Please take a seat at the side." This was the world-famous esteemed Xianxia, a long-lived ancient demon who had lived for 3,600 years with unfathomable strength. His hair was sparse and his face was full of wrinkles like a piece of paper with a smile on it. "Greetings, esteemed Xianxia." Yi Fan bowed respectfully. This ancient monster regarded him highly and brought him to the VIP seats. Yi Fan naturally returned the favor and presented a congratulatory gift that wasn't too meager. This is the person who escaped from the eye of the North Sea. He single-handedly massacred everyone from the Golden Crow race who went out to sea, shocking the world. A young expert who can soar into the clouds. In the future, he will most likely be able to compete with Yin Tianda. There are not many people in the present world who can kill him. People discussed in low voices. Recently, Yi Fan rose like a comet and illuminated the earth. No matter where he went, he was destined to be the center of attention. Little friend Ye's skills are world-shaking. Amazing, amazing. Beside Yi Fan, there were sect master-level figures who complimented him. They clinked cups with him and chatted enthusiastically. Since ancient times, heroes come from the young. We are old. Come, 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 let us drink this cup of wine. The result of Yi Fan's shocking battle was that even though he was so young, no one dared to look down on him. He was sitting on the same level as the older generation's heroes. When the younger generation's heroes looked at him, they all carried a trace of respect. Of course, there were also many people who watched from afar and didn't say a word. They didn't want to have anything to do with Yi Fan. After all, the Golden Crow race was too powerful. There was no lack of old friends from the Golden Crow race here. They were very hostile towards him but didn't dare to act out. Now that his reputation was like the sun in the sky, no one was willing to provoke him. Experts gathered like clouds. There was no lack of goddesses from the Human King Hall, Tao protectors from the Longevity Temple, peak characters from the Moon Palace, and the princess of the Ziwei Divine Dynasty. Brother Yi, I've long heard of your great name. A man dressed in black dragon robes walked over. He held a cup of wine and had a smile on his face. Among his black hair, there were 2 dragon horns that were very eye-catching. This was the famous Black Dragon King of the North Sea. Although he hadn't cultivated for a long time, he was extremely powerful and famous. His ancestor was over 3,700 years old and was known as the Black Dragon Old Ancestor. The pressure he exerted on the cultivators of the North Sea made it hard for them to breathe. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't be arrogant. He smiled and clinked cups with him as they chatted, talking about some of his experiences in cultivation. As for Little Tong, he was very quiet. He blinked his large black gem-like eyes and ate at the side. He didn't need to worry about him. When the other cultivators saw the Black Dragon King coming forward, many people also came over to chat. For a period of time, this place was very lively. Brother Yi truly has great spirit and divine abilities, daring to shoot golden crows with his bow and killing 5 crown princes in a single day. This is truly a magnificent feat. Someone said. There was naturally a feud between the Golden Crow race here. Brother Yi, you have to be careful. The Golden Crow race has a true king that can contend against a matchless divine king. He's almost invincible. Yi Fan was surrounded by people toasting him. Someone kindly reminded him. Not long after, celestial music rang out and the demonic girls began to dance. More esteemed guests had arrived. People couldn't help but look outside. They saw the young Master Jin Bei walking over with a handsome man. His long eyebrows reached his temples and stars flickered in his eyes. His hair was tied up with a purple gold crown. He walked like a dragon and a tiger, possessing the bearing of a monarch. The 9-headed Dragon King is here. Someone cried out in surprise. The North Sea was boundless and unfathomable. Many people believed that there was a Kuan-Peng origin ancestor in its depths. He was a terrifying ancient saint that was in deep slumber. And in this known sea region, the strength of the major powers could be estimated. Rumor had it that the 9-headed Dragon King was an unrivaled expert of the demon race. Rumor had it that after the 9-headed Dragon King turned into a human, he destroyed his own demonic essence and changed to a human method. Now, his Tao technique had reached perfection and he cultivated a terrifying ancient orthodoxy of the human race. At this moment, people were surprised because beside the 9-headed Dragon King, there were a few golden crows and the divine son of Taiyin. They were all enemies of Yi Fan. After the 9-headed Dragon King paid his respects to esteemed Xianghui and presented his gift, he stared at Yi Fan and said, "In this kind of occasion, everyone who has a seat is a grandmaster. Even the direct descendants of each religion are seated at the end of the table. You really don't know the rules by bringing a child who smells like milk." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The 9-headed Dragon King was an unrivaled expert of the North Sea. Everyone knew that he had a close relationship with the Golden Crow tribe. Now that he was making things difficult, it was obvious what was going on. "You said that the identity of the person here is not trivial. Do you know who he is?" As the only remaining descendant of the Saint Emperor of the human race, he is 10,000 times more noble than you, Yi Fan replied calmly. Everyone put down their wine cups and the place suddenly became quiet. People's hearts were beating rapidly as they recognized the divine son of Taiyin who was beside the 9-headed Dragon King. Could that valiant-looking golden crows be Luya? The 9-headed Dragon King, the divine son of Taiyin, and Luya were the most terrifying young cultivators on the mainland and overseas. Could it be that they were here to kill Yi Fan? The descendant of the human race's Saint Emperor, haha. The 9-headed Dragon King laughed and then his expression suddenly turned cold. He said, "Do you think he is just because you say so? I also said that he is the descendant of my servant. Now, I am here to capture him." The divine son of Taiyin and the powerful golden crows also looked cold. They stared at Yi Fan and the 5-year-old child who was sitting quietly behind the jade table. "You said that he is the descendant of your servant? If you can still live in the North Sea just because of this, you will be hated by both humans and gods." Yi Fan stared coldly at the 9-headed Dragon King and then looked at the important figures from the Human King Hall, the Moon Palace, the Ziwei Celestial Dynasty, and other ancient lineages of the human race. He said, "Do you think what I said makes sense?" Chapter 730. There were several ancient inheritances of the human race. Every great power had 3 generations present. There were peerless overlords, middle-aged lords, goddesses, princesses, and so on. Their expressions froze. Insulting the ancestor of a 5-year-old child as a servant was another way of insulting the ancient emperor of the human race. This was also an embarrassment for them. You're nothing more than a reptile. How dare you say that the ancient human emperor is your family's slave? How audacious! Are you trying to provoke the entire human race? Yi Fan's voice was stern as he scolded loudly. The ancient saint emperor of the human race had a special status in history. He was considered the common ancestor of the human race in the ancient Z-Wei star field. Insulting him in front of everyone made the immortal inheritances lose face. The ancient Sun Emperor is admired by the whole world and revered by all races. I don't dare to be disrespectful. I'm only talking about this child. He is not the descendant of the human emperor and doesn't have the blood of the human emperor. What's wrong with what I said? The 9-headed dragon king argued. Yi Fan stood up. His expression was solemn and awe-inspiring. He shouted righteously, "Do you dare to say it again? This child's ancestor was your servant. Do you really dare to say it?" He stood on the side of righteousness and purposely raised his voice. It was like the roar of a Buddhist lion. He concentrated his essence, energy, and spirit and contained his powerful will. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear. It was like the booming of a great bell, stirring people's hearts and souls. Many people were affected by him. Seeing his righteous appearance, they resonated with him. At this moment, they were like ancient sages who had awakened and shouted in unison. An enormous pressure pressed down on the 9-headed dragon king. This was the will of everyone present who resonated with him. It was the will of many experts who had unknowingly released it. It could be said that this was an unstoppable and all-conquering power of faith. They all shouted at the 9-headed dragon king. Yi Fan advanced with this will that could sweep through everything. Every step he took caused the divine land of 5 colors to shake. It was as if the ruler of the human race was angrily rebuking him. Do you dare to say it again? Yi Fan took 9 steps forward and also shouted 9 times. Every single time, his voice shook heaven and earth. His voice rumbled like thunder and contained supreme might. He was like a deity that descended into this world. The 9-headed dragon king was suppressed to the point where he couldn't say a word. Even if he had heaven-defying divine abilities, he couldn't fight against this power of faith. He took 9 steps back, and every time he took a step back, he would cough out a large mouthful of blood. He was suffering from an unimaginable mental pressure. When faced with Yi Fan's shout, he couldn't say a single word. He could only take steps back, his face scarlet red. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, suppressed by a type of great power. Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan's methods were extraordinary. With a roar of the divine sound of the great path, it resonated with many people of the human clan. The roar went straight to their hearts, and the power of faith cut through everything. Who could stop it? Yi Fan was like a god descending from the heavens, advancing forward with an indomitable will. He raised his right fist, the supreme fist intent of the 6 paths reincarnation gathered, ready to strike. Kacha! The 9-headed dragon king shattered the multicolored jade platform. With a flip, he disappeared like a streak of multicolored light, leaving behind a large string of blood in his original location. Dragon ascending stairway. A living fossil woke up with a start, speaking this type of heaven ascending step. At this moment, everyone gradually woke up, no longer resonating with Yi Fan. That terrifying Dao sound disappeared, and this multicolored divine land became peaceful again. Everyone was horrified. Yi Fan almost subdued the enemy without even fighting. He stood on the side of righteousness, borrowing power from the mysterious Dao sound to resonate and kill the enemy. You resorted to trickery. Finally, the 9-headed dragon king caught his breath, unable to restrain his anger. Yi Fan was extremely resentful. This enemy was truly powerful, actually able to break free from the unstoppable power of faith under this type of situation. The battlefield was deathly silent. No one said anything for a long time. This type of method was extremely terrifying, and it was also extremely stunning. How many people could accomplish this? The nine-headed Dragon King's expression was ugly to the extreme. It wasn't that his fighting strength was lacking, but rather that he was suppressed by the enemy's great power. No one could defend against this attack with the power of 10,000 jin. Yi Fan calmly sat behind the jade table and said, "What? You can't say it, or do you not dare to say it?" He berated loudly. His face was incomparably serious and full of righteousness. This kind of expression made the nine-headed Dragon King so angry he wanted to vomit blood. Borrowing power to resort to trickery, in his eyes, this was a head that deserved to be executed. Who do you think you are? Even the lord of this place, esteemed Black Turtle, didn't say anything, yet you came here to give pointers and humiliate my human race's holy emperor. Do you want to become the enemy of the entire world? Yi Fan sat behind the jade table with a dignified expression as he spoke loudly. Everyone was quietly watching, and no one spoke. In the first confrontation, Yi Fan occupied the absolute upper hand, but this was not related to his true fighting strength. The extremely valiant man among the Golden Crows stepped forward. He had the bearing of a dragon and a tiger. His eyes were like lightning, and his golden hair draped over his shoulders. This was an extraordinary character from the Golden Crow clan. He obtained the human race's ancient orthodoxy, and his Daoist name was Jianghu. He was the youngest brother of the Golden Crow clan's invincible king. His seniority was extremely high, and his strength was terrifying. He played an important role in the clan, and he was the youngest giant. He's the Taoist Jianghu. He actually came out of isolation, and he's the most beloved youngest brother of the Golden Crow clan's invincible king. He's not that old, and he's the youngest uncle of the Golden Crow clan's 10th prince. Someone recognized Jianghu. It was obvious that he had a great reputation. As the youngest giant of the Golden Crow clan, he had an extraordinary identity. What kind of skill is trickery? Jianghu said. Is this trickery? This is the path of a saint, the unity of heaven and man. Every blade of grass, every tree, and every living thing in the world are all for my use. If this is trickery, why don't you try? Yi Fan remained unmoved as he sat behind the jade table and spoke. The black mist pounced over, and the divine son of Taiyin seemed to be standing in eternal darkness. The bone-chilling Taiyin holy power surged, and his voice was also very cold as he said, "Come out and fight. Fighting with you will only stain my hands." Yi Fan sat up high, and he glanced down and said, "As a human, you want to kill the divine emperor's descendant and collude with the Golden Crow clan. Who do you think you are?" Everyone present was dumbfounded. Yi Fan was really merciless. He faced the three great experts alone, and he mercilessly criticized them without any scruples. "I forgot, this is how the bloodline of the ancient Moon Emperor was destroyed. Although you guys are called the Ancient Moon Sect, you actually schemed to steal the Orthodox inheritance, harmed the bloodline of the ancient emperor, and replaced it." Yi Fan was not afraid at all, directly exposing the scars. This was the disgraceful past of the Taiyin sect. They killed the bloodline of the Taiyin ancient emperor and created another bloodline. It was full of blood and betrayal. Being exposed in front of him, the divine son of Taiyin's face turned ashen. The Taiyin sect had been flourishing for many years, and no one dared to say such things anymore. "Yi, come out and die. Come out and fight. Fight to the death in the sea." The nine-headed Dragon King, Jianghu, and the divine son of Taiyin all shouted. The three of them wanted to fight with Yi Fan immediately and kill him. Everyone was shocked. Which one of these three wasn't a genius? They were the most terrifying young experts in the world today. The nine-headed Dragon King was an invincible master of the North Sea and had never been defeated until now. Even a living fossil couldn't do anything to him, which made all the sect masters fear him. Jianghu was the youngest brother of the invincible king of the Golden Crow clan. He shocked the world and obtained the inheritance of the human race. Not to mention the divine son of Taiyin, He was Yin Tianda's sworn brother and was known as one of the most terrifying people in the Ziwei ancient star region. These people were known as geniuses. Each of them was invincible in their own area and no one was a match for them. They were respected by the young generation in the world. If you want me to take your heads, kneel outside the island and wait. Today is the birthday of esteemed Xianghui, and I don't want to disturb his banquet. As soon as Yi Fan said this, not only were the three geniuses furious, but the others also felt that he was being too arrogant. The most terrifying young people in the world were gathered together. Any cultivator below the 3 slashes of the immortal realm would be defeated. Everyone believed that Yi Fan could fight against any one of the 3 alone, that he was a stunning genius of the same level. However, this type of arrogance was a bit too much. On the birthday of great ancestor Xianghui, it's better to be friendly, said the Black Dragon King. Then, he secretly transmitted his voice to Yi Fan, Brother Yi, come with me later. Let's go to the Dragon Palace of the North Sea as a guest. These 3 are each more ruthless than the other. There were others who advised against taking action here, but even more people didn't say anything. All of them wanted to watch a fierce battle between giants, because this was a confrontation between world-shocking geniuses. Only a battle would determine who the unmatched king was. Everyone, please do me a favor. Today is my 3600th birthday. Don't fight with weapons, said esteemed Xianghui. Esteemed Xianghui, I don't want to disturb your birthday. That would be a sin. But this matter cannot be settled peacefully. After the banquet, I want to end it with them in the sea, said Yi Fan. The 9-headed Dragon King, Qiang, and the divine son of Taiyin all sneered at Yi Fan. Esteemed Xianghui had already spoken, so they did not dare to offend him. An old man who had lived for 3,600 years, even his clan leader was afraid of him. The birthday banquet was supposed to be lively and exciting. After all, this was the birthday of a peerless ancient demon. Everyone was happy to come and build a good relationship with him. However, at this moment, everyone was itching for the birthday banquet to end immediately so that they could watch the battle between Yi Fan and the others. Everyone wanted to know who was the real king among kings and who was qualified to fight for the #1 position in the world in the future. On the jade table, delicacies from the mountains and seas, fine wine, everything that one could wish for was there. However, everyone tasted as if they were chewing wax, some of them unable to sit still. On the contrary, the main characters were rather calm. Yi Fan, 9-headed flood dragon king, and the others poured themselves wine and drank, all of them extremely calm. Yi Fan even poured a glass of wine for little Tong Tong. The little guy drank it until his face was red and he shouted that he wanted more. Everyone was speechless. It was not until esteemed Xianghui ordered the little demon to present the unique treasure of this ancient cavern, Xuanwu fruit, to the distinguished guests that people were attracted. The dark green fruit was shaped like a small turtle, but it was only the size of a pigeon's egg. It was crystal clear, and the fragrance was so strong that it could not be dispersed. This was the special product of this ancient cavern. It was produced by the Xuanwu vine, which was rooted in the sea milk. It was very beneficial for cultivation, but it was very rare. There were not many of them in a year. Therefore, even the distinguished guests only had one. Later, people were immersed in the celebration of the birthday banquet. While enjoying the Xuanwu fruit, the fairies of the Moon Palace performed a dance. It could be said that it was beautiful and pleasing to the eyes. This was one of Yi Qingwu's junior sisters. Her status was second only to her. She was so beautiful that the moon and flowers would blush. Her dance was graceful and charming. However, people also felt that it was a pity that goddess Yi Qingwu did not come. They could not witness her beauty. Now, many people were willing to kneel at her feet. However, people soon understood. Princess Yueshur of the Ziwei divine dynasty was here. She was the second most beautiful woman in the world and had once competed with Yi Qingwu for beauty. She could be said to be a peerless beauty. Her appearance caused the entire island to brighten up. The dance of the Ziwei divine dynasty's Princess Yueshur made many people intoxicated. Her singing was even more moving. People couldn't help but hope that the banquet could continue. Yuesher will also go to the sea to watch the battle. I am willing to play the zither and play a song for this world-shocking battle. The birthday banquet had ended, but many people were still intoxicated. Only when Princess Yuesher spoke softly did they wake up. They discovered that there were already many figures rushing towards the sky and into the sea region. A world-shocking battle was inevitable. Chapter 731. Above the northern sea, human figures were everywhere. Standing in the air, there were sect masters from the land and ancient demons from the sea. All of them were gazing into the distance. Up ahead, a black wave rose against the heavens, scattering the clouds and cleansing the blue sky. Two males were coldly confronting each other. The tides surged, and the waves were terrifying. Yi Fan and the nine-headed flood dragon king were several hundred zhang apart. There was a formless domain between the two, and with a hong sound, a 10,000 zhang deep abyss formed. Endless seawater rushed into the heavens, exposing the seabed below. This was the power of the geniuses of the present age. They didn't even take action, but just the formless domain of confrontation wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. There was no chance of survival within. The nine-headed flood dragon king was unrivaled in the younger generation of the northern sea. He moved unhindered under the heavens and had never tasted defeat. Naturally, he had the qualifications to look down on the present age. The only remaining descendant of the human race's holy emperor? I'm definitely going to keep this servant. He stared at the child on Yi Fan's shoulder, and his eyes flickered with a demonic radiance. The 5-year-old child was extremely obedient. He understood that a great battle was about to happen, so he didn't utter a single word. He only wrinkled his little nose and stared at the nine-headed flood dragon king with his bright black eyes. Making the last descendant of the human race's holy emperor become your servant. Yi Fan walked forward step by step. His body was surrounded by golden holy light, and he was like an ancient war god that crossed time and space to walk over from the past. Correct, he is quite similar to the legendary human emperor. He is more than suitable to be my servant. The nine-headed flood dragon king had his hands behind his back as he calmly spoke these words. Who do you think you are? Even if an ancient great emperor is reborn, or an immortal reincarnated, I will still kill you. Yi Fan took action. Mountain embracing imprint. He stood in the void with a mountain in his arms. A black mountain descended from the sky, immediately causing the heavens to collapse and the seas to roar. The sun and moon lost their radiance, and this place became a collapsing world. Rise! The nine-headed flood dragon king shouted. 9 azure dragons rushed out from his back, defying the heavens and coiling around the black mountain. The dragons' bodies were all pulled into the mountain. Hong! The black mountain collapsed, and the 9 azure dragons rushed out. They were bold and powerful, and every single one of them was covered in dense scales as if they were cast from black gold. They pounced towards Yi Fan with boundless ferocity. Who? Yi Fan was as steady as a boulder. Facing the 9 azure dragons, he reached out with his huge golden hand, covering the sky and covering the earth as it slammed down. The embracing mountain's seal was endless. His 5 fingers became 5 golden mountains that pressed downwards, colliding with the 9 true dragons. Azure light and golden light burst forth, releasing a shockwave that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Dragon battles in the wild. The 9-headed flood dragon king let out a loud roar. The 9 true dragons circled above and let out roars that sounded like raging waves that shook the heavens and earth. The boundless great wastelands appeared within the mountains. 9 dragons leapt about, as if they arrived in the ancient great earth. They swooped down, attacking the 5 great golden peaks. This was a collision like a comet crashing into the ground. Mountains appeared one after another, boundless and boundless. 9 dragons circled about and collided with the 5 golden mountains. Endless light and boundless divine might destroyed all living things. Bang! In the end, Yi Fan's golden hand shook forcefully, shattering this part of the world. Everything ceased to exist. What embracing mountain seal? What true dragons? Everything had disappeared. The nine-headed flood dragon king spat out a mouthful of turbid air in the distance. His expression was calm as he said, "You didn't disappoint me." Yi Fan didn't say anything. His expression was grave. This was an unparalleled great enemy. No wonder he could move unhindered through the world and had never tasted defeat. He was known as the Northern Sea's unrivaled expert. This was a great world filled with resplendent stars. Every region produced world-shaking geniuses, all of them heaven-warping talents. The Northern Sea's nine-headed flood dragon king's reputation was not in vain. Yi Fan collected little pupil into the pristine jade bottle. His entire being became indistinct as if he was about to merge into the world. He became one with the ocean and the void. He advanced step by step. His own aura disappeared as he synchronized with the world's pulse. He activated the power of the great Tao and struck forward. Heaven and man as one. In the distance, many people revealed looks of surprise. Those who could resonate with the Tao were the most terrifying. They were close to the origin of the Tao and would often display inconceivable power. At my level, do you think you can kill me with just this? The nine-headed flood dragon king's lips curled into a cold smile. A dragon leapt up, and the 24 heavens appeared behind him. In the distant sky, everyone gasped. Just how great of a divine ability was needed to produce such a scene? The nine-headed flood dragon king was too ambitious. He wanted to use his own strength to produce the 24 heavens. Even though it was still hazy and had just begun to take shape, this was definitely a type of great boldness. Who would dare to evolve it? Who would dare to do such a thing? The 24 heavens were like 24 great gates that led to the outer realms. They opened in this instant and surged with boundless world force. Auspicious clouds appeared in tens of thousands of streaks of auspicious light as they suppressed Yi Fan together. Yi Fan was one with the heavens and one with the ocean. He pulsed with all things. He was using the power of the Tao, and there was an undying divine radiance. Explosive sounds rang out one after another in the Northern Sea. Yi Fan used the power of the great Tao to forcefully collide with the 24 heavens, producing sounds that resembled landslides and tsunamis. Boundless light and boundless sound filled every inch of space. It was as if great stars were shattering one after another and scattering into the vast ocean. Yi Fan retreated from the state of the Tao and was no longer synchronized with all things. He truly appeared in the void and stood on the Black Sea. The nine-headed flood dragon king appeared in the sky with the 24 heavens behind him. He was like a deity at the center of the myriad worlds, overlooking all life as if he was the only sovereign. The remaining bloodline of the human race's heavenly emperor isn't enough to be my servant. I'll add you as well. His voice was bone-chilling. Yi Fan said, "You're afraid." Me? Afraid? I've roamed the world unhindered until now, but I still don't know how to write the word afraid. You said all that just to provoke me to find a flaw. This means that you don't have any confidence and are afraid, said Yi Fan. The nine-headed flood dragon king mocked, "I'm only speaking the truth. You and the heavenly emperor's descendant will be my servants. You're afraid that you'll lose to me and break your unrivaled legend. Even if your strength is similar to mine, you'll still lose this battle." Yi Fan said calmly. Boom! The great battle erupted once again. This was a great battle of life and death. In the blink of an eye, more than 500 exchanges had passed. They fought until the sun and moon dimmed and the Northern Sea boiled. Suddenly, when the battle reached 800 exchanges, Yi Fan split into 4. 3 auspicious clouds rushed out from his head and turned into 3 other true bodies. Every one of them was himself. His flesh and blood were solid, his battle intent could split the sky and his divine power was like the sea. They roared together, shaking the distant islands and causing them to collapse. The seawater below dried up and evaporated, revealing the seabed tens of thousands of zhang below. These Yi Fans were in a frenzy. Their hair was messy and their eyes were like blades. They surrounded the nine-headed flood dragon king and attacked with great force, wanting to turn him into meat paste. This was an incomparably tyrannical scene. Many cultivators in the distant sky were blown away like fallen leaves by the shockwaves, and many people fell from the sky. What? That's the unrivaled art of the Eight Visions Temple Master, a divine technique that shouldn't be passed down through generations. How could he know it? One chi turning three pure ones is a divine technique used to slay deities. How could it appear in his hands? Everyone was shaken and couldn't understand what was going on. Astonishment was written all over their faces. Taiyin Godchild's expression changed immediately and said, "How could he know it? That's the divine technique of my sworn brother Yin Tianda. No one in this world can imitate it. It hasn't been passed down." On the battlefield, the nine-headed flood dragon king was truly stunned. A chill emerged in his heart. The legends regarding this unrivaled secret technique were widespread and everyone in the world knew about it. It was incomparably terrifying. Rumor had it that the one chi turning three pure ones wasn't an incarnation. One person could create three copies of himself, each of which was the true body and possessed the exact same divine might as the original self. The nine-headed flood dragon king felt a chill in his heart. One Yi Fan was already terrifying enough, but now there were four of them. How could he fight? He didn't dare to fight to the death. He dashed left and right in an attempt to fly out of the battlefield. He wanted to wait for the effect of the one chi turning three pure ones to disappear before killing his enemies. Had Yi Fan really mastered the one chi turning three pure ones? The answer was, of course, no. He had seen Yin Tianji use it before. Now, he was merely using the fighting's secret character to imitate its form. It could only allow one of the true bodies to possess terrifying divine might, but it could only last for a few breaths. The other, true body, had been taken over by his primordial spirit and could also unleash terrifying divine sense combat power. The third one was merely an imitation of the true body's form. On the battlefield, his true body was incomparably tyrannical and unleashed his full combat power. The scene was naturally horrifying as his roar shattered a few deserted islands in the sea. The nine-headed flood dragon king's heart was filled with fear. He was no longer in the mood to fight and thus revealed a huge opening. Yi Fan's true bodies went against the heavens and fiercely attacked. The nine-headed flood dragon king's combat power was divided into four parts and attacked the Yi Fan simultaneously in an attempt to escape. At this moment, however, Yi Fan didn't care about anything else. He activated the power of his true body and unleashed the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, pressing forward with an indomitable will. With this attack, 6 ancient universes appeared. The stars shifted, the heaven and earth were suppressed, and the 24 heavens were covered. Everything disappeared. At this moment, everyone could only feel an ancient and inextinguishable fist intent, shatter the heavens. At this moment, time seemed to have frozen. There was only this fist in the world. It was as if he could tear through the ancient time and space and destroy everything in the present. He charged into the boundless future and was unstoppable. As soon as the fist was unleashed, the world became silent. "Ah!" the nine-headed flood dragon king screamed. First, his hands turned into powder, then his arms, and then his head and torso. All of them were completely destroyed. He faced the enemy with a quarter of his combat power. How could he block the 6 paths of reincarnation fist? There was only a bloody mist left in the air. Everyone was stunned. With one punch, the mountains and rivers collapsed. This kind of fist intent was too terrifying. Was the nine-headed flood dragon king dead? This was everyone's question. An unrivaled expert of the North Sea had never been defeated in his life. Could it be that his name would be forever removed from the world after his first defeat? This result was too tragic. "You killed me, you actually killed me." A voice reverberated in the air like thunder. The vast sky was shaking as if endless thunder had descended. The nine-headed flood dragon king. Everyone was shocked. He was crushed in the vacuum. Was he still not dead? How powerful was he to be able to do this? In the sky, an enormous green flood dragon appeared. It was truly too large, covering the sky and covering the earth. It stood there majestically like a mountain ridge. It actually had 9 heads, each like a majestic mountain. However, one of them was crushed and was badly mutilated. Fresh blood dripped down and fell into the sea, dyeing the water red. The 9-headed flood dragon king has 9 heads and 9 lives. It seems that the legend is true, esteemed Xianghui said to himself in the crowd. You killed one of my lives. 100 deaths cannot atone for this. I will use your divine blood to wash away this humiliation. In the sky, the huge flood dragon king roared. The 8 giants filled the sky and cast a large shadow on the sea. So you still have 8 lives? Within 8 moves, I will kill you like a dog. Yi Fan's voice was not loud, but it resounded between heaven and earth, making everyone tremble. They were horrified as if they had heard the oath of a demon. Chapter 732. Kill me in 8 moves, kill me in 8 moves. The 9-headed flood dragon king repeated. His voice grew louder and louder, like a sea of thunder rumbling in the air. He retracted his flood dragon form and transformed into the appearance of a young man. His left hand wielded a divine shield while his right hand wielded a 9 dragons auspicious spear. He pointed it at the sky as he roared, "There has never been a person who dared to look down on me like this." Chi! He transformed into a beam of divine light as he rushed down. The spear in his hand seemed to be carved from rubies, sparkling and translucent, resplendent like blood. 9 dragons coiled around the shaft of the spear, looking extremely vivid and lifelike. The 9 heads gathered at the tip of the spear as they spat out a sharp blood-red spear tip. This spear strike contained all the Tao energy in his body. The 9 dragons gleamed with multicolored light and the tip of the spear was as translucent as a blood diamond, causing the hearts of those who looked at it to tremble. The coldness it exuded was so cold that it pierced into the bones. It pierced through the air for tens of miles, arriving before Yi Fan in an instant. What a good treasure! Yi Fan sighed in admiration. This spear was forged from the blood diamond of the 9 heavens divine jade. It was the first choice for forging king-rank divine weapons and could grow into a saint-rank divine weapon. He caught the spear barehandedly. His golden palm slammed into the spear, causing a string of sparks to fly out. Each of the sparks was like a shooting star, capable of collapsing the void and falling into the sea. The 9-headed flood dragon king coldly laughed. The 9 dragons' blood-drilled divine spear in his hand trembled as though it had come to life. The crystalline tip of the spear radiated a terrifying ripple that was even sharper than sabers. Bang! The spear slammed into Yi Fan's golden finger, causing it to tremble slightly. But this wasn't the end yet. The 9 dragons began to glow, letting out dragon roars as 9 levels of divine might gushed forth. Tao energy stacking. 9 different types of energy gushed forth, each stronger than the last. When the 9 Tao merged into one, it pierced through 6 sect leaders at the same time. Fresh blood dyed the spear red, incomparably bloody. The 9-headed flood dragon was a 2nd-level immortal foundation expert who stood on the 9th minor step and came into contact with the 7 forbidden domain. He was known as the number 1 expert of the Northern Sea. His spear strike caused ghosts to wail and gods to howl. Between the heavens and earth, a sinister wind howled as yellow clouds and blood rained. In this terrifying scene, the scarlet spear transformed into an eternal beam of blood light. At this point, Yi Fan couldn't hold back any longer. He transformed into a golden taiji circle, with the moon in his left hand and the sun in his right, the yin and yang divine points flying out. In the void, a dazzling light burst forth. This was the collision of extreme yin and extreme yang. There was a divine light that returned to primal chaos shining. Clang! The dragon spear that condensed the 9-headed flood dragon king's power was shaken until it bounced up high, releasing a mournful wail. The 9 dragons all began to go into hibernation, the radiance immediately dimmed. In ancient times, the blood diamond divine spear was refined after the souls of the 9 flood dragons were infused into it. It possessed the power of the ancient dragons, and in addition to the 9-headed flood dragon king's extraordinary talent, it had the strength to uproot mountains, and there was nothing it could not destroy. However, right now, he was suppressed, losing his past brilliance, unable to resist. At the same time, Yi Fan's golden Tai Chi circle released a terrifying domain power. It was a swamp of flowing yin-yang saint energy. The nine-headed flood dragon's expression changed. He couldn't move at all. It was the domain power released by the golden circle that trapped him within. This was an extremely terrifying result. Everyone in the world knew that the flesh of the divine body was unmatched. Within this type of specific range, who could be his opponent? It could be said that this was the divine domain that belonged solely to Yi Fan. After being locked in this divine domain, Yi Fan was an almost unrivaled existence. He could kill all enemies barehandedly, and it was useless no matter how high one's accomplishments were. "Break for me!" The nine-headed flood dragon king shouted. He was now completely anxious. Due to his carelessness, he actually fell into a hopeless situation. He struggled for his life. The golden Tai Chi circle was released, and it expanded endlessly, forming a terrifying domain. This was the first time Yi Fan displayed it, and it was one of the fruits of his 4 years of bitter cultivation. He quickly rushed over. His left and right hands respectively represented the Great Yin and Great Yang, slapping down one after another. Clang! The nine-headed flood dragon king used the divine shield in his hands to defend against this terrifying attack. However, this ancient shield was broken through without any suspense. You are already at this level. Holding the nine-dragon war spear is enough, yet you use a shield to protect yourself. You lack the courage to press forward. You fear that your unrivaled legend will be destroyed, but today, you will still be defeated. Yi Fan said. Break the law. At this moment, the nine-headed flood dragon king became anxious. Yi Fan arrived before him, and he was about to lose his chance. Below his feet, an expanse of dazzling radiance erupted. Meanwhile, blood sprayed out from his mouth, and a wave of terrifying divine force surged. Wang! The void trembled greatly. He was actually going to break through the golden Tai Chi circle, rush out of this divine domain and escape into the heavens. The nine-headed flood dragon seemed to have ignited, his entire body shining. That's the heaven ascension step. In the distance, someone said softly, as if they were extremely shocked. It was rumored that the heavenly ascension dragon stairway was dyed in blood with every step. The heaven and earth cried out in sorrow, the divine might shocking the world. It had long been lost for who knew how many years. This type of footwork technique's power was terrifying to the extreme. When the nine-headed flood dragon king took his first step, even the golden Tai Chi circle became a bit unstable, swaying back and forth. A streak of dragon-shaped divine splendor protected him. He was about to break out, but at this moment, Yi Fan didn't give him the chance. With a turn of his hand, his palm turned into a great imprint. It was precisely the heaven-overturning imprint. Pooh! It was as if a celestial emperor personally pressed down a precious imprint, engraving itself into the heavenly dome, covering the nine-headed flood dragon king. He exploded on the spot, turning into an expanse of shattered bones. A draconic cry sounded, shaking up the northern sea until it surged. The nine-headed flood dragon king reappeared. His second head was destroyed, losing his second life, but he was still trapped within the golden circle. He released a roar, coughing out large amounts of blood. He took a second step, breaking through half of his body. Before he took the third step, Yi Fan slapped down with the human emperor imprint, shattering it. Heavenly Ascension Dragon, this is a world-shocking footwork technique able to shatter the heavens, yet it only barely broke through that golden circle. How terrifying! An unmatched expert spoke. The nine-headed flood dragon king that revived again, this time finally breaking through the Tai Chi circle domain, breaking free from the threat of the divine domain. It truly was dyed in blood with every step, heaven and earth crying out in sorrow. He paid a tremendous price, suffering serious injuries. The Heavenly Ascension Dragon was originally an exceptional offensive footwork technique, rumored to be able to traverse all worlds. However, just now, he only barely stopped the golden circle and escaped, unable to display any offensive power. He knew that he had suffered a great defeat today, unable to continue fighting. With this world-shocking footwork technique, he ascended into the sky. When he took the seventh step, he almost passed through the dimensional space, disappearing from this place. However, what made his soul tremble was that Yi Fan wasn't able to break free, almost sticking to his back, closely chasing after him. What kind of footwork technique was this, actually able to keep up with the heavenly ascension dragon steps? This was what everyone was wondering, many people stupefied. In the end, a large golden hand reached down, the divine domain formed by the golden circle appearing within the palm world, trapping the nine-headed flood dragon king within. No matter how he attacked, he still couldn't escape from Yi Fan's palm. The heavenly ascension dragon steps pierced through the air, but he still couldn't break free. Pooh! Yi Fan slowly closed his palm and clenched down forcefully. The nine-headed flood dragon king roared unwillingly, but it was powerless to reverse the situation and turned into powder. Moreover, this time, after Yi Fan closed his fingers, he continued to crush them. Each of his golden fingers was like a millstone, and even if the nine-headed flood dragon king had 9 more lives, it still wouldn't be enough because he was trapped in the divine domain. In the end, he couldn't escape from Yi Fan's palm and was crushed to death. The legend of being undefeated all his life was shattered, and his name was forever erased from this world after his first great defeat. Everyone was shocked, staring blankly at the golden hand covering the sky. The world in the palm and the appearance of the terrifying divine domain made many people feel cold all over. Everything dissipated with the wind, and the nine-headed flood dragon king could never appear again. Only a battle spear with 9 dragons coiling around it fell from the sky, sparkling like a ruby, into Yi Fan's hand. He stood there with the spear, staring at Qi Yang and Tai Yin divine sun in the distance, and said, "It's your turn. Come at me together." In the distant sky, there was complete silence as everyone watched everything quietly. Yi Fan's combat ability was beyond imagination, and he even killed the number 1 of the rising stars of the North Sea. In front of so many people, how could Qi Yang and Tai Yin divine sun put down their pride and fight a group battle? Regardless of whether they were kind or disgusting, powerful cultivators had their own pride and dignity. In the current world, they were all young talents who were invincible in their own regions, and they all had the belief that they were invincible, so they couldn't accept defeat. That was because there were very few losers on the road to becoming a great emperor. If they were defeated again and again, their confidence would be destroyed, and they would lose the opportunity forever. Qi Yang stepped out. The blood feud between the Golden Crow clan and Yi Fan could not be resolved. No matter how terrifying Yi Fan was, he had to step out. If he retreated like this, he would never be able to raise his head again. Moreover, even if he wanted to escape, he would fail. He could already see that Yi Fan would chase him for thousands of miles, and no one could escape at that speed. Qi Yang stepped forward in the void and came to the sky above the sea, entering the battlefield. Everyone behind him watched quietly. He was the youngest brother of the Golden Crow clan's king, and his background was frighteningly powerful. He was the smallest giant of his clan, and he could be called a genius of his generation. Everyone was looking forward to the ultimate battle between the genius of the Golden Crow clan and the young man with the surname Yi. Walala. An ancient golden tree appeared behind Qi Yang, shaking thousands of divine lights. He did not disappoint, as he showed the ancient legendary vision of the Golden Crow clan. It was a Fusang divine tree, full of golden leaves, and there were 9 ancestral crows perched on it. Each of them looked down on the world, as if they were going to cross the ancient time and space and fly down. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan revealed a faint sneer. The sacred physique had disappeared from the Ziwei ancient star region for too long, and it had been forgotten by people. In fact, the ancient times were just a flash in the pan, and it did not intimidate the world. It was not like the Big Dipper star region, which had 9 consecutive generations, and everyone knew about it. In this world, only a person with a special physique like Granny Sky Demon would seriously pursue and understand it. You know that I have a sacred physique, but you still dare to show your vision. I'll fulfill your wish, said Yi Fan. At this moment, all kinds of light flew out from his body. The immortal king descending to the 9 heavens, the golden bitter sea, the lovely land and mountains, the yin-yang diagram, the 3-leaf green lotus, and all the other visions fused into one. It was like the creation of the world, like a world of chaos. The final vision still had not taken shape, but it could make all the visions fuse into one and appear at the same time. Even until today, the evolution had not been completed. One could imagine how terrifying this ultimate vision was. It was unpredictable. Boom! As soon as Yifan's vision was displayed, it caused a terrifying result. In an instant, it drowned the world and covered the sky above the North Sea. Qiyang screamed. His heart was filled with fear. His phenomenon had been suppressed, and there was no place for him to use it. He could not move at all. As soon as the sacred physique's vision appeared, all the phenomena in the world returned to nothingness. This world had too little understanding of the sacred physique. They only knew that the sacred physique was unparalleled, but they did not know this terrifying side. Yifan swooped down. His eyes were like knives, and he held the blood-drilled divine spear with 9 dragons coiled in his hand. He stabbed straight at the top of Qiyang's head. Pfft! A bloody light rushed up, and the red spear penetrated his head. Not only did it penetrate his body, but it also nailed his primordial spirit to death. Everyone present was stunned. Qiyang's combat strength was so powerful, and he was thought to be even more terrifying than the 9-headed Dragon King. Yet, he was killed in one blow. Everyone was petrified. The youngest brother of the invincible Golden Crow race king, a dignified giant of a generation, had fallen just like that. This was like a legend. Above the Black Sea, Yifan stood alone with the spear in one hand. He lifted the corpse of the Golden Crow race's genius high into the air. It was so terrifying, and it became an everlasting scene. He was like a god. Chapter 733. The North Sea was vast and boundless. Yifan stood on the surface of the sea like a demon god. He held the translucent blood spear and carried the corpse of the Golden Crow tribe's genius. This scene was still engraved in people's hearts even after many years had passed. The battle blood flowed and fell into the sea. It was a bewitching red. The youngest giant of the Golden Crow tribe would forever be erased from this world. No one said anything. The entire sea was silent. The stunning spear was too shocking and intimidated everyone. The terrifying divine physique had even destroyed the Golden Crow tribe's ancient Fusong and Zhu Wu. They returned to nothingness. It was the bane of the world. After an unknown amount of time, people finally woke up. There was a clamor and everyone was discussing that Yin Tianda would definitely have an enemy after entering the continent with such power. The Taiyin godchild stood in the distance. Black mist rose and fell. He was forever shrouded in darkness like an evil spirit from hell. Escape or fight? This was a difficult choice. With Yifan's current power, even if the Taiyin godchild was confident in his invincibility, it would be hard to say who would win. The Taiyin godchild was an existence so powerful that it made people tremble. He was the sworn brother of Daoist Sankei of the ancient Longevity Temple and the master of the Baiying Temple. He was unfathomable. However, at this moment, he was slightly shaken. It wasn't hard to imagine how intimidating Yifan was at this moment. Even a character like him was a bit apprehensive. I have no choice but to fight, he muttered to himself. There was no other choice. If he ran away like this, it would be a serious blow to his invincible belief. Moreover, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to because the speed of the divine physique was obvious to all. Even the dragon ascending heaven's step was inferior. Rather than being surrounded and humiliated, it was better to fight to the death. He felt that he still had some chance of winning and could kill his opponent. The mist blew over and black clouds were rising. An extremely keen and cold aura pervaded the air. It was bone-chilling. This was the Taiyin Saint power, the most primordial power. The use of it could be traced back to the archaic era. Its performance was unpredictable. Unfortunately, after the death of the ancient emperor of Taiyin, his inheritance had changed owners. His descendants were all killed and replaced by another race that stole the scripture for their own use. With a flick of Yifan's hand, Qiyang's corpse on the blood-colored spear was split into more than 10 pieces, falling into the sea like a comet. The North Sea surged violently, and huge waves struck the heavens, rushing tens of thousands of feet into the blue sky. All the clouds were scattered, and the sky was washed clean. Taiyin, son of God, snorted coldly from afar. A bone-chilling coldness filled the air and froze eternally. At this moment, the cultivators who had already fled far into the distance couldn't help but tremble. Their bodies were shaking, unable to endure this type of coldness. An incomparably terrifying scene appeared in front of them. The huge waves that soared tens of thousands of feet high and shattered the clouds had all been frozen into ice peaks. The Black North Sea was the same. It was completely frozen and turned into a black continent. Cold air assaulted everyone, making them feel as if their bones were going to crack apart. This was the Taiyin Saint Power. It was extremely and extremely soft. It could freeze everything and turn all living things into a land of death. This was a shocking scene. Everything was frozen, as if it had been frozen at this moment, becoming an eternity. Every single spray, every single wave was magnificent and forceful, as if it was the work of the gods, carving out this type of scene. It was completely still and motionless. Bang! Suddenly, a black ice spear pierced through the air, bringing with it endless black fog. It was condensed with a massive amount of Taiyin Saint Power and pierced through Yifan's chest. The Taiyin Son of God launched an attack and destroyed this frozen world. The Taiyin Chi was like the heavens, unbridled and mighty. Yifan punched out, making a sound like glass shattering. The ice spear shattered into hundreds of pieces, turning into crystals that filled the sky. Only the Taiyin Chi was not extinguished, and it continued to surge. Hum! A light sound rang out. There were black ice spears everywhere, and every inch of space was filled. It was as if tens of thousands of arrows were flying over, all of them concentrated on a single point. The space between Yifan's eyebrows flashed. The Taiyin Saint Power flowed, and the Tao turned into millions. Endless holy light rushed out and collided with the black ice spears. A strange sound was heard in the sky. The Taiyin Saint Power and the Taiyin Saint Power collided, annihilating a large area of space and turning it into a ruined land. Swoosh! A large flag appeared behind the Taiyin Son of God. It was as black as ink and fluttered in the wind. It was as if he had turned the 9 underworlds into his own, and endless Chi filled the air. Yifan's body shivered. This was a kind of cold Chi that could injure one's soul and destroy one's Tao foundation. It was incomparably terrifying. Bang! His body shook, and his divine body seemed to be burning. Golden blood Chi boiled and shot out dazzling golden light, protecting him within. The Taiyin Son of God held the cold and thick flag in his hand and shook it with all his might. Suddenly, the sky and earth darkened. Meteors flickered and struck down. This was the small world contained within the flag. It rushed into reality, and every meteor was boundlessly large. They possessed destructive power as they smashed down. Bang, bang, Yifan attacked. Each of his fists destroyed a meteor with astonishing momentum. It was as if he was fighting against a part of the Taiyin ancient universe. Swoosh! The Taiyin Son of God stood in the darkness. The flag suddenly pointed downwards, and the water of the North Sea thawed. Under the shaking of the flag, it all evaporated and turned into black mist. A shocking scene appeared. The flag waved, and who knew how many miles of the sea was evaporated, revealing the seabed 10,000 feet below. The black water rushed into the sky and drowned Yifan. Icebound eternity. The black mist in the sky turned into a sea again. It froze in an instant, turning into a giant black ice. It was like a black continent that occupied the sky. Yifan was sealed within. Boundless Taiyin holy force surged violently, and no traces of him could be seen. Behind him, people had goosebumps. The unfurling of the black flag was truly world-shaking. It contained the Taiyin holy force that could destroy all living things. Boom! Suddenly, the frozen black continent in the sky shattered. Endless blazing light shot out, and the Taiyin holy force surged violently. Yi Fan broke the seal and rushed out. At the same time, there were specks of black light in the space between his brows. The Taiyin holy force in the sky was drawn over and refined as his own. You have also learned my race's ancient scriptures. The Taiyin son of God was shocked and shook the flag. A deafening sound transmitted over. The black water in the sky fell back into the sea, filling up the 10,000 feet wide crater. The Taiyin son of God opened his mouth and spat out a black ancient bell. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it absorbed all light. The long and drawn-out sound was filled with inauspiciousness. Suppression, death, coldness, desolation, and other negative emotions erupted. This was a demonic bell that gave people a bad feeling. The king's death bell. This was a weapon refined by the previously invincible king. At this moment, it was circulating all kinds of strange negative energy that affected people's minds. At the same time, 9 legendary underworld bamboos appeared. Each of their roots seemed to be cast from black gold. They weren't that tall, and they accompanied him in front of him like a human wall. Everyone was horrified. This kind of thing could actually be cultivated. According to legend, it was born in the underworld and needed the nourishment of the Taiyin holy force in order to continuously grow and evolve into a great killing weapon that cultivators yearned for day and night. Today, 9 of them appeared at once. The most terrifying thing was that a black jade-like skull flew out and shocked everyone. The skull was sparkling and flickering with black light. There were some Dao patterns engraved on it. They densely interweaved and formed complex patterns. The 7 orifices surged with the most primordial Taiyin holy force, as if it could refine this world. The skull of an ancient saint. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. This was truly a priceless divine object that couldn't be bought with millions of gold. Yes, that's the descendant of the Taiyin ancient emperor. Back then, his foundation was stolen and he was also killed. He was refined into this state. That's right, there is such a legend. Although he died, his anger and resentment didn't dissipate, so he couldn't refine a holy weapon. People thought of the distant past and were all shaken. This was a weapon with a great origin. Under normal circumstances, the skull of a saint could definitely be refined into a holy weapon. However, this one was an exception. The resentment was too strong and couldn't be formed. However, it was also terrifying enough. It was only one step away from becoming a holy weapon from a royal weapon. It was far from being comparable to other weapons. The Taiyin godchild couldn't fight in close combat with Yi Fan, and he didn't dare to use his vision either. That would be no different from suicide. In this battle, he could only attack from afar and use his overflowing magic power to activate a great killing weapon to destroy the enemy. Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. The opponent's weapons were very threatening. Even he had to treat them with caution. Otherwise, he might really die with a grievance. Whoosh! In front of the Taiyin godchild, the black flag was the first to move. It flew over. The surface of the flag was like a black dome of the sky. It covered the sun, moon, and earth as if it was suppressing an ancient universe. Yi Fan's expression froze. Each of the enemy's weapons was very strange. They all contained an indescribable holy power. He lightly shouted and a simple and unadorned mountain flew out. The mystic magnet mountain was taken from Xian Yi of the Golden Crow race. It was an unpolished jade. Once the mystic magnet divine ray appeared, all gold essence weapons could be destroyed. Clank! The flag trembled and the pole was broken. However, the ancient universe on the flag was not affected and continued to press down. At the same time, the sound of a bell shook the sky. The black bell waves pierced through all things. This was a king's demonic bell. It was extremely terrifying and filled the sky, covering Yi Fan below. Clang! A loud sound rang out. Yi Fan flicked his hand and shot out a shiny jewel. It was like a silver moon in the sky, shocking the 4 seas. This was the weapon of the 8 Visions Temple. Although it was a replica, it was still a king's divine weapon in name and in reality. The diamond chakram and the king's demonic bell collided. This was a confrontation between divine weapons of the same level. One of them was bound to be destroyed. Swish! The 9 underworld bamboos blocking in front of the Taiyin godchild all moved. They rushed over like humans and turned into 9 black shadows. It was incomparably strange. A drop of a saint's blood can kill a supreme existence. These 9 underworld bamboos have the baleful corpse energy of an ancient saint. What kind of demonic bamboo did they cultivate? In the distance, everyone was shocked. These 9 underworld bamboos were even more terrifying than they had imagined. They contained a supreme evil spirit. Yi Fan was also astonished. He didn't expect that these 9 underworld bamboos that he didn't pay attention to were so much more terrifying than the king's demonic bell. The 9 underworld bamboos that seemed to be cast from black gold really ran over on their own. They were demonic and peerlessly terrifying. A wisp of saint's might came from afar. Yi Fan opened his mouth and spat out a small golden flag. He unfolded it in the wind and it all enlarged. In an instant, the golden flag covered the sky. This was the treasured flag of the Golden Crow race that he had taken from Luya's incarnation. He didn't expect these golden flags to be able to stop the 9 underworld bamboos. He only hoped that they could stall for a moment and buy him some time. Boom! At this time, the Taiyin godchild took out the most terrifying weapon of his sect. It was a jade-black skull with 7 orifices. Chapter 734. This wasn't an ordinary imperial divine weapon, it was made from the skull of an ancient saint. It was as clear as black jade and was extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for some special reason, it would have already become a legendary divine weapon. But even so, it was only one step away from the immortal divinity. In the 7 holes, the breath of a saint was gushing out and pressing down from the sky. Smoke billowed from the 7 orifices, creating a frightening scene. At this point, even though Yi Fan's body was extremely strong, he didn't dare to take this weapon. This was the skull of a saint and was only one step away from ascension. Anyone who dared to touch it would die. Eternal banishment. Yi Fan used the fighting character secret art to simulate Wang Ting's secret art and combined it with the Ji clan's Great Void technique. He forcefully opened a dimensional door and welcomed this ancient saint's skull. With a rumble, it was sucked in and completely closed. What? Exclamations came from the sky. This imperial divine weapon that everyone thought would turn the tables was dealt with just like that? Everyone held their breaths. A light bow sound rang out. It wasn't that loud, but the entire sky was blasted apart. The skull flew back, breaking through the dimensional void and returning. There was nothing that could stop it. Yi Fan used the line formula and disappeared from his original location. With a peng sound, the void turned into a black rift that was pierced through by the skull. At the same time, a power as if the Milky Way was falling from the 9 heavens rushed out and affected the entire North Sea. Tsunamis appeared in the boundless sea and thousands of miles of land collapsed. This was the skull of an ancient saint. Once it moved, its divine power was boundless and difficult to resist. Yi Fan didn't fight to the death. His eyes flashed and he wanted to execute the decapitation operation. As long as he could kill the Taiyin godchild, the threat of this skull would disappear. However, it was very difficult to do all this. He couldn't kill his way over silently. Clang! The diamond chakram was an extraordinary divine item. It collided with the ominous demonic bell and the black bell waves invaded people's primordial spirits with all kinds of negative emotions. Swoosh! The extreme Yin banner was also moving, as if an ancient universe was pressing down. However, it was blocked by the profound disruption mountain, and the 2 of them were locked in a deadlock there. The battle between these divine weapons also concerned the outcome of the battle, as well as life and death. Every single one of them contained boundless killing intent. What surprised Yi Fan the most was that the Golden Crow clan's treasured flag wasn't destroyed. Although its divine power was absolutely suppressed by the 9 underworld bamboos, it didn't shatter in the end. Right, that is a great weapon of the Golden Crow clan in the past, but it has been defiled, its level dropping, no longer possessing its former might. Someone said with shock, recognizing the origins of the 81 great golden banners. Boom! The pitch-black skull attacked again. Yi Fan didn't try to defend against it. Every time, he dodged the weapon and looked for an opportunity. Meanwhile, at this moment, the other weapons had finally decided on the victor. The profound disruption mountain was worthy of being called an unpolished jade that possessed extremely great potential to grow, and it fixed the black-colored flag in place and pierced through it. The profound disruption mountain rushed up, sweeping out light that filled the sky. If it could be refined to a high enough level, it could destroy any fine gold weapon. At this moment, it couldn't destroy the black demonic bell of kings, but it interfered with it, causing its operation to become sluggish. Even the power of the black bell waves was greatly reduced. Clang! The diamond chakram wasn't affected at all, and it turned into the size of a millstone, smashing down like a full moon. This was a great collision between king divine weapons. At that moment, the void collapsed, and hundreds and thousands of great black rifts appeared, extending out for who knew how many miles. Their collision caused this part of the world to quickly sink, as if it was approaching the end of the world. Nothing existed anymore. With a final bell chime, the black demonic bell shattered, and the walls of the bell turned into hundreds of pieces that flew in all directions. Every piece pierced through a black hole in the void, destroying everything in its path. The vast ocean below was instantly evaporated. In the end, the demonic bell of kings no longer existed. The distant ocean surged over crazily, and only then did the dried-up seabed become a vast expanse. All of this happened very quickly. A king divine weapon was destroyed, and the people in the distance were dumbfounded. They felt that the diamond chakram was too terrifying. With this weapon, they could destroy an ancient sect. Boom! On the other side, the 81 golden banners suddenly burst into flames. Even if they were made of extraordinary materials, they still couldn't stop the 9 underworld bamboos. What did you guys feel? That's the aura of a saint. Someone cried out in surprise. The 9 underworld bamboos had destroyed the golden banners in the end, and they rushed out like humans. They turned into 9 black shadows that pounced forward, each of them releasing a wisp of killing intent. That's right. They were born in the underworld, and were nourished by the baleful corpse chi of an ancient saint. Then, they infused it with the sacred power of the moon to cultivate such demonic bamboos. In the distant sky, everyone's expression changed. They hadn't thought that the lunar divine sect would dare to do this. Doing so might raise a heaven-defying monster, and it would be a great disaster for them. The 9 underworld bamboos were like withered old men. Their entire bodies shone like black crystals, and they lined up in the void at the same time. They shot out 9 beams of black light that shot down. A wisp of the might of a saint. Yi Fan's eyes turned cold. These 9 underworld bamboos were indeed heaven-defying, but fortunately, they hadn't matured yet. Otherwise, even those who had passed the 3 slashes of the immortals would be helpless. He activated the diamond chakram to meet the attacks. An abyss formed within the millstone-sized steel ring, absorbing the 9 beams of black light. Swoosh! However, the 9 underworld bamboos weren't affected. They had already given birth to evil spirits, and they had their own consciousness. They spread out and charged toward Yi Fan. They weren't much less threatening than the skull. They were tainted with the death chi of a saint. Once they hit the enemy, it would be fatal, and it would be difficult for them to survive. Boom! The black skull underwent a strange change. The ancient saint's aura became more and more intense, and a pair of eye sockets actually lit up with a terrifying light. The densely packed Tao patterns were swimming about. At this time, its divine might was many times greater than before, causing the people in the distance to cry out in surprise. It's only one step away from becoming an ancient sacred weapon. This weapon alone is enough to turn the situation around. If the young man surnamed Yi has no other way, he will most likely die here. The rays of light in the skull's eye sockets became brighter and brighter. It was extremely terrifying. This was the God's will nurtured within it. It had long since gained sentience and had awakened. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! At this moment, a fiery brilliance erupted from the skull's skull. Then, a beam of divine light suddenly shot out and pierced through the firmament. Oh no, the god inside the skull has awakened. Now, the young man's surnamed Yi is powerless. Some people secretly sighed and felt sorry for Yi Fan. This divine object that was only one step away from becoming an ancient sacred weapon was absolutely invincible. In the distance, the Taiyin divine child's face was pale. He was very weak because he had used up a great deal of his primordial spirit, but it was all worth it. As long as he could use the ancient saint's skull with ease, he was completely confident that he could kill Yi Fan. Nothing could stop him. At this moment, the situation was extremely critical. The ancient saint's skull pressed down, and the 9 underworld bamboos also swooped down like humans. They all had the aura of a saint. At this moment, the situation was extremely critical. The ancient saint's skull pressed down, and the 9 underworld bamboos also swooped down like humans. They all had the aura of a saint. In addition, the golden sacred domain also appeared. It became an eternal sacred light that protected him within. This was his domain of invincibility. That is, people were shocked to find that the divine physique's phenomenon was truly too powerful. After going against the saint's skull, the speed of its descent was greatly reduced. What a terrifying phenomenon. It dared to contend against the might of a saint. If it was someone else who used a phenomenon to block it, they would have long since been turned into fine powder. It's useless. How long can you stop the skull for? 5 breaths at most, and your name will forever be erased from this world. The Taiyin divine child said coldly. At this moment, he had enough reason to believe that he had become the victor. The divine physique would inevitably be defeated without any hope of survival. Your primordial spirit is almost exhausted. I only need 1 breath. Yi Fan said in a deep voice. Buzz. At this moment, he used the army's secret art and disturbed the skull, causing it to shake violently. What? The Taiyin divine child was terrified. Yi Fan didn't use the army's secret art in the battle just now. He was waiting for the best opportunity to attack at the critical moment. At this moment, his body had condensed into the golden Tai Chi. It was incomparably dazzling and illuminated the sky. Then, it quickly evolved with endless profundities. Chi. A beam of eternal light flew out from between his eyebrows. A small golden person, identical to him, holding a small cauldron, attacked the Taiyin divine child at a speed faster than lightning. Wuji gave birth to Tai Chi. It was the beginning of the world and everything was born. It was the Tao. Yi Fan had used his body to evolve the Tai Chi and had comprehended the Tao for many years. He had reversed the transformation and returned to the extreme, producing the Wuji transformation. His body became the golden Tai Chi. It had all kinds of mysterious changes. His primordial spirit rushed out with the cauldron and reversed the Wuji. It could be called a divine transformation. At this moment, time and space froze. Everything was still. Everything in the world was like a scroll, motionless. What was eternity and what was an instant? It was impossible to distinguish. The world was silent, and only the primordial spirit flew with the cauldron. At this moment, that small golden person lit up the entire North Sea. It cut through the past, present, and future. In his arms, the myriad Chi cauldron was only 1 inch tall, but it seemed to be able to crush the world. It poured down 10,000 strands of myriad Chi. It was the embodiment of the Tao. The primordial spirit fused with the Tao. Yi Fan had comprehended the Tao for more than 4 years in the Ocean Eye, the place where the ancient emperors banished the sinners. This was one of his greatest Tao fruits. It was the first time he used it. This was a brilliant eternal light. It would forever be imprinted in people's hearts. No matter how many years passed, it would still be unforgettable. The small golden person carried the 1-inch myriad Chi cauldron. It flew down and imprinted itself on the Taiyin divine child's head. It was as if a deity had descended into the world. Endless light and endless brilliance turned into a boundless Tao. Under this one strike, it seemed as if it could turn the world into nothingness. The primordial spirit merged with the cauldron and shot out an immortal divine light. It shone on all things and illuminated the four seas. He became the only one in the world. Pop. A soft sound was like the first sound of the Tao when the world was created. The Taiyin divine child was turned into ashes and scattered with the wind, no longer existing. Chapter 735. The world was quiet and everything was like a painting. It became an eternal scene. Everything was motionless as if time had stopped. Only the golden man hugging the cauldron was moving. He lit up the sky and became the only thing in this world, shooting out immortal divine light. Taiyin Godchild was like a castle made of sand. It quickly collapsed and disappeared as if it had never been there. Yifan's golden primordial spirit was only 3 inches tall. Golden light flowed around it like an immortal spirit that was hugging the cauldron with a solemn look. After killing Taiyin Godchild with one strike, he turned into a beam of light and flew back. He then stepped into Yifan's forehead and sat on the divine platform with a small cauldron in his arms. At this moment, strands of divinity flowed out from the space between Yifan's brows and hung down, making him look bright and dignified like a deity standing there. His entire body was glowing. Every inch of his flesh was crystal clear and all his pores were relaxed. Essence qi with the nature of the Tao circulated like a 7-colored glass lamp. At this moment, Yifan's primordial spirit entered his body and released immortal light. Everyone woke up from the eternal stillness. Was it an illusion or a misconception? This was everyone's question. Just now, the world seemed to have stopped. Only the primordial spirit and the cauldron were moving. Otherwise, why would Taiyin Godchild's head be destroyed and his name removed from the world before he could even resist? The primordial spirit turned into a beam of light and killed Taiyin Godchild with the cauldron. Everything happened so fast that it surpassed everyone's imagination. The North Sea was dead silent. Everyone felt a wave of lingering fear. Even the living fossil-level figures felt a wave of coldness. This Yifan was just too terrifying. Who could contend against him? What kind of technique was that? This was the question in everyone's mind. That blazing divine light not only destroyed Taiyin Divine Prince, but it also made everyone shiver in fear. Buzz. In the sky, the skull of the ancient saint descended and pressed down on Yifan's body. His 7 orifices were making buzzing sounds and light shot up to the sky. Those were wisps of the ancient saint's aura. It was an unstoppable force that was crushing the void. Whoosh! Yifan retracted his manifestation and used the Ro incantation. His purple robes fluttered in the wind, making him look like a celestial being. He flew tens of thousands of feet away, dodging the attack. At the same time, he activated the army's secret character without any distractions. A strange fluctuation appeared between heaven and earth, cutting off some kind of heaven and earth trajectory. Boom! The skull that was as black as the abyss trembled violently. It broke away from some kind of mysterious trajectory and deviated from its original path. The 7 holes slowly dimmed. Yifan carried out the decapitation operation and killed the son of Taiyin first. Without the support of the divine power, the primordial spirit could no longer connect with the skull. Thus, the son of Taiyin's revival was cut off. At this moment, Yifan interfered with it with the army formula, causing it to fall off the path of the great path. Its power suddenly decreased, and it was about to fall into a deep slumber. After all, this was only the skull of a saint. Countless years had passed, and its essence had long been exhausted. It was impossible for it to truly possess the power of a saint in the past. It only had his invincible aura. Although it was engraved with supreme Tao patterns and could recreate the power of a saint as long as it evolved into a divine weapon, it was still one step away. It was just one step. If he could take it, he could recreate the invincible divine power of an ancient saint. If he couldn't, although it was better than other Emperor divine weapons, there would still be traces that could be found and could be disintegrated. The skull dimmed, and its 7 orifices no longer surged with divine power. Without the control of the son of Taiyin, it started to sink without any divine power. The god inside it fell into a deep slumber. Clang! Yi Fan activated the army's secret character. The skull turned into a jet of black light and disappeared into his sleeve. He held it in his palm and it became his trophy. At this moment, the North Sea was shaken. Everyone was almost suffocating. Many people's eyes were burning with passion, but no one dared to rush over. This was the skull of a saint, and it was definitely made of the best material. It was only one step away from evolving into a divine weapon. Whoever could refine it and make it evolve would be able to become one with the weapon and unleash its greatest power. This was a great opportunity. Many people wanted to snatch it, but they were intimidated by the might of Yi Fan just now. No one dared to make a move, let alone take a step forward. This skull glowed with black light. It was as translucent as black jade. In Yi Fan's palm, it exuded a dreamy brilliance, flowing with an ink gold color. The patterns on it were extremely complicated. Yi Fan observed carefully, but he also discovered that there was a large number of restrictions. They were all created by the lunar sect. If he wanted to erase them and take it for himself, it would probably be difficult. Now wasn't the time to refine this skull of a saint. With a flash of black light, he calmly put it away and disappeared from his palm. Dang! In the sky, the shiny diamond chakram turned into the size of a millstone under Yi Fan's army's secret character. The divine power of an emperor shocked the world like a silver moon in the sky. It traversed the North Sea, drawing out a brilliant silver light and attacking the 9 strange underworld bamboos. It released a terrifying wave, and the whole North Sea was boiling. The 9 underworld bamboos had indeed become demons. Though they were all bamboo and not human, they released a shrill cry and fled into the North Sea. Moreover, each of them was covered in a black mist. The pressure of a saint spread out, crushing all obstructions. As expected, they were heaven-defying demons. What had the lunar sect raised? If they weren't eradicated as soon as possible, they would definitely become a great threat in the future. This was what everyone knew in shock. The corpse chi fed to a saint, supplemented by the nourishment of the lunar saintly power, and planted in the underworld. This was truly a demonic bamboo. Pung! The diamond chakram struck the underworld bamboos, but failed to destroy them. The corpse chi of a saint soared into the sky. It was incredibly terrifying, and almost stained the treasure chakram. In the distance, everyone was shocked. These 9 underworld bamboos were heaven-defying. This diamond chakram was enough to shatter other king divine tools because it was too extraordinary, but it was unable to do anything at this moment. Yi Fan was also very shocked. He decisively used that skull. Instantly, black light filled the sky, and the water of the North Sea almost evaporated. Rumbling saintly might descended from the sky. This skull cleanly dissolved all the corpse chi left behind by the saint. The diamond chakram was like a silver moon in the sky, striking down. Instantly, tens of thousands of waves surged. The 9 underworld bamboos screamed mournfully. All of them were broken, turning into 9 pools of blood that scattered into the sea. Luckily, they haven't matured yet. Otherwise, these 9 underworld bamboos would truly be heaven-defying. If they aren't destroyed, they would definitely become a great threat in the future. Many people involuntarily heaved a sigh of relief. Ding ding dong dong, in the distant sky, a peerless beauty was playing the zither. The melodious music was like a torrent of water, and the sparkling brilliance illuminated the sky. It was like a poetic mood, like a refreshing aura of ice and snow, rippling through this beautiful music. The number 2 beauty of the current era, Princess Yuesher of the Ziwei Divine Dynasty, plucked her 10 jade-like fingers, producing a melodious melody that moved the heartstrings of people. It was like 10,000 flowers blooming. Before this, she had said that she wanted to watch the battle and play the zither for the young heroes. Now that the battle had ended, the song had also ended. The zither music vanished. The 3 heavens chosen had died. Blood dyed the vast sky red as the curtains fell. Only Yi Fan was left standing alone, becoming the sole victor. After a short period of silence, the entire lake boiled and clamor soared into the sky. The influence of this battle was extremely great. 3 characters of the divine sun level, each of them were peerless geniuses who ruled over a region. They had fallen just like that, becoming the stepping stones for the youth surnamed Yi to enter the supreme Tao. The 9-headed flood dragon king, Qiang, and Taiyin godchild, which one of them wasn't a peerless character who stood at the top of their respective regions. They were all extremely talented and brave. But today, they were all killed by the same person. Yi Fan's battle result could be considered extremely glorious. How many years had it been since something like this had happened? To kill 3 geniuses who had the ambition to become the great emperor in a single day was enough to shock the world. It could be imagined that in a few days, when the news spread to the mainland, it would inevitably cause a huge earthquake and shock the whole world. The abode of esteemed Xianghu was extremely lively. People had already returned. Yi Fan was surrounded by many cultivators like the moon surrounded by stars. After this battle, people had a premonition that an emperor star would rise. Yin Tianda would have an enemy in the world. Daoist Sankei most likely couldn't transcend the mortal world anymore. Luya would also have to break out of his death training to fight against this terrifying enemy of the Golden Crow clan. Brother Yi, you really have the talent of the heavens. In a single day, you killed 3 enemies that pressured the younger generation to the point that they couldn't even breathe. You really shocked us. The younger generation complimented and praised. The youth is invincible. The road ahead is broad. His future achievements are limitless. The great Tao is within reach. Many of the elders also spoke. Although esteemed Xuangui's birthday banquet was over, the place was even more lively. People in front of the white jade table raised their cups and drank the celestial wine. Many major forces tried to rope in Yi Fan. After this battle, Yi Fan's value could be said to have skyrocketed. Many people had a premonition that the rise of this youth was already unstoppable. Brother Yi, in a while, come with me to the North Sea Dragon Palace. My ancestor has a lot of treasures there. You must ask him to give you a suitable imperial divine weapon, the Black Dragon King said. Everyone was surprised. The Black Dragon ancestor was an old flood dragon that had lived for 3,700 years. His cultivation was so high that it was scary. Next to him, a beautiful woman walked over, swaying gracefully. Some people recognized that she came from an immortal sect in the North Sea, Sea God Island. She smiled and said, Brother Ye's combat power is really amazing. Since you are in the North Sea, you must come to my Sea God Island. Esteemed Xianghu, like the Black Dragon ancestor, was one of the most powerful ancient demons in the North Sea. His abode was naturally one of the top forces. One of his disciples also invited Yi Fan to live there. This battle had a great impact. Many people openly complimented and tried to rope in Yi Fan. Surrounded by people, Yi Fan couldn't move. Because the large sects on the continent were in the same region as the Golden Crow tribe and the Moon sect, it was not good for them to rope in too obviously. However, they also hinted or secretly tried to win over Yi Fan. Naturally, there were also large forces and experts who had a good relationship with the Moon sect and the Golden Crow tribe. They sighed and mourned silently. Not long ago, I saw the 9-dragon flood dragon king in the North Sea. He beat up all the lords and lords, but now, alas, the divine son of the Moon sect could be called a proud son of heaven. A few days ago, he suppressed a large sect by himself. No one dared to fight him. Now, he was buried in the sea. These 3 geniuses were heroic and had few rivals in the world. They were in their prime, but they died together. This showed people the bloody horror and ruthlessness of the Emperor's road. This made people sigh. The fall of geniuses and the defeat of the outstanding geniuses all contributed to the rise of a young man with the surname Yi. He advanced by stepping on the corpses of many kings. This was a blood-stained emperor's road. Along the way, blood and bones could be seen everywhere. At this moment, even the human King Hall, Guanghan Palace, Longevity Temple, Ziwei God Dynasty, and other immortal legacies had secretly extended an olive branch to Yi Fan. From this, one could see how great the impact and effect of this battle was. Is this child the descendant of the human race's sacred sovereign? He is so young but already full of divine splendor. As expected of a descendant of the human sovereign's bloodline. Princess Yueshur of the Ziwei divine dynasty walked over. She had a head of black hair that was as shiny as silk. Her skin was snow-white and translucent. She had a pair of phoenix eyes that were overflowing with spiritual qi. They were slightly slanted and contained boundless beauty and charm. Chapter 736. Tong Tong was very quiet, looking like he was carved out of jade. His large eyes were clear, and they blinked. He didn't like to talk much. His body was filled with divine yang energy, and his flesh was clear and radiant. As expected of a child with the blood of a saint emperor. The others also complimented. Using this child as a breakthrough point was also a good choice. Princess Yueshur had a divine phoenix hairpin in her black hair, and numerous sea god pearls dangled down. Her figure was graceful, and with every step she took, she could mesmerize all living things. Every inch of her skin was shining, and she was very beautiful. As the second most beautiful woman in the world, she naturally had countless pursuers. Her phoenix eyes were full of spirit, and every frown and smile could make the sun and moon dim. She squatted down, touched Tong Tong's head, and gently said, "Will you go to the Ziwei divine dynasty with me?" Everyone was shocked. She was clearly trying to rope in Yifan. Wasn't she afraid that the Golden Crow tribe and lunar sect would be dissatisfied? Among the immortal inheritances on the continent, the Ziwei divine dynasty was the first to openly rope in Yifan. The others were just extending olive branches in the dark. "I won't go. I want to be with Master." The 5-year-old child shook his head, and his large eyes that were like black gemstones glanced at Yifan. "Congratulations, Brother Yi, for accepting a good disciple," Princess Yueshur said. Her smile was like a crystal flower blooming, crystal and dazzling. Yifan was startled. This child had mentioned wanting to take him as his master, but he didn't agree. He didn't expect the little guy to bring it up again. "I'm Master's eldest disciple. 20 years later, all of Master's current enemies will be defeated by me." The tender voice of a child sounded in a steamed black turtle's cave, and everyone present was stunned. In the past, there was a peerless prodigy who once said, "Now that you are my enemy, 20 years later, you can only compete with my disciple." Later, it was just as he said. His skills were so great that only a single disciple was enough to intimidate the world, and it became a kind of legend. The child doesn't know anything. He's just talking nonsense. Yifan smiled and rubbed the little guy's head, messing up his shiny black hair. Despite his explanation, it still left an impression in everyone's hearts. They looked deeply at him and then at Tong. The people from the Human King Hall secretly invited Yifan to be the external protector of the sect. This was indeed a special honor, and it was already not bad to have one in 1,000 years. The Sea God's Island is an island left behind by a deity in the North Sea. "Brother Yi, you really should make a trip there." The woman from the Sea God's Island invited him warmly. "If fellow Daoist Yi is free, you can come to my Wuxia palace as a guest." An old sect master sincerely invited her. Yifan displayed great battle prowess and terrifying potential, shocking many people, and they all invited and tried to rope him in. Ding ding dong dong, Princess Yueshur stroked her zither, and the sound was like a clear spring knocking on a stone. It was like the moonlight accompanied by celestial music. It gave people a hazy feeling of beauty and otherworldly beauty. She held a silver cup in her hand and toasted Yifan with wine. She invited him again. "All right, if I return to the continent, I will make a trip to the Ziwei divine dynasty," Yifan replied. "It's a promise." Princess Yueshur smiled sweetly, causing the cave dwelling to become much more vibrant. This banquet lasted for a very long time before the people gradually dispersed. During this process, the news had already spread out, shaking the North Sea. The cultivators of the boundless sea region were all shocked. Several days later, the various sects on the continent also received the news, causing a huge commotion. Everyone was shocked. The commotion caused by Yifan grew more and more intense, truly causing the world to be shaken. The 3 people who died this time were all heaven's chosen. The 9-headed flood dragon king rose up in Wuxia and was the #1 unrivaled expert of the younger generation of the North Sea. He had never been defeated in his life, but the moment he met Yi Fan, not only was his undefeated legend shattered, he even died. Qi Yang, the youngest hegemon of the Golden Crow race, the younger brother of the king of the race. His strength was unfathomable, yet he was killed by a single strike from Yi Fan. His blood dyed the North Sea red. This was a legend. The godchild of Tai Yin, a heaven-defying genius who dominated the continent, a living fossil that intimidated everyone. It was unknown how many heroes he had killed, but he still died in defeat. Is this really the work of one person? Killing 3 supreme geniuses in a single day, this is truly unheard of. Each one of them was an unrivaled genius of their region, yet they all died just like that. The path of the great emperor is truly forged from blood and bones. Yi Fan's performance was at the level of a dream, causing the people on the continent to be shocked. During this period of time, the topics were all about him. This person named Yi Fan has been in the North Sea recently and hasn't even stepped onto the continent. Yet, he has already stirred up such a storm. If he returns, what kind of storm would he cause? Someone asked. If he appears, he will surely become the focal point of the world. There will surely be a world-shaking battle. At this time, Yi Fan was exploring the sea and wasn't in a hurry to leave. He accepted the invitation of some major powers and went to their islands. He wanted to further understand this world and ask people if the 5-colored altar had ever appeared in the Ziwei ancient star field because he wanted to go back. I've more or less heard about it. There are some incomplete records in some ancient texts, but they have long disappeared. This was the response of some old sect masters. According to them, those things had existed since the archaic era, but they had either disappeared or been destroyed. They had long since disappeared. Yi Fan couldn't help but be shocked. Just how powerful was the Ziwei ancient star field before the archaic era? It seemed like there weren't just 1 or 2 5-colored altars. There might be many. As expected of the legendary ancient emperor star. In the distant past, this place must have been extremely prosperous and had a glorious and incomparable period of time. But now, there wasn't even a single ancient emperor weapon left. It had been taken away by the great human emperor along with the immortal medicine. It is said that there is a Kuan-peng that has been sleeping since ancient times in the North Sea. It is an ancient saint. There might be a 5-colored altar there. Don't harm people. That place can't be found at all. Even if you find the nest of the Kuan-peng, you will die if you go in. Back then, there was a 4,000-year-old divine king. He didn't even make a sound before he was crushed. After hearing this, Yi Fan sighed. There was no need to consider that place at all. Even if he found it, he would just be throwing his life away. Half a month later, Yi Fan used the ancient teleportation runes left on some deserted islands to successfully return to land. However, this time, he didn't go to the northern Lu continent. Instead, he went to the eastern divine continent. He heard that there were many ancient ruins in this continent, so he wanted to find the 5-colored altar. Do you guys think that Yi person will return to land? Are his battle achievements real? Why do I feel that it's too surreal? Tai Yin Godchild once suppressed the 10 sects of the eastern continent alone. Everyone was silent and no one dared to come out to fight, but he was killed just like that. It's absolutely true. None of his battle achievements are fake. Just wait and see. Once he returns, there will definitely be a world-shocking storm. Now, the Golden Crow race is almost going crazy. The northern Lu continent is almost scorched by them. The entire race wants to kill the youth surnamed Yi. This was a prosperous restaurant. Yi Fan chose a window seat on the second floor and listened to the discussions of some cultivators. Did the exchange of the half-page of the immortal scripture from the ancient longevity temple and the human king hall succeed? During these years, they were all afraid of each other. They exchanged scriptures several times, but each time, nothing came of it. They were afraid of being bullied by the other party. Yi Fan listened quietly. He discovered that many things that could shake the four seas had happened on land in these 4 years. The 3,700-year-old king of the human king hall passed away in meditation. His achievements in his lifetime were heaven-defying. Now that he had reached the end of his life, many great sects heaved a sigh of relief. Yin Tianda had been in a life-and-death seclusion for 10 years. After he came out, he was unfathomable. He followed the footsteps left behind by the original owner of the Eight Visions Palace, riding on a green ox as he headed west. There were people who saw violet chi rising from the east, covering a distance of 8,000 miles. A heaven chosen of a generation, Mahamayuri, tried to break through to the third layer of immortal foundation but ultimately failed. He was incinerated into ashes, his body and Tao vanishing. Yi Qingwu was so beautiful that all the females in the ancient star region paled in comparison. She broke through to the 8th boundary and ascended to the 9th minor step of the second layer of immortal foundation. Her skin was like ice and her bones were like jade, pure and flawless. She was worshipped as a goddess. Luya had been in seclusion for 4 years. When he came out, 9 great golden crow avatars appeared behind him, shocking the world. In the Ziwei divine dynasty, the supreme imperial preceptor Tianji passed away in meditation. Before he passed away, he used his entire life's worth of Tao energy to perform a divination. He learned that the dynasty would definitely prosper and in the future, a divine infant would descend from the heavens, becoming a divine lord. During these 4 years, the tides rose and fell. Too many things have happened, just like the boundless ocean, unpredictable and unpredictable. Yi Fan sighed. After enjoying his meal, he pulled little Tong Tong downstairs. That person. A cultivator stared at Yi Fan's back with suspicion. He then glanced at the 5-year-old child that Yi Fan was holding. The 5-year-old child's flesh and blood caused a look of shock to appear on his face. Could it be that he has returned? Tap, tap, tap. He hurriedly ran down the stairs in pursuit. However, the person on the street had long disappeared. When the others saw this, they all had looks of shock on their faces as they followed after him. Brother Qi, what's wrong? You just came back from the sea not long ago. Could it be that you met an old friend or a supreme expert like Daoist Sankei? If I'm not wrong, that person from the North Sea has returned. This continent will definitely be in chaos. The cultivator surnamed Qi had a heavy expression on his face. On this day, an explosive piece of news spread across the eastern divine continent. The person who had escaped from the eye of the North Sea had returned. This rumor shook the world. It was even more shocking than Yin Tianda's westward journey on a bull. Countless people were waiting for Yi Fan's return. He shot the golden crow with his bow and killed 5 golden crow princes in one day. More than 100 golden crow experts were slain as his blood dyed the North Sea red. After that, he killed 3 geniuses in a row and destroyed their invincible halos, shocking the world. And now, this person had actually returned and appeared on land. How could people not pay attention? All the cultivators in the world focused their attention on the eastern divine continent. Luya was furious. He flew out of the golden crow winged hoe with the 9 golden crow ancestors on his back. He roared at the sky and crossed the eastern divine continent. Not only did he return to this world alive from the eye of the sea, but he also has such a shocking battle record. Goddess Yi Qingwu muttered to herself. Now, she was the embodiment of beauty and holiness. Many cultivators were willing to bow at her feet. The moment Yi Fan appeared, he caused a storm in the world. Everyone on the continent was paying attention. Chapter 737. In the Big Dipper starfield, in a desolate land, a tall and sturdy man was covered in blood and his hair was disheveled. He was running with a strange movement technique. Behind him, a hazy silhouette flickered like a god, disappearing for a moment and then reappearing in the next, chasing after him. Demon Sovereign 9 slashes, Tao transformation. In front of him, the tall and sturdy man shouted. 2 dragon-shaped beams of light shot out from his eyes and slashed towards the hazy, godlike man. The Azure Thearka's lost divine art is indeed overwhelming. Although you are comparable to a holy lord, it's a pity that you met me. You are still a level lower. The man behind him pointed out with a finger, and a wave of divine light covered the entire Great Desolate. I've been here for so many years and haven't been killed by you. I don't believe that I will fall here today. Pang Bo shouted. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and was very tall and sturdy. At this moment, his body was covered in blood. The demon sovereign 9 slashes immediately pierced through the desolate land and engaged in a fierce battle with that person. In the northern region, in a primitive mountain range, not even a blade of grass grew. The monkey's fiery eyes shot 2 beams of light into the sky. There were many cracks on his body. The black gold rod in his hand was stained with blood, some from his enemies, and some from himself. Behind him, the barbarian was covered in wounds. He held the wolf fang rod upside down and carried Li Heishui on his back. Half of his body was almost rotten and he was coughing up blood. Sacred Prince, don't make a mistake. On the other side, someone sneered. Attacking me? Very well, very well. I want to see how strong you are. I will kill all of you. The monkey was incomparably angry. There were many wounds on his body, and his golden hair was stained with blood. Sacred Prince, you should know that there is an even more illustrious and noble divine son of the heavenly emperor. He is like the sun in the sky. If you make such a choice, it will not be good for you. The person chasing him was very cold. Oh, the descendant of the undying heavenly emperor is also going to attack? The monkey's eyes flashed. The person in front had a cold smile on his face. He did not speak, but his eyes were full of vicissitudes. It was as if there was the passage of time, the collapse of mountains and rivers, and the flow of the chi of a peerless expert. If I had known it would be like this, I would have smashed the egg when I cut it out of the stone in the Jade Lake. I shouldn't have given it to the primordial king, that ungrateful bastard. Li Heishui, who was dying, said with difficulty. You've blasphemed the ancient race's divine son of the heavenly sovereign. Be careful not to let others hear you. They'll lock you into eternal purgatory. The pursuers sneered. Suppress your mom. I won't be able to live for much longer anyway. If you have the guts, suppress me. Let me live for 10,000 years and suffer the torment of hell. Li Heishui shouted. That's true. He was hit by the divine art created by the great ancient emperor. Even if that holy Fiziki fan came back, he would die without a doubt. Unfortunately, he can never appear in this world again. It's really a pity not to be able to kill him. Buzz. The black gold cudgel crushed the void, and the monkey's golden fur shot out endless divine light. He shouted, Stop talking nonsense. If you can't do it, I'll smash all of you to death today. In the southern region of the eastern wasteland, on a towering jade platform in the Ji family, bright moonlight shone down. A purple-clothed girl looked up at the starry sky in a daze. Not long later, a man covered in blood and with a halo around his head walked up the jade platform. He was exhausted and had many terrifying wounds on his body. I was too late. I only saw some blood and bones. I fought with some people. I hope they're fine. Could it be that they disappeared from the world after dying in battle like that dog? Where did little Nan Nan go all these years? The girl was enveloped by the cold moonlight. She was pure and otherworldly like a goddess in the moon palace. It was Ji Ziyue. I really hope that dog didn't die. With its endless divine formation, they'll be much better off. Ji Haoyue sighed. Ji Ziyue looked up at the starry sky and said, Time is like water. In the blink of an eye, 12 years have passed. In the distant Ziwei galaxy, Yi Fan was also observing the stars. He was trying to identify where Earth was and where the Big Dipper was. Because he was on different ancient planets, the celestial phenomena he saw were different. On this quiet night, he thought of many things. He missed his family back home and everything he had experienced in the Big Dipper galaxy. He still remembered the scene when he said goodbye. Ji Ziyue smiled and shed tears. Her words still lingered in his ears. At night, I will look up at the starry sky and the other side to bless you. I know you're there. If you also remember me, you can look up at the starry sky above you. I'm here, looking into the distance. At that time, the girl's smile was very bright, but there were clearly tears in her eyes. Then, he thought of those old friends and his heart throbbed. Those who should be killed were mostly killed. The Yinyang sect master was dead, and Wang Teng was also killed by him. They should not have enemies anymore. However, Yi Fan felt a little uneasy. Pang Bo was the successor of the Qing Arch and had the protection of the demons. Li Heishui and the others were the descendants of the 13 bandits. Who would be stupid enough to provoke them? Why is it that whenever I look up at the Big Dipper galaxy and think of them, I feel a little uneasy? Yi Fan stood on the mountain peak and was enveloped by the moonlight. His whole body glowed. He looked up at the Big Dipper galaxy and thought hard about what changes would happen. It's been 12 years. I want to return to the Big Dipper galaxy. I want to see them. I want to leave the Ziwei ancient galaxy. However, it was easier said than done to travel across the galaxy. Even the ancient saints would find it difficult to do so. Pang Bo, Li Heishui, the large black dog, the little girl, and Ji Ziyue all appeared in front of him. Would he still be able to see them in this life? On this night, Yi Fan sat under a pine tree with the silver moon disk above his head. He had a nightmare. The large black dog had died in battle, Wu Zhongtian had been killed, Lu Ko had been crushed into meat paste, Pang Bo was covered in blood and was smiling at him. The monkey was fighting a bloody battle with someone. It was very tragic. The little girl had lost her way and got lost again. No! Yi Fan shouted and woke up with a start. As a strong cultivator at his level, it was very difficult for him to have such a dream. This made him break out in a cold sweat. Perhaps my premonition was right. They are in great trouble and are now in an extremely difficult situation. They are hovering between life and death, struggling to survive while bathed in blood. I want to go back, I must go back. He jumped to his feet. Not far away, little Tong Tong was talking in his sleep. He was lying on a pine needle and sleeping very soundly. The moonlight shone on his little face and made it look very sparkling. When the first ray of light shone in the morning, Yi Fan stood up and faced the morning sun. His eyes were clear. From today onwards, he would do everything he could to return. He placed little Tong Tong on his shoulder and flew into the sky. He began to visit ancient sites and look for a way back. He had left his footprints in every place with the legend of the five-colored altar. These days, Luya had been searching for Yi Fan like a madman. He had almost turned the eastern divine continent upside down, but no one dared to touch him. F*CK, he is the most fearsome genius of the Golden Crow tribe, and he is wielding the black-wing flowing gold serpent. That is the weapon of a sage. Who dares to provoke him? Many cultivators were trembling in fear and retreated. The divine continent was in chaos. Many cultivators had come to witness this earth-shattering battle. Luya was far superior to the little powerhouse of the Golden Crow tribe, Qiyang, and far superior to the other 9 princes. This was common knowledge. Otherwise, the king of the Golden Crow tribe would not have allowed him to wield the sage weapon. One could only imagine how much he treasured Luya. However, Yi Fan did not care about all this. He was now looking for a way out. He did not take all this lightly. As long as no one came to him, he would not engage in a bloody battle. Half a month later, Yi Fan was disappointed. All the ruins and legends had become nothing. They had long been buried in the river of time. His only gain was a few fist-sized 5-colored crystals in an ancient battlefield on the divine continent. As for the 5-colored altar, there was not even a trace of it. This won't do. Looks like I can't go back if I follow this path. I have to think of another way. Suddenly, Yi Fan thought of Laozi and the Buddha. These 2 ancient people had also come to this ancient planet. Although their whereabouts could no longer be verified, the ancient path they took might be traceable. 8 Visions Palace. Yi Fan's eyes flashed. He had a goal. Perhaps the Eight Visions Palace of the Tai Ching Holy Realm had an ancient path left behind by Laozi. However, to find a path there, he would most likely have to fight until the earth collapsed and the sea cracked. This was because that was where Yin Tianda was in seclusion. He was deified by the people, which was enough to show how powerful and terrifying he was. I need to understand more. Yi Fan did not act rashly. Against such a figure, no one in the world dared to say that they could suppress him. Yin Tianda's power was so great that it made all cultivators tremble. He suppressed the entire land and had once discussed Dao with the king of the Golden Crow tribe. One could imagine how unfathomable he was. Early in the morning, mist lingered in the forest. Even the sun was red. It was very gentle and not dazzling. On the leaves and vines, dewdrops rolled like diamonds and pearls. They were clear and sparkling, and bursts of fresh grass and trees wafted over. Yi Fan came to the ancient human desire Dao's Dao field to find Li Tian and Yan Yishi. He wanted to learn more from them. Damn it, that bastard Yi is here. Li Tian cursed. He stood in front of an ancient cave and looked at the figure below. Yan Yishi walked out of his cave on another misty and rosy mountain peak. He was dressed in a moon-white robe and was extremely handsome. He could be said to have divine bones and jade features. His enchanting smile was enough to make young girls scream. Brother Yi, congratulations on your return. Yi, tell me, what did you do to Yi Qinggu 4 years ago? Li Tian tilted his neck and looked unhappy. Brothers, how have you been? Yi Fan smiled. How can I be? My senior brother is still elegant and elegant, spending all day with beauties. And I'm still the same. The whole world calls me a pervert. Everyone wants to beat me up like a rat. Of course, now that the goddess furnace has been exposed, there aren't many girls my senior brother can trick. Li Tian was actually quite handsome, but his face was evil. It was obvious he wasn't a good person. Yi Fan expressed his intention. He wanted to know everything about the Eight Visions Palace and the Grand Pure Holy Realm. He told the two that he wanted to cross the star field. Bastard Yi, oh no, brother Yi, philanthropist Yi, you've really brought up a good idea. I really agree with it. I really yearn for the Big Dipper star region. I'm excited and my heart is surging. Li Tian's eyes lit up after hearing his idea. There are so many races and I can still pick up girls from ancient times. I'll laugh even in my dreams if I go there. Of course, I'll definitely turn over a new leaf or change my appearance. I'll no longer be a perverted thief and I'll become a playboy like my senior brother. I'll become the god's son of flowers that everyone admires and I'll roam freely among the races of the ancient times. Chapter 738. Little Tong tilted his head and blinked his big black eyes as he said in a serious tone, You're a scholar, but uncle, you're destined to be a perverted thief. Where did this brat come from? Are you saying that I only have perverted energy in my stomach? Li Tian glanced at the little guy. Yi Fan smiled, little kids always like to speak the truth. What do you mean by that? Li Tian's face was filled with displeasure. If you want to go with me to Big Dipper, you'd better bring the goddess cauldron. Otherwise, primordial beauties aren't just any ordinary kind of strong. One slender jade-like hand might be able to slap you to death. At that time, I guarantee you won't want to be a perverted thief but a eunuch instead. That's good too. You'll turn over a new leaf and there'll be one more good person in this world. Li Tian's handsome face immediately darkened. He was even more displeased as he glanced at Yi Fan. Don't hate it, I'm just speaking the truth. Truth my ass. I like powerful primordial beauties the most. When divine son Li Tian descends, the entire world will tremble. Li Tian said in a cocky manner. Yi Fan couldn't wait to go back with him. If he brought the goddess cauldron with him, he would be invincible below emperor weapons because it was a weapon personally refined by an ancient emperor. Is this the only remaining bloodline of the human heavenly emperor? Yan Yishi smiled like an immortal descending to the mortal world, elegant and scholarly. No matter where little Tong went, people could see his extraordinariness because his body contained a divine sun. His bones and blood were lustrous and overflowing with brilliance. He's not a bad seedling. Let me train him for a few years. He'll definitely shock the world. Li Tian had an evil expression. He rubbed Tong's head and pulled him in front of him. Tong's little face suddenly became bitter, and she pouted her little mouth in displeasure. Brat, what's with your expression? So many people are begging me to teach them a few moves. Why do you look like you've stepped on dog shit? Li Tian said. Little Tong was very careless. As soon as he finished speaking, he really stepped on his foot. This made the veins on Li Tian's forehead bulge and he almost slapped him. Damn, you did it on purpose, didn't you? I'm sorry, pervert uncle, I was careless. Tong apologized innocently. I at #yen%#yen, Yi Fan stepped forward and said, this is a descendant of the human sovereign. Don't you dare have any ideas. Be careful that the Sun Saint Sovereign might jump out from the underworld and strangle you to death. He asked the two of them about the situation of the Grand Pure One Sacred Realm in detail, understood the 8th Scenic Palace of the Xuandu Cave in detail, and found the ancient path home. Li Tian said, no one has entered that place before. It was monopolized by Yin Tianda. Who would dare to go there? More than 10 years ago, he beat up all the sect masters in the world until they didn't dare to speak. Yan Ishi said, I heard that he had 2 children. One of them was killed by you along with his younger brother, while the other was out helping him purchase old herbs to refine pills. We can find him and ask him about it. If you want to enter the 8th Scenic Palace, now is a good time. Yin Tianda imitated the ancients and rode a green ox to the west to comprehend the true meaning of the Tao. Now, there is no one guarding the Grand Pure One Sacred Realm, Li Tian said. Yi Fan frowned. This person was indeed terrifying. For the sake of cultivation, he could actually let go of everything. He didn't even take revenge for his younger brother's death and rode an ox to the west. Although he didn't make a move, he said that he would kill you and sacrifice you to the Tao when he returned. This made many major forces not dare to rope you in anymore. This was a powerful deterrent. With just a word, it made everyone afraid and had to seriously consider the consequences. Its power was evident. Kill me and sacrifice me to the Tao. Very good. He finally said something like that. If he indifferently rode an ox to the west, that would truly be terrifying. Now, you're in quite a bit of trouble. Luya is looking for you in the eastern divine continent with the black-winged flowing gold centipede. He's going to crush you into a bloody pulp, Yenishi said. Luya was a talent that only appeared once in tens of thousands of years in the Golden Crow tribe. His talent was peerless. After 4 years of seclusion, the 9 great crow patriarchs appeared behind him, shocking the world. What's your relationship with Yi Qinggu? What happened back then? I heard she came to the divine continent too. Li Tian glanced sideways at Yi Fan and asked. Return the moon tower to her. Don't clash with her. At the crucial moment, she will stand on my side, Yi Fan said. The #1 beauty in the world, the brightest and most dazzling flower. You cow dung. Li Tian was indignant. Yi Fan was also unhappy and wanted to give him a slap. This bastard's words were really unpleasant to the ears. Yi Qinggu was now worshipped as a goddess. She was fairy-like and beautiful, shrouded in a divine halo. She was as pure as ice and as clean as jade. No matter where she went, a large number of young elites would willingly bow at her feet. She was the embodiment of beauty and holiness. Li Tian's face was evil as he said, You're really something. The goddess that everyone worships is like a pearl that emits clouds, and her immortal skin is radiant. But she has an affair with you. Don't talk nonsense. She's a very powerful collaborator. There will be many benefits for her to become the #1 goddess in the world. In the future, she will replace Yin Tianda. I will fully support her. The demons plan to nurture a goddess. How can those elites who worship her endure it when they know about it? Yi Fan and the two of them discussed for a long time. Both of them had plans to go to the Big Dipper star region because of the goddess furnace's notoriety. It had angered even the gods. The boy from the Eight Visions Temple was a demon that had transformed into gathering ancient herbs in the divine continent. Yi Fan and the others decided to capture him and interrogate him. Yan Ishi said, "And now, you have stirred up a storm in the world. Who knows how many pairs of eyes are watching you? You have to be careful. At the very least, Luya with his holy weapon is a big problem. Don't worry. Didn't you say that Yi Qinggu is also in the divine continent? I'll go see her and ask her to take care of all the messy people." Yi Fan temporarily handed little Tong over to the two brothers. The little fellow immediately cried with a bitter face, complaining that he didn't want to be a perverted thief. "What are you crying for? Uncle will teach you how to be the #1 perverted thief in the world. When you grow up, you'll be grateful to me for the rest of your life. You have to know that this is the luck of stepping on dog shit. I won't teach you even if others beg me." Unfortunately, Tong accidentally stepped on his foot again. He pouted and cried loudly, complaining that he didn't want to be a perverted thief. Li Tian's face was filled with bad luck. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Damn it, little brat, are you doing this on purpose?" Tong cried loudly and said, "Uncle, I'm sorry. I don't want to be a perverted thief. Let others step on me. I at #%yen. Damn it, this is the first time I've met such an unlikable child." Li Tian's face turned green. In the eastern part of the divine continent, there were majestic mountains and majestic rivers. There were many spiritual mountains and ancient veins. Who knew how many world-shaking past events were buried here? There were countless legends in this region regarding the great ancient emperors, the deities of the outer realms, and the human race of the ancient times. Sunset Mountain was covered in red maple trees. The 4 seasons were dyed in blood. It was said that a deity from the outer realms was killed here, and the plants here were dyed red. The color would never fade. On this day, a man and a woman appeared on the mountain. The man was dressed in blue and was spotless. He descended, looking delicate and otherworldly. The woman was shrouded in a divine halo and was breathtaking. She was suspected to be the reincarnation of the 9 Heavens fairy. Her black hair hung down, shining like a mirror. Her oval face was smooth and sparkling, whiter than white jade. Her eyes were incomparably intelligent. Her figure was slender, and every inch of her jade-like skin was overflowing with color. Her snow-white dress dragged on the ground as she walked gracefully. She was not tainted by the aura of the mortal world at all. There was a red mole between her eyebrows that emitted sparkling immortal light. It added endless divine beauty to her. She stood there, causing the heaven and earth to dim and everything to lose their luster. You were able to escape from the place where the great ancient emperors banished sinners. It's really shocking. Yi Qingwu's voice was very magnetic and unforgettable. It was very pleasant to listen to. You should be glad that I came back alive. Otherwise, even your primordial spirit would slowly wither and die. Yi Fan walked forward and caressed her silk-like hair. Waves of fragrance wafted over. Yi Qingwu was very serene. Her snow-white dress fluttered in the wind, outlining her slender and beautiful figure without a single flaw. There was a radiance on her face that made others feel ashamed of their inferiority. "Did you find me to deal with Luya, the lunar god sect, or Intienda?" She was very calm. "I like smart girls. Goddess Yi Qingwu is destined to be the #1 in this star region." Yi Fan's fingers ran through her bright and fragrant hair. Yi Qingwu was very calm and serene. She was like the clone of a goddess in the mortal world. She was unattainable, beautiful and flawless. However, at this moment, there was a trace of mockery as she said, "Are you mocking me? Everything I said is true. In the future, you will be the only one who can prove your Tao in this ancient star." Yi Fan's fingers ran through her smooth and sparkling cheeks. She finally frowned and took a step back. She was beautiful and had a kind of auspicious and sacred aura. She would not allow mortals to blaspheme her. She was as distant as a fairy from the heavens. Yi Fan smiled and said, "It's okay. I almost thought that you had already severed your Tao and your immortal heart could not be moved. Turns out you are still in the mortal world. Are you afraid? Jianghu also smiled. Her smile was incomparably moving. She bloomed with a shocking brilliance. That moment of flirtatiousness could make a stone man's heart sway. What's there to be afraid of? I'm sure those prodigies who are willing to kneel at your feet will be very envious of you. Tell me, who do you want to deal with? Jianghu's hair was light and graceful. She was slender and had a shocking brilliance about her. Luya. I don't want to see him and some others. Tell them to be quiet, Yi Fan said. Easy for you to say. Luya has formed 9 ancestral crow bodies and wields the black-winged molten golden centipede. How many people in this world can kill him? Yi Fan stretched out his arm and wrapped it around her slender waist. He walked forward and said, you can use all your methods without exposing yourself. You don't have to kill him. Besides, I want to know everything about the 8 Visions Temple. Jianghu gently broke free. Her hair danced in the wind and her slender body swayed. She smiled faintly and said, you are testing me. You are afraid that I will break free. Are you afraid too? I'm afraid. Yi Fan laughed loudly, wrapping his arms around that warm and soft waist. Waves of fragrance wafted over, and then he walked into the forest, saying, even if you become a stunning female saint, I still won't fall behind, enough to suppress you. If I become a stunning saintess, do you think you can keep up with me? Jianghu sneered. She exuded a shocking charm and brilliance. You can wait and see. Yi Fan wrapped his arms around her slender waist and walked forward. He said, you won't be lonely on the path of saintess. Just by looking at their backs, they seemed like a pair of Daoist companions, a perfect match. But who knew that they both had their own thoughts and schemes? Chapter 739. On sunset, Jianghu's hand slammed down and a red peak was flattened. The mountain wind whistled, messing up the vines, withered the grass, and withered the leaves. It was a bleak scene of autumn. She was like a goddess with a slender waist like a snake. Her figure was slender and graceful, and her dark skin was like a mirror. At this moment, her face was flushed and her eyes were like water. She was so charming that she could captivate all living things. Every frown and smile made all the beauties in the world pale in comparison. Humph. Her clothes were whiter than snow. With a light flick of her soft sleeves, the wrinkles on her snow-white clothes were smoothed out. Her beautiful hair danced in the wind. Her sparkling white oval face and eyes that were like obsidian contained spiritual energy and a trace of anger. She flew away like a fairy. Yi Fan was extremely calm. He stepped on the messy vines, stepped over the withered leaves, ascending the broken peak step by step. There was a smile on his face as he flew into the distance. Jianghu was a very special place. It was filled with dense spiritual energy all year round. It was not very dense but very pure, suitable for growing all kinds of herbs. Some said that in ancient times, there was a medicinal garden here where all kinds of ancient medicine kings grew. It breathed auspicious energy and gathered all the spirits in the world. Some said that this was a medicinal field pulled out from the legendary Eastern Sea Ponlay immortal island by a deity with great magic power. That was why there was a strand of immortal energy seeping out. Some said that this was originally the residence of a deity and could gather the energy of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, it was destroyed during the ancient times and became in Jianghu. It was located in the center of the divine continent. Cultivators would pass by this place. In the beginning, there were people who came here to exchange spirit medicines. As time passed, it became a famous place. Now, ancient medicines, precious materials, scriptures, and all kinds of things related to cultivation were exchanged here. It was famous and even people from other continents came. Yi Fan landed. He had made an appointment with Yan Yishi and Li Tian to meet here to catch Yin Tianda's boy. Jianghu was rumored to have a precious ancient medicine king on display. It would be auctioned here and the highest bidder would get it. Recently, it had attracted the attention of many cultivators. The master of the 8 Visions Palace, Yin Tianda, had inherited everything from the grand pure saint realm. In recent years, he had been refining pills. Some people said that every time he opened the cauldron, there would be auspicious air surging into the sky. The pills were so precious that they could heal the dead. The elixirs he refined were extremely beneficial to cultivation. When Luya and Daoist Sankei encountered bottlenecks, they both relied on his elixirs to overcome their tribulations. Therefore, he had a high demand for all kinds of medicines. In order to brew the legendary 9 Revolutions spiritual Dan, he sent out a young servant to buy them. The green bamboo was green and glistening, growing without any pattern. Strand after strand of mist seeped out from the origin ruins. There was indeed a wave of pure essence energy. There were 3 short mountains. There wasn't anything special about them, but there was a feeling of returning to simplicity. Ancient vines, small bridges, green bamboos, clear springs, everything was very peaceful. However, when he got closer, it was less peaceful because there were many people. There were cultivators everywhere. There were people setting up stalls in every corner, bridge, and pond. There were flying swords, talismans, elixirs, and Daoist books, all of which were expensive. Yi Fan was surprised. This place was indeed not ordinary. He saw a weapon on a small grass mat. It was a broken Emperor divine weapon. The seller was a rustic old man. And on another stall, there was a sea deity pearl in a broken purple conch. The light was covered, and those who didn't understand would not notice it at all. Not far away, there was a bundle of bamboo slips on a piece of linen cloth. The opening paragraph was exposed, and it actually explained a wonderful theory. It was very profound. Yi Fan immediately stopped walking. This place was too unusual. There were some powerful hermits here. They looked inconspicuous, but the things they sold were extraordinary. However, these precious items were not easy to trade. He went up to ask for a price and learned that they could only use certain things to trade. Nothing else was acceptable. These people only wanted what they needed. They don't reveal themselves and only prepare for those who know what's good. This is the character of experts, and they are also afraid of being disturbed. Yi Fan nodded. Of course, it couldn't be that all of them were precious materials. It was just that his cultivation was strong enough to see that these people were not ordinary. There were stalls everywhere, and there were many inferior goods. It could be said that there were crooks mixed in with the honest. Yi Fan walked with his hands behind his back. He walked across the stone arch bridge, climbed the short mountain, and entered the bamboo forest. He walked around and was very surprised. There were indeed many precious materials. There were even people exchanging for perfect Emperor divine weapons. A large number of experts had gathered, and they surrounded the place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Other than this, what shocked him deeply was that there would be immortal treasures being auctioned. Someone had dug out a thumb-sized, 2-finger-wide phoenix blood scarlet gold from an ancient vein in the divine continent. Waves of phoenix cries rang out. There was a living fossil figure activating all the Tao energy in his body. That finger-long divine gold immediately flew out, filling the sky with scarlet multicolored light. Phoenixes flew and phoenixes danced, drowning out the entire Yuan ruins. It shocked everyone. It's definitely phoenix blood scarlet gold, the real deal. I don't know how many years it has been since I've seen such an immortal material that belongs to a great emperor. Even though it's small, it can be used to forge a supreme divine weapon. It's hard to find even with millions of gold. I wonder who it will end up in. Everyone was stunned. Just seeing this item made their trip worthwhile. This was an eye-opener for them, because this was something that only appeared in legends. They are even willing to sell such an item. Many people were speechless, gasping in admiration. Not long after, Yi Fan saw Yan Yishi and Li Tian. They both expressed that they had not found Yin Tianda's child. That fellow is a snake spirit. Even though he looks harmless and is only in his teens, he has already cultivated for 1800 years. If only we had the demon-revealing mirror. We would most likely be able to find him very quickly, Li Tian said. Perverted uncle, let me out. My master is already here. Tong Tong cried from within a magical treasure. You unlikable little thing, first memorize the general principles of the Tao of human desires. You will thank me 18 years later. Li Tian felt that forcing a crying little thing that didn't want to be a perverted thief to learn these scriptures was quite interesting. He really wanted to take him in as a disciple. Yi Fan turned a blind eye. He felt that having more experiences when he was young would be beneficial to his future growth. Of course, the prerequisite was that he couldn't change. He felt that everything was under control now. He's here, over there. Yan Yishi spoke. His eyes gazed forward and focused on a youth with red lips and white teeth. He wasn't tall and looked to be only 14 or 15 years old. He wore a white python robe and a pair of soaring snake boots. His black hair was bound by a violet gold crown, and he walked with his hands behind his back. This was a somewhat arrogant and conceited youth. As expected of someone from Eight Visions Temple. He's just a little child, yet he already has the strength of a sect master. However, after thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. This was actually a snake spirit that had cultivated for many years. His cultivation was naturally extremely high, and he had only become a child after being subdued by Yin Tianda. Wait a moment, don't make a move first. This snake spirit child is very rich and controls the financial power of Eight Visions Temple. It seems like he's not going to help Yin Tianda bid for that phoenix blood scarlet gold, right? This is a huge fat sheep. We'll slaughter him in a while. Li Tian said. White mist lingered in the origin ruins. Most of the cultivators only set up stalls and didn't have any palaces. It was like a marketplace, but there were countless treasures. The only special place was a tall platform that was piled up with white jade stones. It was located at the center of the origin ruins, and it would only be used when there were especially precious items or priceless divine objects to be auctioned. The snake spirit child walked forward with his hands behind his back. He raised his head high, and the violet gold crown flickered. He seemed to be very tempted and determined to win. Yi Fan and the others also walked up. There were people hosting the auction on the white jade platform, and soon after, the price reached a sky-high price. Someone took out 4 or 5 fist-sized divine sources and threw them like they were dirt. That's a great figure from the Human King Palace. How extravagant. This is just the beginning. Who knows how high the price will be when the transaction is completed. The Human King Palace wants to exchange divine ancient scriptures with the ancient temple. Did they succeed or not? There have been countless rumors in recent years. Yi Fan was moved. He also yearned for that single page of divine ancient scripture and wanted to know what exactly was going on. However, there were still no results even after several years. It could only be said that both sides were too careful and were afraid of being taken advantage of by the other party. The people from Sea Deity Island have come. Look, what did they take out? Heavens, dust-avoiding pearl, fire-avoiding pearl, water-avoiding pearl, a pile of sea deity pearls. Everyone sighed in admiration. This pile of pearls was too resplendent and could almost compete with the phoenix blood scarlet gold in splendor. It illuminated the heaven and earth with incomparable brilliance. Motherf asterisk Kerr, these are all wealthy people. Robbing a single one of them would bring endless benefits. Li Tian cursed. After that, he stared at the great emperor holy artifact and said, this piece of phoenix blood scarlet gold should be enough to forge a bracelet. If I offer it up as a gift, I'm afraid there wouldn't be a single female who wouldn't be moved. Even the supreme ancient immortal maiden would go soft. Uncle pervert, I despise you. Let me out. Tong Tong cried. Tears packet, go and memorize. Li Tian kept the pendant, not giving Tong Tong a chance to speak. At this moment, people from the Ziwei Divine Dynasty, Moon Palace, and the other major powers also made their moves. The bidding grew increasingly intense. Phoenix blood scarlet gold, it's extremely rare to see even a small grain of it. Today, I actually saw such a piece here. I definitely have to buy it and gift it to the clan king. With his creature-level magic energy, he would definitely be able to refine it into a great treasure. At this moment, several tall figures walked over. All of them had shoulder-length golden hair and their eyes gleamed with electricity. They were extremely valiant and were all experts from the Golden Crow race. They exuded boundless might as they walked over with large strides. Those who didn't participate in the bidding immediately moved to the side, not wanting to provoke them. This was because the Golden Crow race was too powerful. Not many people dared to antagonize them. Yi Fan didn't avoid them. He simply stood there, somewhat out of place. This caused the people from the Golden Crow race to frown. One of them walked up and asked, "Are you going to auction this divine artifact?" "I'm not auctioning it," Yi Fan replied. "Then move aside, we want to bid here." The Golden Crow 10th Prince had a domineering aura. After so many years, because he was the youngest, he was doted on by everyone. He had always been like this and was even sharper than his older brothers. "If you want to bid, you can do so. This place is very big, could it be that there's no space for me to stand here?" Yi Fan replied. "Could it be that after a person surnamed Yi appeared, everyone in the world thinks that my Golden Crow race is easy to bully?" The Golden Crow 10th Prince's expression turned cold. He stretched out his hand and pushed forward with great force. It was enough to crush someone into meat paste. "This place has no owner and everyone can stand here. Yet, you say that this is bullying your Golden Crow race? It's obvious how arrogant and domineering you were in the past." Yi Fan raised his hand to block the attack. "Little 10, retreat!" shouted an elder of the Golden Crow race. He opened his heavenly eye and was incomparably shocked when he saw Yi Fan's true appearance. Bang! The Golden Crow 10th Prince's arms suddenly deformed and then softened like a noodle. He was sent flying as if he had collided with a mountain. "Who are you?" "He's Yi Fan," shouted the other members of the Golden Crow race. The first prince, second prince, and another elder all stepped forward. The origin ruins shook as everyone looked over. Yi Fan's fame was too great. Today, he had finally appeared on the continent. "Are you sure that Luya will appear and kill him here today?" Li Tian secretly transmitted his voice. "Yes, the information I received should not be wrong. Now that these people have appeared here, it couldn't be better. If there's trouble, Luya will definitely rush over. At that time, he won't be able to escape even if he has wings and we can take the black-winged golden centipede." Yi Fan replied. "It must be Yi Qingwu's news. You two said that nothing happened, but now there's a person and a holy centipede." Li Tian cursed.